Welcome back to the live show. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. It is currently 3:52 p.m. and today's date is the 19th of October 2024. Yesterday was October 18th, which was my beautiful, gorgeous, the smartest, the best daughter in the world. Yes, it's you. And Bloom, absolutely. Bloom, baby. Hey, Bloom. No, you got to finish doing your work, okay? Yes, you have to finish doing your work. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back. We are back. We just heard the newly 5 years old lead to beauty. We just heard her voice. Yes, you. Okay, today's show is going to be titled The Winning Team. The Winning Team. That is the name of today's show, The Winning Team. Are you on the winning team, guys? I just want to know. Are you on the winning team? Are you on the winning team? Yes, you are, boo boo. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We are back. We are back. We're back. Let's put the polls up. Let's put the polls up. Who will? All right. Continue doing your work today. All right. The legendary, the 45th, some people say he might be the 47th. He participated in building America's future roundtable discussion. I think this was yesterday. Okay. So we're going to listen to that and then we're going to have a conversation about it. And while it's going on, we're going to talk about it as well. So tune in, tune in, tune in, tune in, tune in. Shout out to my mama, Amotunde Wokonira. Thank you for tuning in. C Shilly. God bless you for tuning in. All right, we are about to dive in. Once again, thank you for tuning in. God bless you. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We're about to listen to the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Don't underestimate the 45th. I'm telling you, the numbers are looking like he may be the 47th. All right, without further delay, let's get the show started. Let's get it.
Well, it's an honor to be with you. We're doing very well in the polls, as you've probably heard. They're getting very big numbers, Byron. They're getting much bigger than even anticipated. So I don't know what that means. That's a poll in itself, but the early voting seems to be even far bigger than we thought, or we had great expectations. People are not loving her. And why should she? She didn't show up for the big Catholic event. This hasn't happened in decades. She didn't show up. She gave a very short tape, and it was not an appropriate tape either, but she probably hasn't figured that out yet. And we should have gotten about 100% of the Catholic vote last night because I showed up. But I think we're doing very well, and we're going to find out very soon. And what I'd like to do is maybe before saying anything, I'll finalize it out, but maybe we can go through the folks and we can see what they have to say and how you've been doing. And I know one thing, everybody did better 4 and 5 and 6 years ago than they're doing now. That's one thing. That's one thing I know. So why don't we do that? And then we can maybe say a few words. You know, you have a great gentleman running for the Senate, and he's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he's a very talented guy. And I hear he's it's not easy, you know, to win these things. It's not easy, but he's doing a great job. He's taking, I hear he's taking a lead. We'll see what happens, but I hear he's taking a lead. So, Mike, we'll talk in a couple of minutes. How about we'll go through it pretty quick, Dale, and then I'm going over to make a little speech in front of 10,000 people. You think this is an easy life I have, right? I go from here, I say, am I finished? They say, no, sir, you have one more speech. Oh, good, where is it? what is it, 20 minutes, 30 minutes away? Is anybody going? It's about, like, we'll get you in 10,000 people. But, so Dale, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Dale, take it away.
You're looking good, Dale. Look at the arms on this guy. He's
Well,
almost
Mr.
as bad
President,
as
real
my
quick, one
friend
thing
over
before Dale begins.
Yes.
Understand, Dale's a third-generation union worker, dedicated Teamster car hauler. So I know Dale has a lot of concerns
Good.
about the auto industry. So Dale, please,
A healthy-looking guy, too.
go right ahead.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I believe Donald Trump will protect the Michigan auto.
Sorry.
He will end Harris electric vehicle mandate that has crippled Michigan. Plans to put, oh, sorry. He has plans to impose 200% tariffs on all auto companies that want to ship our jobs out of the country. He will save our jobs. He will put American workers first. I don't know if you know, I don't know if you heard, but us Teamsters here in Michigan love Donald J. Trump. We voted.
Thank you.
We voted, and the results are loud and clear. Michigan Teamsters voted 62% Trump, 35% Harris.
Thank you, Dale.
President Trump, the Teamsters I work with have a message for you. They are voting for you because they know you'll fight. You will fight and save their jobs, fight and save America. Never back down, never surrender. Fight, fight, fight.
Well, Dale, thank you. And I just want to say, you know Sean O'Brien, right? Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, and he's a great guy. And they took a vote nationally, and I won by similar numbers nationally. And that's an honor. I mean, that's really an honor. I think it's been many decades before they endorsed a Republican. I think they'll start very soon. But we had rank and file Teamsters all over the country by numbers similar to that. And I have some good news for you on the automobile business in Michigan. I'll wait till we finish up maybe and talk about it, because you're going to have a lot of competition in Mexico, and that competition is not going to happen anymore. But I want to thank you. I want to thank the Teamsters also. I see another guy over there with that shirt. I can't miss him, right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, you do? Is he easy to work for or tough?
You see my grandbaby too?
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, that's good. That's good genes.
I got my little girl there too.
That's good genes, I can tell you. I look at him, you got the best. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. President, we also have with us your great friend, Howard Lutnick, CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald.
true.
Howard, based upon the last question, what are your thoughts about what we can do to reverse course in the auto industry, save it, bring those jobs back here in America?
So, for those of you who remember, my firm is Cantor Fitzgerald, and we were located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. So I lost my brother Gary, I lost my best friend, I lost 658 people that day. And so I understand what it means to have jihad, right? And there's a big difference between jihad and wonderful Muslim workers in Michigan. They are not the same thing. We need to crush jihad from this earth, and we need Donald J. Trump to do it. So, I like, my friend, the president, said the other day that tariffs are his favorite word in the dictionary.
My old time. My old time. Yeah.
What people should understand is that to protect, so what happened when Bill Clinton left office, he did NAFTA and a different kind of border opening. It was a work border opening. And so the tariff model is pretty simple. Lock that door. Bring it back here. Bring the jobs here, bring the factories here. So here's an idea for you that we've talked about. Set significant tariffs out there, and if you open your factory here within 2 years, we'll give you the credit for your tariff, but bring it here Let's employ our workers here. Let's create power from our workers, who are the best. They are the core of America, right? So, you know, when I first met Donald Trump, I didn't really understand tariffs, and he taught me. And now, you know, I'm just trying right behind them to say, I love the way tariffs take care of America. They will build us. They'll build us stronger. And I run his transition. And so what does transition mean? That means when my friend becomes the 47th president of the United States of America, I promise you, the greatest field of people ever to walk into a government is going to join him on January 20th. I have the best business leaders in the country, the best politicians who want to serve, the crowd amongst the 80 million Republicans, that we can have the best of the best join him to create the most extraordinary government you have ever seen to protect you and to build the America that he wants to build. They will be loyal to him. They will have fidelity to him. They will follow his policies. And this will be the most extraordinary government you've ever seen. And I am the proudest person to serve Donald J. Trump and help him be the 47th president of the United States of America.
Well, thank you very much, Howard. You know, he's being very modest, I have to tell you. This guy is one of the leaders on Wall Street, one of the most respected people in all of business, and certainly all of Wall Street. There's nobody really like him. And he's being very modest. He lost on that horrible day. He lost his entire firm, other than some people in Europe, a few, small group. And he saw it happen. He was driving down the West Side Highway. And he's always in the office at 6 o'clock in the morning, so he would have been there. This was at 8 o'clock. But his wife was just so angry at him because she wanted him to take their child to school, because he just doesn't do it, and he won't do it, and he hasn't done it for years. And this was the one day that he wasn't there at 6 o'clock in the morning, because he took his child to school. And at about 8:50, which is just as the plane was striking, he was driving down the highway looking at the World Trade Center. This was the only day in years that he wasn't in that building. And do you ever thank your wife, and do you ever thank your child? But it was amazing. And there are miracles in life. We have miracles, and we have help up there, Howard, in my opinion.
You and me together, baby. You and me together.
In my opinion. But at just the end of that, so he lost, when he saw this, they had the top 3 floors, the top, great firm, and they couldn't get out. There was no way they were getting out. Some of the people were calling their wives, their family. I think you were speaking to your brother, right?
Yeah, my sister spoke to my brother.
Yes, speaking to your brother. Up there, they knew it was, probably knew it was the end. And Howard sought to rebuild the firm, and he spent a lot of time, a lot of everything, a lot of effort. Most people would have said it was an impossible thing to do. And he rebuilt it bigger, better, stronger. But the big thing is he gave a big chunk of it for a long period of time to the families of those that died in the building. And who would do that? Who would do that? And so he rebuilt Cantor Fitzgerald into something bigger than it was, which was pretty hard to do. And there are a lot of people that love this guy. He's a special guy, a real talent, by the way, real talent, a brilliant business talent. So he's in charge with a couple of other people we have that are great, work along with him. But he's in charge of that whole transition process, which is a very important process. I love these exploding mics, don't you? No, it's good for emphasis, you know. It explodes every time. Yeah, right. It explodes every time you're about to make an important point, so it's okay. It's not bad. I don't know. Normally I say, don't pay the guy that supplied the mics, you know, but we'll pay. And then they say, Trump doesn't want to pay, but, you know, it's one of those things. But I just want to thank you for doing a great job, Howard. You really have. And we'll get on, and perhaps we can ask Nancy, how are we doing?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Good, thank you.
My name is Nancy Jaffer. I'm a Lebanese-American Muslim entrepreneur.
Good.
I am a psychologist and a holistic wellness practitioner.
Good.
I own a wellness center in Dearborn, Michigan. It's called Evolution Empowerment. And I'm not really here to talk about the economy because with that regard, I have utter faith in you and you're golden to me. What I am here, you're welcome. What I am here to discuss is the health crisis. And it is exactly that, it's a crisis in this country. We are the sickest population in the world, and we find it status quo that we spend more money on healthcare than any other country.
Right.
So we have a system that is looking to obtain lifelong consumers. We're not really looking for cure or healing, and that's very concerning to me. Before I became a holistic practitioner, I was a school psychologist, and I worked for the public schools for over a decade, and I was constantly frustrated with the incessant overdiagnosis and overmedicating and overlabeling of small children. I don't know another country that finds it appropriate to give a 5-year-old 3 different pharmaceutical drugs, including an antipsychotic. And this is to manage misbehavior. They are not looking for root cause. We're not looking for toxicity. We're not looking for gut health issues or fluoride or food or diet and then getting into the food itself. I mean, we ingest poison. Countries all over the world would never accept their citizens to ingest what we take in every day and what our children take in every day.
You must love Bobby Kennedy, right?
I do.
I think so. You sound like Bobby Kennedy to me.
And the thing that I think is even more concerning is that we are inundated with these endocrine disrupting chemicals. And they have these long-term detrimental effects on the reproductive system of both men and women. Fertility rates are down, sperm is lower than it's ever been. It's terrifying to me, honestly. And my purpose is to constantly use every single opportunity to raise awareness about these topics.
Right.
And to hold our agencies accountable for the fact that we put them in place to protect us, not to harm us. So I also have a purpose to let people know that you don't need to take a narcotic every time you feel a little pain, or that you don't need to be on 3 different antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications to mask a mental health symptom. And certainly to let parents know that it is not okay for birth control to be the first line of defense when your daughter has acne, when your 14-year-old daughter has acne. I find our system archaic. I think it is toxic. And it's corrupt, frankly. And what hurts me the most is that people who are out here giving Americans an opportunity to think differently and try natural routes are the ones that are being relentlessly censored. I see miracles, honestly, at my center every day. People heal rapidly before my eyes with no side effects, but nobody is talking about that. Because the chokehold that Big Pharma has and big agriculture has on us is criminal. And it needs to stop.
Nancy, thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy.
So when I heard about Robert Kennedy and Make America Healthy Again, I felt a glimmer of hope that I haven't felt in a very long time. I have to say I am genuinely terrified for humanity in general. The world needs healing, and I can only hope that you and your campaign are the catalyst for that, because I know for sure the other team is not.
That's right.
And I think you should actually set up a meeting with Bobby Kennedy and the whole group, and because I see you're into it. You have the same fervor that he has, and so I think it'd be maybe very interesting for all of you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have with us Jim Taganelli. I got it right, didn't I, Jim? Yes, sir. Jim is the president of the Police Officers Association right here in Michigan. He's been in law enforcement here for decades. Jim, tell us about your concerns about public safety, not just here in Michigan, and tell us also about what it really means to have support for police officers, and when that support is not here, how it demoralizes the police force.
Thank you, Congressman. Pleasure to be with you, sir.
Thank you, Jim.
As you know, we've been endorsing you every time, and we'll continue to, and we'll never be out of your corner.
Have. Thank you.
We represent about 13,000 police officers in Michigan. It's about 3/4 of the group. And I don't know anybody here that would want to live or invest or work in a town where they're not safe. So no matter what you do, money-wise, no matter what you do with everything else in your life, if you don't feel safe, you're not going to want to go to the restaurant, you're not going to want to pump gas in your own car. In our job, the open borders has been an issue with us. We've talked about this a little before, but what's happened is the honor and luster that came with the badge, the people that wore the badge. I'll go back to the Old West. The badge meant something. When people saw it, it meant something. And it did even when I was on the job, still pushing a car around. And that luster has tarnished. And to get the shine back is a lot harder than it is to lose it. Here in Michigan, we have 700 fewer police officers than we had in 2020. And that's a significant number when you look at it. It means everybody's working more hours, mandated overtime and such. But the worst part of that is our academies that once had a waiting list are now empty or half full at best. And our best recruits, I was with some high school students the other day, the best recruits we have for police, it's a different kind of a job. It's a culture, I call it. It's not for everyone. Everyone here shouldn't want to be a police officer. Everybody, we don't want you all to be police officers, to be honest with you. But the truth is, when we go to high schools, just like the military, the kids that we need are not 28 years old. They're 16, 17 years old. And our best recruiters over the years were their senior officers, their dad, their uncle, their grandpa, who are now telling them, you're out of your mind, don't do it. We have no retirement health care, so if they retire at 55, they're on their own till 65 when Medicare kicks in. They have no pensions anymore. They get a 401k, but I don't know how long you're gonna live. That's not a real way to retire at 55. And it's really not wages that's killing our recruiting. It's the pensions, it's the health care, but it's that desire to become one, that desire to become a police officer. The open border, what it really did was take the old stop police thing that we used to be able to get away with and just vaporized it. Nobody stops at the border. They don't stop on Gratiot Avenue. They won't stop out here on Adams Road either. And so what's occurred this year in 90 days, we had 3 police officers shot to death on the job, separate incidents. Not one of them had their gun out of their holster. These weren't barricaded gunmen, wasn't a bank robbery. These were ambushes. That's in Michigan, 3 in 90 days. And they never fired a shot, never got their guns out. So I like to borrow an old line, maybe J.D. Vance would like it, but it's an old Marine. Chesty Puller once said, we've located the enemy, they have us surrounded. That's how I feel right now. They got us surrounded. But when we see you at a funeral, when we see you writing letters, when we see you hugging babies of fallen officers, I just want you to know that we feel like our arms are around those people. And I can't begin to tell you how much that means to us. The things that you do, we've got right now 16 officers indicted for felonies in Michigan that I think if given enough money and time, you'd find that they were all innocent, or most of them. We do hire human beings, so I can't explain everything. But when you have that happen and you see the bad guys just ignore you, and Anthony here will talk more about how it affects the people on the road, but we can't hire anybody. And it's not about money. People want to give money. I know you understand that you argue with these people and say just throw money at it. It's stupid. But if we can't get the right candidates, and we can't get them because we're not convincing them at a younger age that this is an honorable job. The honor's gone. I believe in it. I think people here believe in it. I know none of them want to be without police, but we need good people. And so the things that you do, the things that you talk about, qualified immunity, I think most people don't know what it means. We understand it. I know you do. They think with qualified immunity means we can go rob a bank and not get in trouble. Nobody understands that that's not the case. But the things that you do for us, the things that you say, the times that you and I have met before, you spoke at our convention, we did a big screen TV. The things you do really matter, and they do help us. And we're all behind you, 100%.
Thank you. Thank you. Jim, one thing we're going to be doing, and we're going to be doing it strongly, and I've wanted to do it, and looked at it for a long time, but we have to do it. Immunity for some of these places. You said you have 14 people, and you don't believe maybe one or two. I mean, maybe some are guilty of something, but I would bet you a lot of them aren't. And they're going through hell, and their pension's going to be gone. Frankly, their family's going to end up being gone, their car, their house, everything. So we want to do immunity. We also want to call for the death penalty for anybody killing a police officer. Immediate death. You have to do it. We'll be pressing, and thank you for your support.
We have an attorney general that's after us right now.
You have I know your attorney general.
But most of these guys that do get found innocent are bankrupt by the time.
That's right. If they're innocent, they have no money left. That's right.
Anthony, if you don't mind.
We're going to be looking at that very strongly, though, that police officers they're doing their job. If they do their job, and if they make a mistake, even if it's a mistake, and that can happen, you were telling me, others were telling me, they have like a quarter of a second to make a decision. You would have a hard time with that. I mean, literally a quarter of a second to make a decision, and if it's the wrong decision, their life is over. And we have to help people out now. It's time, so we're going to do the immunity thing, and we're going to fight alongside of them. We have to stop being politically correct. And you're always going to have some bad apples, but they are very, very few. How many of the 14 would you say would be innocent?
Innocent, probably about 10 of them.
All right. Well,
and maybe the others are overcharged. There's still a lot of work.
Yeah. It's pretty tough stuff. It's happening all over.
It's very expensive to defend yourself.
Well, they're afraid to do their job, too.
You're right.
They want to do their job, but they're afraid to do their job. We'll take care of it. Thank you, Jim. Great job. Thank you for the support.
Mr. President, we have also with us Anthony Hall. Anthony's the president of the Livonia Police Officers Association. 20 years on the job, 10 years on SWAT in Western Wayne County. Anthony, you've seen a lot. Talk to us about the morale for officers since Kamala Harris and Joe Biden came into office.
Yeah, so I've been on the job for 20 years now, and I have 7 years left before I can retire. And since the new administration has taken over, we went from the middle of COVID, where people were cheering as we were driving by their house during a lockdown when we turned on our lights and sirens, to literally overnight having slurs or flipped off driving down the road, doing the same job we've been doing throughout the whole pandemic and throughout my whole career, right? So I think one of the biggest things is over scrutiny of our job and our profession as a whole. After the George Floyd incident happened, it made being a police officer very difficult. And when something like that happens, you expect the pendulum to swing, right? And after Ferguson, the pendulum swang like it did, and then it returned back to its neutral. And after George Floyd, even now, the pendulum hasn't come back to neutral. And I attribute that to the current administration's opinion with all law enforcement, right? They lack support for everyone. And when I say over scrutiny, I'm not saying not holding us accountable. We should all be held accountable. But now everybody's a self-proclaimed expert in our field, right? So there's a big push to have civilian oversight committees, civilians that don't do our job on a day-to-day basis to tell us what we've done right and what we've done wrong. I have a lot of colleagues that have quit the job since George Floyd, just left the profession entirely. Probably over a dozen that I know personally. So that's a big thing. And then another thing too, I mean, we have less people doing the job that we've been doing all along, but now we just have fewer officers. And then another thing to throw the wrench into it is the bond reform that the current administration's changed, because now we arrest somebody and the criminal that we've arrested has made it home even before our officers done with their shift.
Yeah.
So, but hopefully in November we can change that.
Mr. President. Mr. President, we also have us up with here a friend of ours, former member of Congress, Mike Rogers, running for the United States Senate. Mike, you just heard from law enforcement.
Yeah.
You heard from law enforcement in the state of Michigan. What are your thoughts about the support for law enforcement in the state of Michigan? And frankly, you know, you're going to be a United States Senator pretty soon. That's what people tell me. Your thoughts for around the country as well.
As my mother would say, from your lips to God's ears. That would be what say. Oh, come on, people, lighten up. Let's go. You're here with the next president of the United States of America. So not only do we have 700 fewer officers, we are 5,000 officers short across the state of Michigan. So the president rightly talks about qualified immunity for police officers, that the Democrats have been chipping away and chipping away. And that doesn't mean you don't get charged if you commit a crime. It means if you're doing your job, they can't take your house. And so people are making the decision every day in this state about not going into the business or getting out of the business because they're chipping away at their ability to protect their families as well as protect our community. I was an FBI guy and worked in street crime. I will tell you that the surge of illegal immigrants and the crime rate of illegal immigrants happening in our state, sexual assaults of young girls, a rape of a young girl in Oakland County, an illegal immigrant exposed himself to a 9-year-old girl, and as we know as former law enforcement guys, they're on the path to do something really bad. All didn't have to be here. 3,000 deaths of fentanyl here in the state of Michigan because of a wide open border that we could close today, and it will happen when we elect Donald J. Trump.
Mr. President, we also have with us Trisha Outen. Now, Trisha, she's a small business owner. The name of her business is Pretty Hunter. I'm gonna let her talk about what Pretty Hunter is. I'm not a pretty hunter. I think Trisha's a pretty hunter. I'm gonna let her talk about that. But Trisha is also a mother of 3, and she's a candidate for the school board here in the state of Michigan. First of all, Trisha, explain to us what Pretty Hunter is, but then also really tell me about what's on your mind about what the left is doing in our schools.
Thank you for having me here this evening, Congressman Donald, and it's such a pleasure to be in your presence, President Trump. So Pretty Hunter started for my quest for enjoying the outdoors. We live in the great state of Michigan. There's a lot to enjoy. We design jewelry made out of once-fired bullets because last I checked, bullets don't decompose. So I consider our company saving the earth one bullet at a time. And yes, it is hunting season here in Michigan, and beautiful as it is, we're in archery, soon firearm season, but right now, I'm hunting votes in the Walled Lake School District. The question of what the left is doing wrong in the school system is very vast, so I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet. I can confidently tell you our schools have lost their way. The left has and is inundating our schools with DEI and ideological rhetoric, while frivolous spending on shiny new buildings with a fireplace and waste buckets shipped to Michigan from California. I didn't know Michigan didn't have any 5-gallon buckets available for our schools. Get to the bottom of that when I get on the board. Meanwhile, our children are not reading at grade level. They are unlearning how to critically think for themselves. This is unacceptable. Across our nation and in my district of Walled Lake, our children are not thriving. As I see it, they're simply surviving. We are seeing influence as early as preschool that introduces hate, fear into these young minds, and it's devastating for me to uncover this as I've begun to run for the board. Our children are being taught that they have privilege or lack thereof. Some are even being taught that they are less than because of the color of their skin or because of where or how they were born. President Trump, with you back in that Oval Office, I am confident that we can make our children's future bright again. And one last part. Because schools are focusing on these ideologies instead of focusing on academic foundations and hunting what is good in the world, we are ruining an entire generation of children. We are at a turning point in history. Right now, in my opinion, we simply need to get back to basics. Literacy, arithmetic, I don't know, maybe even writing. Furthermore, we simply need to put EDU before DEI. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. You're right.
Mr. President, last but not least, we have with us Tim Gregory. Tim Gregory is a UAW worker for 46 years with GM. 46 years.
He looks good. He looks good.
He does look good.
You look young.
Thank you.
Tim, I know that for you, God comes first,
Correct.
then your family, and then this country.
Amen.
I know that. But tell us how you truly believe that Donald Trump is the answer, not just for Michigan, but for UAW workers, to not only keep their jobs here in Michigan, but also to keep the auto industry alive and well in the United States.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. Thank you for being here. And first of all, I'd like to thank you, President Trump, for being so tenacious and not giving up when others would have. And also because of the years I have working through the UAW and General Motors, I think that your record shows that because you have a background of being in business, I think that you see the changes and what we need, where we need to go in order to grow the business and grow the jobs. And I also see that your policies in the past and the policies you say you're going to enact with the border, with China, with our energy resources, the direction you wanted to take from a long time ago, back when you were president before. That's why I think you're best for this country, you're best for the UAW, and you're best for the workers. And also I'd like to take this opportunity, and it's not my notes, but I just want to say that I've always thought you was the most genuine candidate. And as a regular Joe, as they introduced me as in the bio, I think that I appreciate that. I think you're for the people and you're for America. And that's why I think you're the best.
Thank you, Tim. Well, I want to start by saying you look a lot younger than you must be, because if you've worked for the company 46 years, that's a long time. You look like you're 35 years old. I would say, what's that all about, right? What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, you believe in God, that I can see. And
I hear that once in a while.
But you're very lucky in that sense. Thank you very much. I want to, it sort of pertains to what you're saying. So I'll just make this statement. A big thing happened over the last couple of days for Michigan and for Detroit and for the country. Howard knows all about this, but some of the biggest auto plants in the world were planned for Mexico. And I've been talking about it for the last year. I've been talking about the whole concept for 10 years, 15 years. I mean, even as a private person, I couldn't believe how how companies were and countries were coming in and stealing our jobs. Stealing our plants. Everyone's unemployed. Then they sell cars back in. All they do is you get fired, and then they make the car and they sell it into our country. They make a lot of money. We make nothing. We have unemployment. And I've watched this for 20 years. I've watched it for so long, and it's disgraceful. And so I have good news for you. I've been talking about, in particular, one giant plant, bigger than anything you've ever seen. And you know the story where a person I know he builds plants. That's what he does. And I said, I want to see a plant, a big one, about a year and a half ago. And he said, okay, when do you want to go to Mexico? I said, no, I want to see one here. He said, we don't build them here big. We build them, but they're little by comparison. China's building the biggest ones in Mexico. I said, that's not good. I don't like that. No. And he said, well, that's the way it is. I said, I'm not going to Mexico. I'm not going to look at him in Mexico. I want to see him here. So anyway, time went by, and I started thinking about it. And in speeches, because it's just an automatic instinct to me, I started saying, well, if they're building a plant, they're going to wipe out, here. That means they're building a plant. They're going to send the cars into our country one way or the other by the millions. And Detroit and Michigan, because, you had many more. You're probably 60% wiped out from what it was in its heyday, maybe more than that. I said, you're going to get wiped out. The rest of it's going to be. And then you have a union head who wants to build electric cars, and they're going to all be made in China. You know that. And we have a thing called liquid gold. They have, which is oil and gas. We have a lot of it. And by the way, Brian, stand up for a second, if you would, please. This guy is he's like you. He gets it so much. You know each other, maybe. He gets it so much. He gets it like nobody. So, and he's been fighting against all of this nonsense for so long. And so the electric cars are going to, and by the way, Elon Musk is a great friend of mine. He gave me a tremendous endorsement. He's right now campaigning in Pennsylvania because he thinks we have to win if we don't win this election. Because, she's a Marxist. This woman has no idea what she's doing. And we can't let her be president. I don't want to be rude about it. We can't let her be president. This country is finished if that happens. Beyond a normal candidate, this country would be absolutely finished if she got it. So we have to stop her. But what happened is I've been thinking about it and what it would do to the country. And these are plants that are bigger than anything you've seen. They will knock out the cars. You press a button and the whole thing starts operating. And so I started talking about this, what do you think, Brian, a year ago, less than a year ago, that I won't let it happen a year ago, yeah? And I said, I'm not going to let it happen if they do this plant in Mexico, right near the border, and a couple of others. I'm going to put giant tariffs on it for 100%, and if that doesn't work, I'll go to 200%. I don't care. They're not going to be selling cars here. Now, if they want to build their plant here, I hope here, but at least in the United States, someplace in the United States, that's a whole different ballgame. But we're not going to have them building them in other countries, sending them into the United States, taking all those jobs. So I've been announcing it, and I've been talking about it. And I saw the gentleman that builds the plants, because I was here a couple of weeks ago at the Detroit conference, as you know, and it was really the auto conference. And so I look in the audience, and there he is, the man that builds the plants. And I said, could I see you a minute before the speech? And after the speech, I saw him, and I said, so how is that plant doing? He said, sir, they've decided not to build. I said, why? He said, because I think you're going to be elected, and if you put tariffs, on this year. So, thank you. And that was easy. I didn't even do anything other than say, I'm telling you, the man said it right over here. It's the most beautiful word in the dictionary. You have other words that are damn nice, like love. But I tell you, I think it's more beautiful than love, the word tariff. And so here it works. Hey, Brian, here it works without even doing anything. They thought there was a chance, and they're not going to spend $2 billion on building a plant and then have, Trump get elected and put 200%. And if that wasn't enough, I'd raise it. And again, the higher it goes, the more likely it is that they build in this country. But think of it. So they stopped this giant plant just on the basis. Now, if I don't get elected, they will start it up as sure as you're sitting there. Mm-hmm. These people have no clue. She has no clue what she's doing. She wants to raise everybody's taxes. She's a disaster. And other than that, I like her quite a bit, right? But no, I don't care even about dislike. Somebody has to come in. We did great the first time. We did better the second time. As everybody knows, we got millions and more votes. And frankly, if I didn't, and some bad things happened, and let's not talk about it, because we're going to make up for it this time. Too big to rig. But I will tell you, if I didn't do well the second time, I wouldn't have done it. But I watched Biden and her, and now especially her, because she's worse than Biden. I watched them, and I said, I got to run again. I got to run again. That's what happened, because they said they're ruining our country with the open border. I mean, 8,000, just the drug dealers, 8,000 drug dealers, 13,099 murderers in jail. They're going to let them out of jail. Some with death penalties. They're just going to say, well, this is easier. We'll just send them to the United States because their people don't know what. But think of 13,000 plus people who murdered people, and they're going to be let free in our country. And then you have their prisons are being emptied up, like Venezuela. They're emptying up their prisons. Their crime is down 72% in Venezuela. If they get elected, we're all friends. If they get elected, we'll all meet next year in Venezuela because it'll be the safest country because they've emptied out. And let me tell you, it was a very unsafe country. Caracas, you couldn't walk across the street. It's sort of like some of our cities are getting, right? Our cities are getting like that. So just the thought of me getting elected stopped somebody from destroying the rest of Detroit, from destroying the state of Michigan's auto industry. And with your auto industry, so goes Michigan. I mean, it's a big deal. And we're going to we're going to reverse that very easily. He knows because he's got a natural, when he said, when I explained it to him, so he's a business, he's a savant. Is that good? He's a savant. He knows. It took me about 2 minutes. After about 2 minutes, I get it. How long did it take you to understand the word tariff? 2 minutes or less?
From you, it took 2 minutes.
Yeah, it took very little. He figured it out very quickly. He wasn't exposed to it, frankly. He actually said, you mean you can really do that? He couldn't believe it. And we have another one, Paulson. He sort of was.
He's got it too.
He can't even sleep at night. He's so excited about it. But they have to be. And then we have stupid people that don't know. They say, oh, tariff. But they're very stupid people. We have a senator from Pennsylvania who decided not to run. He fought me all the way on tariffs. This guy fought me. His name's Toomey. He fought me, and I wouldn't endorse him, and he decided not to run based on that, and that's good because all he did was, I said, so if China charges 100%, can we, for a similar product, charge them 100%? No, sir. Okay. Can we charge them 50% or 25%? No, sir. Why? It's not free trade. I said, explain that. I said, can we charge them 10%, 2%, or 1%? No, sir, it's not free trade. I said, you gotta be kidding. And I said, I wouldn't endorse you under any circumstance. Now, I don't know if he really believed this or, because he's not a stupid guy. Did he really believe this or was there something else going on? But anyway, so we're gonna bring back the auto industry, but also, Tim, a lot of other industries. This pertains to many. We talk about cars because it's so nice to talk about cars. Sort of the ultimate thing to manufacture. But we're going to bring back a lot of industry, and it's going to be a great, fantastic presentation. We appreciate it from everybody. Is that your father over there? Who is that guy, though? The good-looking guy. Is he your father with that shirt on? I like that color. I'm going to wear a couple of them now, I think. I've got such support from the Teamsters, I'm going to have to wear that, I think. But I want to thank everybody. And again, support, always you've been with me, and I appreciate it very much, Jim. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You got to respect this man right here, man. He is open to having a conversation with anybody. And as usual, articulate. He knows what the American people need. It's just 100% respect for this guy right here, bro. 100% respect. Okay, so like we all know, Elon Musk has been supporting the former president, the 45th, who some people say he might be the 47th. All right, so let's listen to Elon Musk campaign for the legendary 45th. So, Elon Musk takes question from Pennsylvania voters at American Pack Town Hall. Let's listen to Elon Musk, the SpaceX founder, the legendary Tesla. I don't know if you guys have heard about the robo-taxi. I'm telling you, the future looks exciting, sound exciting. This is the future we used to dream about when we were young. Flying cars and that kind of stuff. They man right here about to bring it to life. Let's get it.
Wow, this is amazingly great energy. Thank you for coming. So I'm holding my phone since we're doing sort of a live spaces as well as a video cast. So I'm holding my phone for that reason. If you see me holding, why is he holding his phone? We're doing a live X Spaces at the same time as a video stream. So I'll be able to take some questions from, obviously, as many questions as possible from the audience and as well from people online. But as you can see, I'm obviously here in person. This is me, not a clone of me. And the reason I'm here in person is because Pennsylvania is so important to the future of the world. So, you know, you show what matters by your actions, not your words. And my actions are: I'm here, I'm in Pennsylvania, and I'm here for a very important reason. Which, yeah, which is. I can't emphasize enough that Pennsylvania is, I think, the linchpin in this election. And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America, and along with the fate of America, the fate of Western civilization. And I think the things we all want are simple, sensible, I think common sense things. You know, we obviously want secure borders. We want safe cities. You know, sensible spending, so that we don't have crazy inflation. We want freedom of speech. We want the Constitution to be upheld. And you know, I'm being told at times that these are like right-wing values. I'm like, are you insane? There's literally the fundamental values that made America what it is today. And anyone who's against those things is fundamentally anti-American. And the hell with them. Yeah. I see I'm getting a lot of agreement from everyone in this room. So, yeah. So, and you know, I actually lived in Pennsylvania for 3 years, by the way. I'm no stranger to the state. I lived in the city for 3 years. I went to school here. So, you know, so I know the state. I'm not some, you know, just arrived situation. You know, I've been here, spent 3 years of my life here. So it's a great state. Love it. You know, and yeah, yeah, it was awesome. But you know, the thing is, like I was talking to friends of mine who, like when I went to Penn, it was very dangerous at the time, but everyone thought it would get better would get better as the years went on. You know, one of the issues was like students would get killed from time to time, and that's pretty bad, obviously. And I was talking to someone who recently graduated from Penn. They said, actually, it's worse. And I'm like, it's worse? What the hell is going on? You know? It's like, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the reality is that if someone is a violent criminal, you know, where they either are unable to control their violence or they like it, if you do not incarcerate them, they will hurt people. That's what it comes down to. So if you don't put hardened criminals in jail, they will kill people. That's what it comes down to. And that's, unfortunately, the situation we have here is that the Democratic Party will not put hardened criminals in prison. And so they roam free, and they prey upon you, and your kids, and your family, and your friends. This is insane. How can we be, you know, the most powerful country in the world, and it's not safe to walk around our cities? What the hell is going on? Yeah. I mean, Soros, honestly, misanthropic. You know, he's for someone who has, you know, sort of claims to be doing good, but actually he is not. You know, He is tearing down the fabric of society. So terrible. Yeah. But I think it's just unbelievable that like you should be able to feel safe walking around American cities. And it's not just, it's, Philadelphia has a challenge. New York has a challenge. Every major city in the U.S. Like my mom lives in New York, for example. 3 of her friends have been assaulted on the street this year. It's like, and it's getting worse. And now, when she takes her dog for a walk, she has to stay, inside of the building so she can call for help if need be. This is not the future we want. And if we get 4 more years of this, I mean, we're going to be fully Mad Max, And it's like, well, it's nice to watch a Mad Max movie, but we don't want to be in the Mad Max movie, okay? So yeah, and then the whole border thing is just insane. I always want to try to figure out what is the truth of the matter, what's really going on. So on the border situation, it's like, is it real or is it not real? So I went there in person and I just literally live streamed what I saw. And our border looks like World War Z, okay? It's like zombie apocalypse, it's insane. So this is, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. Yeah, I mean, we're just saying, like, we have to have real borders, or if you don't have real borders, you don't have a real country. And obviously, as someone who's an immigrant, I'm pro-immigrant. I just want to make sure that people who come here are going to be assets to society, and that they're going to raise our standard of living, I think the sort of sports team analogy is a good one. So, like, let's say you're a pro sports team, you want to win the championship, then, well, you want aces on your team, obviously, because they help the whole team win. So the same is true for immigration. If we have this sort of equivalent of, like, Kobe Bryant or Steph Curry or LeBron or something like that, they want to join the team. Like, absolutely, of course. Do you like winning? Yeah, okay. But if they can't play basketball, they shouldn't be joining. So that's real important. And yeah, and then something that doesn't get a lot of attention is the fact that the federal government is spending America into bankruptcy. Which is crazy. It's sort of, and that's really what leads to inflation. Is that when the government spends more than it brings in, that's what causes inflation. Yeah, so it's just a pernicious tax. So there has to be we have to radically reduce the amount of government spending so that we don't rack up a debt that is impossible to repay and drive the country to bankruptcy. So, I mean, just basic stuff, really, These shouldn't be controversial topics. It's just like normal. Common sense, exactly. And you're seeing all these attacks on freedom of speech, and they're like attacking me for freedom. It's like, yo, that's the First Amendment, like literally the first one. Tells me it's a high priority. And the reason they had the First Amendment was because the countries people came from, if you spoke your mind, you'd be imprisoned or killed. That's why you have it. That's really important. And then the right to bear arms is also really important. That's there to protect, I mean, the Second Amendment is there to protect the First Amendment. So, as soon as the government can disarm the people, they can do anything they want. And we've seen this in one country after another. They take the guns away from the people, then they do fake elections, and then the people try to protest and they just get shot. That's what happened in Venezuela recently. They had a fake election. Maduro lost. like massively lost, like, 70% loss. And he's like, oh no, I won. And, and everyone's like, no, you didn't win. There were big protests in the street. But the thing is that Chavez, when he came into power, took away everyone's guns. So now you're facing, soldiers with assault rifles. Were you going to throw some sticks at them or something? Use finger guns? It doesn't work. So Maduro, even though he lost the election, is still in power. And that's the kind of risk that we face. So we got to do everything possible to protect the Constitution. And I think this is, yeah. So for all those reasons, that's why, after thinking about it hard, it was very clear to me that Donald Trump has to win this election. It really does. Yeah. And so I think the most important thing that you can do, and what I'm asking everyone to do, is make sure that you're registered to vote, that you and then vote early, and then talk to your friends and family and everyone you know to make sure that they're registered to vote, because Monday is the deadline for voting registration. And honestly, this is if there's ever a time to be a pest with your friends and family, this is the time. Yeah, this is the time. Everyone you know, everyone you meet, everyone you run into, register them to vote, and then get them to vote immediately. And we only have until Monday night to register to vote. So the next basically 3 days are essential. And I think we see this election decided in Pennsylvania by, it could be 10,000 votes, it could be 1,000 votes, it could be 10 votes, it could be some very tiny number. So every incremental person is a huge difference. I haven't been politically active before. I'm politically active now because I think the future of America and the future of civilization is at stake. So. Yeah. So. Yeah, please go all out registering people. We have 3 days. Let's go. Anything you possibly do. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions or take comments from the audience. And yeah. Thank you.
We'll form a line. We'll do one question per person, okay?
Yeah, I have the mic.
Yeah. Where's the line?
All right.
Here. Elon, first of all, welcome to Ridley Township.
Thank you.
Delaware County, and welcome to Ridley School District and our beautiful high school. Yep. Because you made this your first stop, we'd love to make you an honorary Ridley Raider.
Thank you.
I'd like to give you this shirt, football jersey. Sports is big in Ridley, big in Delaware County. This is must. 67 counties in Pennsylvania. We got to turn every one of them red.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
First question is, what can all of us here, everybody in this auditorium, everybody watching the live stream, what can we do now to make sure we get Donald Trump across the finish line in Pennsylvania and everywhere else in this country?
Yeah, it's fundamentally for the next 3 days, just everyone needs to focus on registering friends, family, acquaintances, everyone you know. Because if you're not registered by Monday, that's why I'm being sort of repetitive about this and really emphasizing this. Anyone not registered by Monday evening, or if they're registered incorrectly, their vote won't count. They won't be able to vote. So we got 3 days. It's all about registration, 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 registration every single day. And like I said, this election could be decided by a handful of people. It could just be that a little bit of extra effort on voter registration decides the entire future of civilization. So that's why I'm saying, man, this is, if there's ever a weekend to spend going hog wild on registration, this is it. Yeah. Whoa.
Hi, Elon. Thank you so much for being here. It means so much, and I think it's really in line with your character as I've come to know you from listening to you speak in interviews. In addition to voting for Donald Trump, what can the average citizen do to help train AI to be truth-seeking?
Well, I think definitely, publicly pushing to ensure that AI is truth-seeking and is not sort of politically correct, or which means factually incorrect. That's a big deal. Like, just speak out on social media, and certainly complain loudly when other companies attempt to essentially program their AI with a dystopian San Francisco, Berkeley philosophy. And if you want to know where that philosophy leads, just walk around the streets of San Francisco. But be careful, because do not get killed by a violent drug zombie, because they're all over this downtown SF. It's insane. So you can see what, where does that philosophy lead? And unfortunately, I think a lot of the AIs are being programmed, at least implicitly, with that misanthropic dystopian philosophy. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. Right here, on your right.
Sorry, with the lights in my eyes and stuff, it's hard to see. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm originally from Malaysia, and I've been here 20 years. I came here legally. I see a lot of immigration and a lot of immigrants who came here legally. They all support Trump, and they want a strong economy. They want, family values and all that. And oh, by the way, I came here because my daughter goes to school here. She told me to come over. I used to be really, really active in promoting, Trump campaign 4 years ago, and I got burned out, and I'm so frustrated. And it's all because of the cheating. So what are we going to do with that?
Well, there is, I think, some amount of cheating that takes place. It's hard because they've, when you have mail-in ballots and no sort of proof of citizenship, it becomes almost impossible to prove cheating is the issue. So a lot of people on the Dem side will say there's no cheating, and I'm like, you've made it impossible to actually prove that there's cheating. But statistically, there are some very strange things that happen that are statistically incredibly unlikely. So, there's always this sort of question of, like, say, the Dominion voting machines. It is weird that I think they're used in Philadelphia and in Maricopa County, but not in a lot of other places. Doesn't that seem like a heck of a coincidence? So I think there's we should, in my view, we should only do paper ballots hand counted. That's it. I mean, I'm a technologist. I know a lot about computers, and I'm like, the last thing I would do is trust a computer program. Because it's just too easy to hack. It's too easy to add just one line. And it's really difficult to hack paper ballots. So, it's in-person voting with proof of, with ID, which, by the way, every country has. I mean, like almost every country that has democratic elections requires in-person voting with voter ID. It's super weird to not have that. I think that's the only way to effectively address fraud. given that we are today, I think we just need a very big margin of victory. Yeah. If the margin of victory is big enough, then as they say, it's got to beat the cheat. Yeah. So that's it.
Elon, first off, you're my hero, and I love your sneakers.
Thank you.
So if you do choose to be the head of the Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah, Doge.
Yep. What do you think about we stop giving money to other countries such as Israel, Ukraine, and we stop funding forever wars that most likely is going to the deep state anyway?
Yeah. Well, I think in general the amount of waste that happens with the federal government is really staggering. It's a staggering amount of waste of taxpayer money. And if we're, for any given expenditure, we have to say, well, what does this do for the citizens of America? Like, how is this good for the people of America? It's their money. Like, for some weird reason, a lot of people in the sort of, state or whatever, the politicians, they seem to forget that the money being spent is your money. And if it's not being spent in a way that is beneficial to the American people, it's a misuse of the funds. So, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money that's being spent where sort of illegals are getting more benefits than citizens. Like, what the heck is that? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. So as we bring government spending and look inward to our country, I am a government employee. I care about innovation and efficiency. With your vision for a Department of Government Efficiency, what can we do? How can we support you? And also, how can we spot the needs of people in North Carolina? The body count is abnormally underreported. What can we do to press on that and to support people within our country?
Sure. Well, I do think that government efficiency is not simply about reducing the size of government, but making sure that there are incentives for excellent work. So if somebody's, whatever you incent will happen. So if you have incentives for excellent work, and by the same token, if someone's not doing excellent work, they're exited. Just like normal. It's really what happens in a properly functioning company is that you reward, or think of a sports team. The players that are doing well, they get rewarded, and the players that are not doing well, they exit the team. And that should just be how it works. And I think that'll have a profound effect on the effectiveness of government, because whatever you incent will happen. So if the incentives are aligned with saving people in North Carolina, then that's what will happen. But if you have a sort of a failed response to do a terrible job and people die, which is insane. So.
Hi, Elon. Hi, Elon. Can you tell us about your trip to Israel?
Yeah. It was a very moving trip. So, it's a very moving trip. Definitely one of the toughest regions to. How do you what set of actions result in the greater good in Israel? I mean, obviously you cannot have people who, if they want to slaughter everyone in Israel, you got to stop that. There's no way. Those people either need to be killed or incarcerated, or they will simply try to kill more Israelis. This is what it amounts to, obviously. And they want to kill Americans too, by the way. Generally, Israel is referred to as the little Satan in America. We are the big Satan. That's what the Ayatollah calls us. So, so I think, I think a lot of what's happening there is people are being taught to hate, in Gaza from when they're children. They're taught to hate, and that's really the thing that needs to stop for there to be, long-term peace. Hopefully, is that you just cannot have the kids be taught to hate from the moment they can talk. That's fundamental. So, yeah. So, so I think there's it's kind of a three-step process there, which is you've mentioned one has to do the difficult thing, which is to yes, eliminate Hamas, exactly, and then I think also going forward, anyone who's teaching hatred in Gaza or elsewhere, they need to stop doing that. That can't be acceptable. We have to stop, kids being taught to hate America in America. So, and then the third thing that's also very important is that there has to be economic prosperity in Gaza. So it's like, how do you sort of, after terrible things have been done, you then have to sort of, you have to bring prosperity to Gaza, and that's the thing that will ensure, provided kids are not taught to hate and there's long-term prosperity, I think there will be peace in Gaza. And we see an example of that after World War II, where with Germany and Japan, they were defeated. They obviously did terrible things, but changed the education system. And unlike World War I, we helped rebuild Japan and Germany. The Marshall Plan. Instead of exacting vengeance, America insisted we're going to help rebuild Germany, we're going to help rebuild Japan, and now they're our allies. And there's been no war ever since.
And I want to say congratulations on the successful redocking of your rocket. Big deal. And I'm going to go...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a great week. We had the Tesla sort of cool autonomous car and robot stuff, which I think is going to be really, really great. I think, who wouldn't want their own personal C-3PO R2-D2? It'd be awesome, So I think that we're going to build some awesome helper robots and autonomous cars, and then this is a good day. Fate is smiling upon us here. Thank you. And we caught the rocket, which is just totally nuts. You see that rocket booster? It's the largest, heaviest flying object ever made, and it just got caught by Mechazilla arms. Kind of like, Karate Kid, but bigger. Catch on the fly with the chopsticks.
So
yeah.
My question is, do you think there is a shadow government behind the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, well, let me put it this way: it's not Biden. We know that for a fact. Okay. The dude has barely got 2 functional neurons, so it's like, and he just seems to be at the beach a lot, and he's obviously not in charge. So I mean, when the polls started going low on Biden, he was saying, oh, he's staying in the race, but then I guess the real powers that be told him he's not, It's like,
so who is it that's behind him? We know Obama, okay, but Obama...
I mean, I'm just as curious as you are. It is, as far as I can determine, there isn't any one sort of puppet master. It's more like there's 1,000 or, I don't know, a lot. But I mean, I'd like to talk to them to understand more about, listen, what are your goals, puppet masters? I'm just curious. I mean, maybe I agree with some of them. It's possible. But it's just obvious that Biden's not in charge. It's obvious that Kamala's not in charge. I mean, they just replaced the Biden puppet with the Kamala puppet. very obviously. And so you can tell, like, if the teleprompter stops working, then the puppet breaks. And it's like, oh. the puppet just starts looping because the teleprompter broke. But I don't have a teleprompter. I can just talk like a normal human. So I mean, I think it's not, from what I can tell, it's not one puppet master, it's many, but, interesting to see the crossover between the Epstein client list and Kamala's puppet masters. I bet there's a lot of names that appear in both lists.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Diddy too.
Can you hit a little higher so I don't have to bend?
Diddy did it.
Elon, my name is Gregory Stenstrom. I'm from here, Delaware County. There's two people who know me. In my hands, you asked earlier if you'd like to go to a hand count. We have 3 federal suits right now. One, because we know for a fact, and we have proof, that the election code in the machines in Dominion and Harlingen Civic are fraudulent here, right here in Delaware County. The Secretary of State for their elections, Jonathan Marks, admitted this in court last week.
Wow, he did?
In court, on a transcript.
I didn't read about that. For some reason,
Well, of course you didn't.
For some reason, the
How many people
the
here know
legacy
me?
media forgot to report about that one.
How many people here know me? Quite a few.
I mean, I usually keep up with these things, and I did not know that.
Well, we're also co-defendants. Leah Hoops and myself, also from Delaware County, were co-defendants with President Trump and Rudy Giuliani in a defamation suit where we proved over 952 days that there was massive election fraud in 2020. We proved it in court. It's a matter of public record. We also have the proof that the election machines that are currently being used are fraudulent. We have videos right now that I can show you of ballot boxes being stuffed here in Delaware County, Montgomery County, Chester County, and across the state.
Okay.
We have that video. We have submitted this to the federal courts in 3 federal cases. We have a SCOTUS case right here.
Yeah.
And the SCOTUS case is just simple. It asks the DOJ to rescind their policy not to investigate election fraud.
Which seems crazy.
We are being blocked.
Yeah, I mean,
blocked,
this DOJ
blocked.
is doing a great, I don't know what, just take the J out of their name, you know. Department of Injustice.
What I'd like you to do, Elon, is I don't want to take too much time, and I know this is kind of a shock, but we have a book here, The Parallel Election. I have a Supreme Court case, and I have the federal suits here. We've called your people. We've called the people who are supposed to be helping. We have hundreds of people right now ready.
Yeah.
They're out taking videos. They're training poll workers, and we are not getting support from many of the people in the first front rows here. And their pictures, if you want to know who they are in this book.
Well,
I'd like to give it to them.
let's what I recommend is to post content on the X platform, and then people can argue and say it's right or wrong, but you know, if you have videos or evidence, then post them publicly on social media, and then people can you know, judge for themselves. Exactly. Okay, great, excellent, thank you. But anyway, let's not get contentious. This is I think, you know, teamwork makes the dream work here, whatever the situation, I don't want to dissuade anyone from voting. It's very important to vote. You know, any actions with respect to voting machines and whatnot, we certainly want to put them under intense scrutiny, but it's nonetheless, everyone needs to vote. And like I said, if you leave here with one thing, the goal is to register as many people as possible to vote. That is the goal, and we only have until Monday night. That is the goal. One mission, bam.
Hi, Elon. Thank you for being here. First, I want to thank you as somebody with a spinal cord injury for being innovative, because not many people are. I won't take up the time, but 18,000 people a year are injured. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I'm hopeful that Neuralink can do a lot, actually, you know, initially providing the ability for anyone who's lost the brain-body connection to be able to interface with their phone and computer faster than a human with working hands, which is, I think, really cool. But down the road, I think it will be possible to restore a whole body functionality. If you have a Neuralink in the motor cortex that then shunts past where the neurons are damaged in the spine, I'm confident that long term you can actually restore people's ability to walk and use their hands.
I appreciate it. I would love to work with you on getting support around here, but
yeah, and in fact, one of the things that, you know, and to be fair, the FDA has been, within the context of their current rules, has been actually quite supportive. They've given us sort of express lane, you know, because they've seen the quality of the work and the sophistication of the technology. They have given us sort of fast track approval, but still you know, our progress is limited by regulatory issues. And that's the same thing that's happening with SpaceX. Is like SpaceX can build a giant rocket faster than the license can be processed by the government, which is insane. So, you know, I should mention, like, one of the most fundamental things about me supporting, and maybe the biggest showstopper of all for me, in terms of why I feel Donald Trump must win, is that we have to have sensible regulations. We have so many regulatory. Last time I checked, we have 428 agencies. There's more than an agency a year has been created since America was a country. It's like we've got almost twice as many agencies as years that America has been a country, which means an agency has been created. You know, there's like sometimes two new agencies per year created, which is just madness. So America is being smothered by overregulation. It's like I call it slow strangulation by overregulation. That's the, yeah.
I would like to ask about natural gas and lithium. That's kind of what. Pennsylvania is rich of natural resources and fracking gas and lithium, which could benefit not only our state, but our entire country. However, many residents, and I have to be honest, along 350 miles of Pennsylvania, had real challenges like eminent domain and the destruction of water sources, such as what happened with the Mariner East pipeline. How can we ensure that while utilizing these resources, we work closely with local governments and residents without the federal government overreaching and forcing land from homeowners? Effective communication with citizens and their involvement in these decisions is crucial. What role do you see for technology or private industry in making sure that this process is transparent and fair? Because believe you me, lots of people were forced with eminent domain and aquifers poisoned all across Pennsylvania, including our veterans. And this has been a real problem since 2016. So we want to support our workers and use our gas, and but we need to be careful of what we're taking from people who've lived here, families for centuries.
Certainly, I believe in sensible regulation. So, what I see happening is that there are all sorts of, there's a mountain of rules that actually don't benefit people, and then there's missing rules that do benefit people. So it's this bizarre Kafkaesque nightmare of regulations where ultimately the good of the people is not served. And we get regulatory delays for things that are fake. Meanwhile, bad things are allowed to happen simply because someone filled out the paperwork and gamed the system. So that's what I mean. It's when I say like Department of Government Efficiency, I mean addressing it's addressing, you know, any issue which is not in the interest of the people. You know, and we do need to, at times, fight against what large corporations are pushing for, because some of them are very short-term, and some large corporations do bad things. Corporations are like people. Like, some people are good people. You know, it's like, no, you know, some corporations are good, some are sort of middling, and sometimes some corporations are bad. And it's just like people, you know, is the way to think of corporations. So we've got to stop the corporations that want to do bad things. Make sure they're doing things that are in the interest of the people. And then corporations that want to do good things, they shouldn't be slowed down by smothering regulation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and I think these things should be done very much in the open so people can understand what's going on and nothing, in the shadows. So sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Hey, Elon, how are you? I'm Ralph. These are two tough acts to follow here, but my question's a little more simple. What are some of the first courses of action you plan to take as the head of government efficiency if Trump gets elected, and do you have any areas of concern in particular?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I definitely, the focus right now is making sure that Trump wins the election. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. And I think if Trump loses, we're going to see, our cities are going to get less safe. The border's obviously going to be wide open. We're going to see government spending go ballistic. It's inflation go nuts. It's going to be just bad on every level. And like fundamentally, if the current trend of strangulation by overregulation is not turned around, we will never get to Mars. It just will be illegal. And then we'll be a one-planet civilization, or it won't be a space-faring civilization, and Starfleet will never be real. And we want Starfleet to be real. Yeah. So, now I've had quite a bit of interaction with the government, because SpaceX is the biggest NASA contractor, actually. Does a lot of work for NASA. And I'm a big fan of the agency, by the way. But there's, there are expenditures that don't make a lot of sense, that are wasteful. And we need to put a stop to that. Honestly, there's so much government waste that's going on that I would call it a target-rich environment. Like, it's hard, like in every direction. There's this just mad waste. And I think simply, if people simply know that, well, if they waste a ton of taxpayer money, they're going to get fired, that will immediately improve the situation. Immediately. It's like, yeah, it's just literally, and I think, but actually it's going to be both carrot and stick. It's like, so if a government official is very effective in spending your money because taxpayer money is your money. If they're effective in spending your money, they should be promoted. They should be rewarded. And if they waste your money or do something that's basically corruption, they should be fired. Obviously, they have a duty to spend your money well. Yeah.
Hey, Elon. As a veteran who was deployed because of so what would you say to an administration and a candidacy that is spreading lies or disinformation about the troops that are currently in combat, my friends?
Yeah, can you believe that was said?
Dossier and Hunter Biden's laptop, the president's decline, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, during the Trump-Kamala debate, she said there was no active duty soldiers out there. I'm like, I know a whole bunch of them. What are you talking about? That's a shameful, terrible lie. And she wasn't even fact-checked. And I'm like, are you kidding? I mean, yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I just like to say, for the people, for the Americans out there who are serving in dangerous places right now, unlike what Kamala said, thank you for your service to the country.
Elon, thank you for stepping up to help America when you don't have to. Like, you could be on an island right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I could be, yeah, I have a lot of jobs. No, it's true. I mean, there are, a lot of people I know who are on a yacht, sipping a Mai Tai, whatever, in an island, that is a thing I could be doing. But I think I can't do that if I think the future of civilization is at stake, which I do. You know,
my question for you, I guess, one, do you know Alberto Congawala? He's the system manager for Europa Clipper.
Oh,
which you sent,
that's a cool mission, by the way.
Which you sent into space on Monday.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. In fact, that was a mission where I talked to SpaceX team. It's like, every mission's important, but this mission's extra important. So, yeah, because I'm like, I want to. I think like you, like I think most people, I want a future where you look forward to it and you're excited about what's going to happen. That we're going to learn new things. That it's going to be better than the past. And a future where we're a spacefaring civilization, and we're out there among the stars, where Star Trek is real. That's exciting. I mean, there have to be, life can't just be about solving one problem after another. There have to be things that inspire you, that move your heart.
Hi, Elon.
Yeah, that's a hard one to build, but at some point we should build a warp drive. But even without the warp drive, the Starship, the rocket made by SpaceX, is capable of building a city on Mars and a city on the Moon. That's what it's designed to do. But we're being massively slowed down by regulatory molasses. I mean, I'll tell you a crazy thing. We got fined $140,000 during launch. Which is when a cool launch pad doesn't overheat. And in an excess of caution, we actually brought in drinking water, so super clean water. And the FAA said, no, you have sky water, falls all the time. That is the same as the water that we used. There's lots of sky water. So, and they're not going to process any of our future applications. So this is the kind of crazy stuff we're dealing with. Yeah. So.
Hi, Elon. My name is Sarah. I'm from Philadelphia. I have a whole team here. First of all, I am really excited about your quickly. I would like to sincerely to accept our protocol. The proposal. We want to have.
Shout out to the legendary. Most people are saying this is the most, would I say, talented or consequential innovator of our generation after the last generation, which was Steve Jobs. Some people say Elon Musk is the most consequential innovator based on Tesla, based on SpaceX, based on so many things like, the Boring Company with the tunnel in California. He's done a lot, okay? He's done a lot. It's just, is done a lot, from the days of PayPal. He's done a lot. Okay, he's done a lot. Okay. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's listen to what CNN has to say concerning Kamala and the 45th. And some people say he might be the 47th. Don't forget that. And let's see what they're saying concerning their election journey.
Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are campaigning in the Great Lakes state this hour, where voting already is underway. Data from the Michigan
this country. If you tie that into the Department of Education answer, where he said if you teach about.
Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are campaigning in the Great Lakes state this hour, where voting already is underway. Data from the Michigan Secretary of State shows that more than 944,000, almost a million, mail-in ballots have already been cast in Michigan. Let's bring in my panel of political experts. And Van Jones, do you think the Harris campaign is doing a good enough job in Michigan, especially with the Arab American and Muslim American community, and especially with the African American community?
Look, I think that they're still in the fight there. Ordinarily, by now, with the black community, it's literally just a turnout operation. And in some ways, it still can be, because black folks are going to outvote for Kamala Harris, more than anybody else. Black people are going to be voting in our big majority, but there is still a persuasion operation for Black voters. As you guys know, in campaigns, you have persuasion and you have turnout. Right now, you should be in turnout mode for the Black community and turnout mode for the Muslim community. You're still in persuasion mode for a lot of places. So that is a struggle. At the same time, it's neck and neck. We know for sure Arab, Muslim, and Black voters are going to vote in their big majority for Kamala Harris, but the number matters, and we're still trying to get to the right number in both Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Jasmine, you follow the Harris campaign. What are you hearing from your sources? How are people feeling on the campaign?
Yeah, well, I think people are concerned about the tightness, but they feel like they should be concerned because they want to be running this campaign as the underdog, not running it as though they feel that they're ahead. They've seen these numbers be very, very tight, but what they say that they're not seeing, which is giving some folks hope, is that they're not seeing Donald Trump move away from her. They're seeing them kind of stay neck and neck. And so that's giving folks on the campaign hope, but they recognize that they really have to do more in these last 3 weeks, and maybe they've even done before that. I think what's really interesting, Jake, is that they're kind of attacking this on multiple fronts. First of all, they were really criticized in the first few months of her campaign, even though, of course, it's only been 100 days or so, by the fact that they were being kind of media-verse. Now you're seeing them adopt a kind of more Donald Trump, throw anything at the wall and see what sticks, risky kind of media strategy that I think is leading a lot of the messaging with the campaign. You're also seeing her kind of tick up the campaign events. Obviously, we're going to see her really focus on the blue wall in the next few weeks. But we're also seeing her try to do different things, not just make this a base election, which we all believed it to be, but also expand the base. Some of what Priscilla was talking about, talking to Republican voters, not necessarily that were Trump voters, or maybe they were Trump voters in 2016 and 2020, but also voted for Nikki Haley in the primary. So they kind of have a multi-pronged strategy here. Yes, as Van Jones saying, still focusing on persuasion, particularly on their people of color voters, what they're seeing some softer numbers maybe than what Biden had before, but also with what would originally be thought to be kind of hard to get voters for a Democrat.
David, whatever you thought of Kamala Harris on Fox, she went on Fox, and I don't think Donald Trump has done an interview with a non-friendly to him outlet since, I don't even know, I can't even think of it, but let's say at least since the last debate. Is it time, given the tightness of this race, is it time for him to step outside of his comfort zone and come on CNN or do a town hall with CBS or NBC? Is it time for him to do some of the things that the Trump campaign has been yelling that Harris needs to do?
Yeah, Jake, look, I think if you ask Donald Trump that, he'd say every media interview he does is with an unfriendly outlet, right? But I hear your concerns. I think the Trump campaign feels that they're doing plenty. They're doing, as Jasmine said, non-traditional. The Harris campaign's doing non-traditional outlets. They're trying to get to people and voters where they are. I think the Trump campaign's trying to do the same kind of things. They did David Ben Patrick, I believe is how I always get his initials wrong, but they're doing podcasts and things like that where they feel like they're reaching voters where they are and they're getting to them. As Van and Jasmine both point out correctly, this is a very, very tight race in Michigan and Pennsylvania. But what I don't hear, these are blue wall states where Democrats must win. These are the states that Democrats should be ahead in comfortably at this point in the game. As Van said, they should be focusing on their turnout efforts at this point, and they're still in persuasion. And that's just not a good thing, can't be a good thing. I know in Jake, in our home state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I would say that Donald Trump's probably up by a percentage point right now, and that he's going to the Steelers game this weekend, going to be spending a lot of time there doing kind of non-traditional things, trying to motivate folks who might not be reachable otherwise, and showing Elon Musk is in Pennsylvania. So lots of things going on in the blue wall states, and at least in Pennsylvania, I think Trump is up now by a bit.
Van, tomorrow Kamala Harris is going to be with Lizzo in Detroit. Then she's going to meet up with Usher at a rally in Atlanta. Next Thursday, she's going to return to Georgia, but this time with former President Obama. Then next Saturday, she's going to appear with Michelle Obama in Michigan. What does this star power do, if anything? Is it just about turnout and excitement?
Well, I think we forget, those of us who are involved in politics 24 hours a day forget most people are not. Most people have real lives. And a culture, when you can bring in culture, then people who may not care so much about what's going on in the tick and tock of an election. They may care about Lizzo. They may care about something funny that Lizzo says or does. And suddenly you're reminding people, hey, there's an election going on. Kamala Harris is out there. Look, it's interesting. And you're creating a bigger conversation about Kamala Harris. And I think that's very, very important.
Jasmine, what do you think?
I think that this is something that Democrats do all the time, particularly when we know that we're in that final stretch. They bring out folks who are popular, not just with Black Americans, but with young people, try to get this effort to drive them to the polls, right? I think we had a discussion about persuasion and get out the vote. Bringing Lizzo in, bringing Usher in, these are really get out the vote tactics. I know that the campaign wants Usher to focus on having people go to the polls and go to the polls early so that they have that really hard data in lieu of maybe kind of the statistical polls being all over the place. They have that hard data of where to know where to surge money in the last week or two. And so I think that these are the tactics that Democrats lean on when they get to that final stretch, hoping that it breaks that kind of third wall and gets people to go turn in their ballots, to go to the polls in a more efficient way than maybe Kamala Harris or some other older Democrats, even though she's a younger Democrat comparison to President Biden, can do themselves.
David, Trump said today he's going to... Go ahead.
I was going to say, I would just be mindful. You probably remember this, Jake, because it was in your hometown of Philadelphia. The night before the election in 2016, you had Barack and Michelle Obama. Oh, yeah. You had Jay-Z and Beyonce. You had Bruce Springsteen and John Bon Jovi.
JBJ,
and you had Bill Clinton.
Yep.
Yeah, that is an incredible... Jake, I was there on the mall, 35,000 people. I had a pit in my stomach. I was sick to my stomach because I thought, wow, this is the end for us. This is the end for the Trump campaign. And the next day I woke up and, it was the sun came up and Donald Trump won that day. So, as much star power as you want to turn out, voters still vote.
Well, David, I would love to see Beyonce come out on the stage. I don't know about you.
Van, I want to play some sound of what Trump told a group of men at a barbershop in New York yesterday. Take a listen.
You guys are the same as me. It's the same stuff. We were born the same way. I grew up in Queens and all of that. I mean, it's. I had a great father. I had a father who was a great guy. I know you people so well without knowing you. I know you so well. When I walked in here, I said, "This is home territory."
That's Donald from Queens hanging out in the Bronx. There. What'd you make of that, Van?
Hey, listen, he's a charmer. He's a charmer. All those guys grew up with, multimillionaire dads, gave him millions of dollars. And, look, but listen, that is the appeal of a Donald Trump. And people like us can laugh it off, but it can be very effective. It can be very endearing. And the fact that he's there trying, I think, is a good thing. Now, people fall for it. I mean, he's a world's most famous con man. If you fall for it, that's, shame on you. But I think that people should take seriously. He does have appeal, and he is trying, and that's one of the reasons you hear a lot of knees knocking among Democrats right now.
Absolutely, Van, David, Jasmine.
He's great at those. He's great at great at those OTR kind of things, Jake. He connects.
Go ahead, Van.
Yeah, but the best thing we can do as Democrats, can somebody lock the door and don't let David Urban out of wherever he is, because he's the one driving up all these numbers in Pennsylvania. Keep David Urban off the campaign trail, CNN, please.
David, Van, Jasmine, appreciate it.
Right, everyone's with me now here. Just to begin, Karen, Harris and Trump both in Michigan. And you know what's interesting when you see them in the same county, a county that I said used to be a Republican stronghold, but in recent elections, 3 in a row, has gone Democratic, right? So Harris is choosing to spend time there right now. And, Elena's reporting that Michigan is the blue wall state that the Trump campaign is most confident about. How do you see it, Karen? And are you confident that the Democrats will win Michigan?
Well, Aaron, thanks for having me. Of course, I went through 2016, so I'm not confident of anything until the new president is sworn in. Let me just say that right off the bat. But we're feeling good. I mean, I'm feeling good about Michigan, honestly. I mean, this is where ground game really matters. And here's the significance of what we just saw. So Kamala Harris is in Oakland County. That is part of expanding the map. She is trying to broaden her coalition. She's talking to independents and center right and center left and far left and independents, right? Donald Trump can't even fill a venue with his base. So that says to me that I guess the good folks of Detroit were, they're sending their own signal of how they feel about what he said the last time he was there. But look, as I say, this is where ground game matters, because right now it is all about getting people out to vote.
So Mark, Karen, interesting. Karen's view is, she's running up, trying to run up the vote where she can, as opposed to being concerned about a county that had gone Democratic in the most recent elections and had gone Republican before, as opposed to being concerned about losing it. When you talk to people on the Trump campaign, what are they saying about Michigan? Are they so confident?
Well, they always project confidence, even when the numbers might not be with them.
Yeah.
If you look at the polling averages, I think Kamala Harris is only ahead by 0.6 percentage points in Michigan. It is a jump ball. What the Trump campaign sees a victory path forward in Michigan looks like this, is he gets a small sliver, they don't expect a lot, of black men to vote for him. There are those union voters and union households that have expressed some reservations about Kamala Harris and that they would come Trump's way as well. He would also do as well, he hopes, with white voters, white male voters, as he did in 2016, not in 2020. And he would get this sliver of Arab American and Muslim American voters who've expressed some concerns with the Biden administration's response to Israel and Gaza. And as he is in Hamtramck and has bragged about the endorsement of the mayor there in a Muslim-heavy city, they would support him not only because of his foreign policy, but also Trump's campaign hopes because of his social conservative policy, issues like transgender surgeries and the like for kids and transgender males or females in women's sports. And so that's what their win would look like.
It's interesting when you talk about the Israel issue. Interesting that if you were worried that that you would go to Trump, given the concerns that some of those voters might have about Harris. Pakistan American PAC today did endorse Trump, which was interesting after introducing both campaigns, interviewing both campaigns. Sorry, Jane, you heard that back and forth between Harris and Trump on the energy issue. Politico reported that he canceled interviews because of exhaustion. So I just wanted to play a little bit more of his reaction to Harris's comments about that. Here he is.
What event did I cancel? I haven't canceled. She doesn't go to any events. She's a loser. She doesn't go to any events. She didn't even show up for the Catholics last night at the hotel. It was insulting. All they are is sound bites. So today I was at Fox and Friends at 7 in the morning. I then went to 2 different other appearances. I then made about 15 phone calls.
And to be fair, he is doing a lot, right? He did go to the Al Smith dinner in New York last night. We were able to see him for the entire time that others were speaking. He was fully engaged. Harris sent that recorded video that we saw there. He did do that interview this morning, a roundtable this evening, a rally tonight. Is that not enough?
Well, I think given the fact that he fell asleep during an event today and the fact that his Fox and Friends interview featured, how can I put this, some nonsensical statements. Now, granted, the thing with Donald Trump is that, this is what he's been like for a long time. But I will say that the energy issue, it's clear that it is annoying him. It is clear that Harris bringing that up has annoyed him as he keeps bringing it up. And it's interesting because there are specific things you can do to annoy him. 1, accuse him of being low energy. And 2, do something on Fox that he doesn't like. And this is, this is now twice that this has taken place. So I do think it's clearly an issue for him, or else he wouldn't keep bringing it up.
Well, it is under his skin, Aaron. Clearly, I mean, he's angered by it, which may be exactly why she's sort of picking at that scab.
Well, in the land of reality, the dog won't hunt that Donald Trump doesn't have energy, right? I mean, what has he done? 59 interviews to Kamala Harris's 26 since she was announced. He's more than doubled her at this point. And he's doing multiple events a day. But that's what both candidates should be doing. The exception to the rule shouldn't be that there might be a scheduling snafu and that Trump's team might be trying to put things on the calendar that don't firm up because of other things on the schedule. It's a presidential campaign. Everybody should be out there. They should be doing 3 rallies a day. You should be doing multiple roundtable events. You should be doing radio interviews and local television poll-asides the entire time. Both candidates should do it. And I would argue, and I think the facts would bear out, Donald Trump is doing a lot more of all of that than Kamala Harris is. And because she waited so long to try and engage voters and engage the media and talk through different outlets, that's why she's having to try to make up ground now, because she is slipping in the polls.
Now, Mark, she did do that interview with Fox this week that I know that Trump supporters found that say, oh, she didn't do well. Her supporters felt she walked into the lion's den and she fought back and she's on fire, and that's how they saw it very differently. But everybody noticed that, including him. He noticed it. He brought it up at the Al Smith dinner last night that she had done that interview. Does it bother him that she did that? I mean, because there's got to be a part of him that said, okay, the lion's den take on that. He would see it the same way.
I think he's happier with her responses that they're going to use in future ads. I think Aaron is right. What really is the thing that bothers him, or what you've mentioned that really bothers him, is the fact that he's being attacked for his energy levels in the campaign trail. I ran the numbers. Since October 1st, the beginning of the month, in 18 days, he's done 28 events in 26 cities spread across 12 states. And when Kamala Harris says that he's hiding from the public and the press, that just drives him crazy. And she knows what she's doing, and so far it does seem to be working. He's swinging at every pitch.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. Some of this is just about getting under someone's skin. So, Karen, I want to ask you about one of those many appearances that Trump did. Today was an interview that aired today with the former professional wrestler and media personality Tyrus, and I wanted to play one exchange that everyone is talking about. Here it is.
We need to see that fathers are capable of great things, because we've dealt with it, especially in the last 3.5 years, a complete dismemberment of what it is to be a man. We're under attack for everything.
We are. Well, actually, manhood is under attack. I see things that are so beautiful, and the next day I see they're knocking the hell out of somebody for doing something that a day before I said, what a wonderful thing. No, we have to get back a little bit more.
Okay, Karen, I'll be honest, I don't really know what he was saying after the core point there, but he said manhood is under attack. Now, to be fair, that was in response to somebody who said a dismemberment of what it is to be a man, which let's just not take literally. But when he says manhood is under attack, is that effective with a certain group of voters? I mean, you can say, okay, well, I didn't know Maxim made endorsements, the magazine, but they did come out and endorse Trump today.
Yeah, look, he believes that, and we saw this, all the way back to 2016 when he would sort of, and frankly, years ago in the 80s, right, in New York, that was part of his swagger, right, that he was this kind of playboy, and that's kind of part of his definition of manhood, and that is something he has put forward time and time again. It's what that infamous, you can grab him by the you-know-what was all about. At the same time, I think men are a lot smarter, most men, than Donald Trump. I should say the majority of American men. I think they're smart enough to know that he's a huckster and he's been trying to, he's selling a shtick. They can either buy it or not. I think they're smart enough to know that the lives of their daughters and their sisters and their mothers, the women in their lives, are in danger by some of the, by what Donald Trump would do. And I think they're smart enough to recognize that he is actually not going to be good for the bottom line, given that he's so into tariffs, which will increase inflation.
So, Mark, when Trump says, well, actually, manhood is under attack, there are times that he does say things for hyperbole's sake or whatever, but it would actually seem this is one of those ones he actually means. I don't know. Is that what you understand it to be?
Yeah, that's a general belief in Republican and conservative circles, and that's a dividing line that we're seeing in this campaign, where there was a recent article in the Washington Post that accused the Trump campaign of being fueled by too much toxic masculinity. And the Trump campaign read that as essentially an attack on Trump for just standing up for men. This is one of these kind of men are from Mars and women are from Venus sort of campaigns that we're looking at.
I want to get some more with our political experts who are joining us right now here in the Situation Room. And Gloria Borger, I'll start with you. Harris seems to be taking a page out of Trump's old playbook against Biden, as you know, saying that Trump is now exhausted and unfit.
Well, I think she now is talking about what a risk Donald Trump would be. At the beginning of the campaign, she had to introduce herself to the American people, reintroduce herself. She had to reassure them that she had the competency to become president of the United States. And I think that part of the campaign is kind of over. I think she's not talking about her biography anymore. What she is talking about is Donald Trump's biography and talking about how he is unstable, as she calls it, unhinged, et cetera, and his health, refusing to release his health records. And she is making the case that the American people should be alarmed at the prospect of 4 years of Donald Trump as president of the United States. The campaign believes that has a lot of resonance with voters, and that's where they should be going right now.
She's clearly a lot younger than he is.
I mean, you are seeing it, and it fits into the message of turn the page. I mean,
Yep.
Donald Trump is the oldest person to ever run for president of the United States in the history of this country. And not only that, but you talk about the medical records, you talk about CNBC, you talk about NBC, 60 Minutes, the shade room where the story actually emerged from, of him being too exhausted. I mean, and you know, the American public see this with their own eyes. I mean, he rambles. He oftentimes goes off on tangents when he's talking about different things. I think he's come up with a name for it, calling it the weave, I believe that's what he calls it. He refuses to give out his medical records. He's incoherent. He's babbling. And I think that he moves a lot slower than he did in 2016. The fact of the matter is, this person who's running for president at 78 years old, and I'm not trying to be ageist, this is just a fact, is not the same person who ran for office in 2016. You mix that with the chaos, and Kamala Harris has a good message that will land with voters about whether or not he's fit to run for office.
Lance Trover.
Look, at this juncture of a campaign, I look at the outward body language of campaigns, and look, Donald Trump has the best team he's ever had in all of his campaigns.
That's true.
He is as on message for Donald Trump as he ever has been in all of his campaigns. And so I would argue, when I see, you know, to me it's a level of confidence coming out of this campaign, because at this point you're saying, I don't need to go out there and make mistakes. And I think canceling interviews is not uncommon. If you feel confident and comfortable where you are in a race, there's no need to go out and take on some of
I'm
those.
going to take issue with you about the notion that he's on message. Because I don't think he's on message. I think he's off message. I think he goes off message every single day when he goes off on these wild tangents, and when he criticizes Kamala Harris personally, calling her dumb and stupid. I think that turns off women voters. And the people I talked to in his campaign want him to talk about the issues. They want him to talk about the Biden economy and all the rest of it. And he keeps on talking about other things, and I don't think that's on message.
To your point, and where he is tonight, what we've heard from the former president of the United States multiple times, even in Detroit, Michigan, is castigating the people of Detroit.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of like when you have one of those very, very tired celebrity rock stars and they're in Philadelphia and they say, and hello, you know, hello Detroit, right? And they're in the wrong city. They don't know where they are. But he continues to lambast the people of Detroit, and you're starting to see that resonate. And so this all ties in, because what you know and what Gloria and everybody else knows is that these candidates are about to move into their final message. They're about to move into what, in the last 10 to 14 days, they're moving into that closing message. And as you continue to lay out the barbs, this message that this man may not be fit for office is not just the chaos. It's like, look at him. I mean, you don't lie. You don't lie. Look at what you're lying out.
Look at the 39 minutes of dance music at the town hall instead of answering questions.
Well, again, I go to the outward body language. I think the Trump campaign is projecting confidence, and I would argue that the Harris campaign has less confidence over the course of the last week. If you look at last week, they sent Barack Obama out to admonish black men for not voting for Kamala Harris. You've seen this week her rushing to do interviews with any podcast and anybody who will talk to her. 60 days of that she thought she didn't have to do because she thought she had it wrapped up. They're still trying to bait him on debates 2 weeks out. That's not the sign to me of a confident campaign. And if you look at the Rust Belt, let me just add, if you look at the Rust Belt, Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan running for Senate is sitting there waving the red flag saying she has problems. Bob Casey and Tammy Baldwin in Pennsylvania, sitting Democratic U.S. senators, are using Donald Trump's in their political advertising right now. So to me, that's not a sign that Democrats feel like they have this wrapped up.
Democrats are never confident. Let me just explain to you about
I've
Democrats.
heard this a million.
We are proverbial bedwetters who clutch our pearls every night after our now.
I'm saying look at the body language, but look at the body language of
But
what's
I
going
think
on.
that you have a very confident Kamala Harris right now. She's hitting her stride. She's attacking him. She's doing the work. She was in 3 cities yesterday, 3 cities today. I mean, she's literally outworking Donald Trump. What we do know, though, is this is a jump ball. So I think people better. You only run 2 ways in American politics. You either run unopposed or you run scared. And so a lot of Democrats are running scared.
Smart campaigns always run as if they're way behind.
Correct.
In the polls. And that's the only way to do it. Bakari, I want you to listen to another striking moment from Trump's Fox News interview, where Trump was asked why the Civil War, our Civil War, wasn't settled. Listen to this.
Lincoln was probably a great president, although I've always said, why wasn't that settled? You know, I'm a guy that It doesn't make sense. We had a civil war.
Well, half the country left before he
Horrible.
got there.
Yeah. But you'd almost say, like, why wasn't that? As an example, Ukraine would have never happened, and Russia, if I were president. Israel would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened.
Go ahead. What's your reaction?
Well, first, I'm trying to translate because he meandered a great deal. It also shows a lack of sensitivity and a lack of grasp of American history. And I kind of tie that into when he referred to January 6th as kind of like a day of joy or exuberance, a day of love. And, you know, what I remember about January 6th, Wolf, is there are a lot of different things people remember, but I remember these people carrying the Confederate flag through the United States Capitol. I mean, that tore a piece of my heart out. You know, coming from South Carolina, we know what the Confederate flag stood for. We know why the war was fought. This is not the war of northern aggression, as some of my friends want to call it. This was because black folk were in bondage and we built this country. If you tie that into the Department of Education answer, where he said if you teach about slavery, we're going to defund your schools, I mean, that should strike a chord with the American public. Not only is he unstable, but it's scary.
Well, but this is Donald Trump saying that he is a better president than Abraham Lincoln was. And
Because
that
Abraham Lincoln didn't settle the Civil War.
He said probably. He said probably a great president.
Probably a great president. He didn't say he was a great president, right? And
by settling the Civil War, does that mean he would have had the North would have had to accept at least some slavery?
I mean,
it's like Ukraine would have to.
I am certainly not a Trump campaign spokesperson. I'm not sure what was said. Look, this leans into it. He says a lot of things, and I would just say and point to the continual polling that is out there. People know that he says things. People, they go to his rallies because they're fun and he's boisterous and does these things. But if you look at the polling, voters are very clear-eyed about who Donald Trump is out there right now. He is on the verge of winning. I would almost argue he's almost in the driver's seat at the
Just a bunch of old news,
voters
old rhetoric, old everything. Everything is just old.
But you can go either way on being clear-eyed.
We've heard this
about
like
who he is.
since 2015, 2016.
Kamala Harris
Man,
is an
we
underdog.
tired. We don't believe
that
no
underdog
more.
mentality is going to ride through November 5th.
Let's see what happens. All right, guys.
Telling you guys, man, same old news, same old situation. That's what I said in 2016. If you let this man win, if you let him near the White House, everything is going to go to SHIT. You better not let him win. Guess what? When he won in 2016, guess what happened? We had affordable prices. The world had not experienced that type of peace in a long time. No new situation, no funding other countries. Everything was looking good. Now he's out. Vote him out, 2020. Vote him out. Yeah, he lost in 20. Yeah, here we go. This is where we are. People trying to afford groceries. You think we gonna let you sway us back to what we like the mindset people were in 2020? Man, we don't experience all that. 2024, we ain't going back to we ain't going back to all that high prices. Because we going back to what we was in 2018. Okay, listen to Elon Musk take question. This is another town hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This man is working hard. I'm telling you, this man is working hard for the 45th. He's working out for the 45th because he wants him to be the 47th. Let's listen to the legendary. This was yesterday. Let's listen to the legendary Elon Musk.
All right, so let's see. What should I say? SpaceX does rock. Indeed. Actually, I'm pretty excited about the possibility of SpaceX, and just generally becoming a spacefaring civilization, going beyond where we went in the past with where we went to the moon. It's crazy that we went to the moon over 50 years ago was the last time anyone went to the moon. And a lot of people think we didn't go to the moon, but we did. We did. Yeah, the Soviets would have called us out on that one if we hadn't gone to the moon. They would be like, They would have called bullshit on that one, 100%. But yeah, we need to go back to. We should not just go back to the moon. We should have a moon base. You know, like moon base alpha. You know, like an actual base with like a science station. That'd be sick. You know, I think we want to become a multi-planet species and be out there among the stars. We want to make Starfleet real. You know, so that like if you should be able to go to Mars if you want to go to Mars. It'd be like amazing, you know. Well, it'll take 6 months. So Mars is far, but we can do it. We can create a base on Mars and ultimately build a city on Mars and make life multiplanetary. I think that would be super cool. Yeah, I mean, you know, life can't just be about like, you know, solving one miserable problem after another. There have to be things that inspire you, that excite you about the future, that you look forward to. You're like, wow, that's going to be cool. And I think being a spacefaring civilization and you know, having a city on Mars and going out there exploring the moons of Jupiter, ultimately getting to other star systems would be incredibly exciting. And something you're like, wow, look, you could really look forward to that. That'd be like, I don't know, incredible. So, you know, go out there and find like maybe alien civilizations, you know, like in Star Trek, you know, go where you've never gone before. So yeah, let's make Starfleet real. Yeah. You know, meanwhile, back here on Earth, we need to. I think we definitely need to get President Trump reelected. That is I think incredibly important. I mean, I think we don't. I think America is great, but we want to be greater, and we want to do amazing things. And we don't want, you know, like the Apollo program to be our high watermark. We want to, you know, do great things in America. And I think we also want to preserve what has made America great. You know, so, you know, things like freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, these things in the Constitution that are actually, you know, important. You have to say, why did they add these amendments to the Constitution? It was because in the places that people came from, if you said what you wanted to say, you'd be put in prison or you'd be killed. And they took everyone's guns away so that, you know, they couldn't rebel against oppressive government. That's the whole idea behind taking the guns away. So I'm a big believer in the Constitution. Big believer in you know, what makes America great, and then we also need like some obvious things, like we need actual secure borders. You know, it's like you're not a country if you don't have like a border. Like it's like, what does it even mean to be a country at that point? You know, and I went to the border just to see for myself what it was like, and it was like it's like World War Z at the border. You know, like this is crazy, man. So obviously, I'm in favor of immigrants that. So, you know, the insane government spending is driving the country into bankruptcy. You know, just like a person, if you spend too much, you know, eventually you go bankrupt. The federal debt's growing by $1 trillion every 3 months. I mean, our defense budget is pretty gigantic. It's $1 trillion. But the interest that we owe on the debt is now higher than the defense budget, over $1 trillion and growing. This is not sustainable. So we have to do something about that, or the country's going to go bankrupt. So that's an essential thing too.
Well, we need you in the cabinet.
Yeah. So that's why we need the Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE, That's on a brass plaque on a desk. It's going to be amazing. So, it's yeah, like exactly as people were saying. It's just like it's common sense stuff, and America really just needs to remain the land of opportunity, the land where your success is a function of how hard you work and your talent. Like if you're talented and hardworking, that should be the only thing that determines whether you're successful. That's it. And America is also supposed to be the land of freedom. That means personal freedom. Like the government should not be imposing all these rules on people, and it's like yeah. So government overreach is not cool. Freedom. Yeah, exactly. Twitter files. I mean, it was just nutty. People don't realize just how much government involvement there is in the media, and like how much the government influences the media. I mean, it's crazy how you'll see in fact, I think like whoever's manipulating the media should mix it up a bit because they're really not doing a great job. When they was a week before the debate between Biden and Trump, and everyone was on the media was saying Biden was sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack. I mean, like you should mix it up a little. Get a thesaurus. Okay. The NBC media puppets were just all saying exactly the same thing. So, it's just kind of strange that, and like, do they all just get the same memo at the same time? I don't know. Where does it come in? I want to see the group text. Okay, like, is there like an email copy list or what? Everyone say the same thing at the same time. Yeah, just total puppets. You'll see it next month. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. So, well, let's see. Like, what I find is really engaging is when people are able to ask questions or make comments. And so, if anybody wants to, try to keep the comments like reasonably short. Any monologue should be ideally kept to less than a minute. But just far away, and I'll try to answer questions and respond to comments and. If you're over Tesla, can you jump the line? Well, yeah, sure. So. Hi.
My question is, what makes you so interested in politics now? Why is this so important to you?
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, don't bring the mic that close. Whoa. Yeah, the question is why politics now and versus in the past I really have not been meaningfully involved in politics. So the reason is that I think we're at a crossroads. This time I think we're at a crossroads, a fork in the road of destiny. What I see happening under the sort of Biden and Kamala administration is a level of sort of government overreach and manipulation that is extremely troubling. And I also see really a deliberate attempt to import as many people as possible into swing states like Pennsylvania in order to ensure that there is a permanent one state, that America becomes a permanent one-party state. I mean, the numbers are truly staggering, and the sort of fake legacy media doesn't report on them. The only reason anyone knows about it is if you're on the X platform. But like it's crazy. But I mean, you're seeing like basically increases. This is from the government website, by the way, which is run by Democrats. So, like you're seeing like in some cases like 700% increases in the past 3.5 years in illegals in swing states. What a coincidence! And when you're talking about elections that are won or lost by 10 or 20,000 votes, and then you bring in 200,000 people, and then you put them on the fast track to citizenship. This is without considering any cheating. This is legalized. That if that happens over the next 4 years, there will be no swing states. They're importing voters. That is I think that's obvious to anyone who looks, and we will have a situation like we have in California, where it's a one-party state. California is a supermajority Dem state, and so it's one-party rule. And if you have one-party rule, that's not a democracy. So I think either action is taken now. If there was another 4 years and it's really like pointless to even sort of talk about Kamala. Kamala is just a puppet of a larger machine. If the machine, I'll call it the machine, is able to run for another 4 years, there will not be any meaningful elections in the future, just like there aren't in California, and all of America will be Californicated, not in a good way. Yeah, Californicated. Ouch. So we don't want that. That would be a bad situation. In fact, it will actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is the one thing that holds California back from being even worse than it is that people can move out of California and still be in America. Now, what happens when there's no place to move? It'll be way worse in California. That's why I think, yeah, exactly. Well, and speaking of Mars, like what we're seeing, with SpaceX, Tesla, and whatnot, is that the sort of regulatory oppression year after year is worse and worse. And there's more regulatory agencies created every year, more rules and regulations every year, until eventually everything is illegal. We had our rocket sitting on the pad for 2 months, ready to fly. How is it possible that SpaceX could build a gigantic rocket faster than the government could move paper from one desk to another? So this is. So if that trend continues, which it will do, unless there's a conscious effort to have deregulation and have sensible regulation, then Mars will be impossible. We will be forever confined to Earth. So, I definitely think that's a major showstopper. Is being so heavily regulated that we are confined to Earth forever. And that would be a sad eulogy if future aliens see us. You come back and they almost made it. Too bad they regulated themselves. And they had the rocket and everything. So I guess the short answer is I think this is incredibly important. That ironically, there's a lot of people on the Dem side that call Trump a threat to democracy. I think, in fact, they are the threat to democracy. Thank you.
What is that? Hi, Elon. I want to thank you for coming. I'm from Deep Blue, Northeast Philadelphia, and I just want to say thank you for all you've been doing, your contributions. And my question is, did you expect the impact that buying X would have on the world and the United States, free speech, even into the America PAC movement?
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I didn't realize it would have as big of an impact as it has come to have. But the reason I felt that it was important to acquire Twitter was because I could feel the walls closing in. You know, it was outrageous that they suspended the account of a sitting president. You know, I mean, that's insane. And I think it was only a matter of time before they suspended my account, frankly. You know, and for sure, given the stuff I've said lately, they would have suspended me 6 ways to Sunday. So, you know, I mean, really, Twitter and well, pretty much all the social media companies and Google and everyone are controlled by far-left activists. That's the truth of it. You know, and so then how do you know what's real when it's all filtered through a far-left San Francisco, Berkeley lens? You know, they just manipulate the truth constantly. You can't even find the truth if you Google it, because Google's, you know, put it on page 6. And I mean, you know, I don't want to pick on Google too much. I mean, I have a lot of friends there, but you know, it's very easy to tweak the results, because, you know, like the joke goes like, what's the best place to hide a dead body? Well, second place are Google search results, because nobody ever goes there. So you don't really have to, in order to you know, hide information, you don't have to delete it. You just move it to the second page, and it's just people don't go there.
My Google too.
Yeah, that would be tough. That's a tricky one. But hey, at least there's one place where you can find out what's actually going on, what's real, and that's the X platform. And I want to say, like, you know, we're very rigorous on the X platform about being a fair playing field, a level playing field, being fair to all sides. There's not a single account on the left that's been suppressed. Not one. No suspensions, nothing. I believe in being fair. You know, and once in a while we do get like a request for something on the right that's, you know, would be slightly censorious, and we're like, nope, we're not going to do that. So, you know, we are rigorous about being fair. Unlike the prior regime, we are actually fair, and we want both sides to say their piece, and to let there be a free debate, and let the marketplace of ideas, you know, work, and let the best ideas win, and that's the right thing to do.
Hello, Elon. As an IT guy of 26 years, I think one of the smartest things you did was firing most of the Twitter staff.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about corruption in the election systems, in the DOJ and judicial system. I personally think a lot of that is because of blackmail data stored on government servers. I strongly feel that if we can't control the information that is stored by the three-letter agencies, we will never get control of the country. What are your ideas on things Trump can do to drain the swamp without being overwhelmed by their dirty tricks?
Well, I mean, as the saying goes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So I think really just making as much information as possible public, available to the public, so that you can see what's going on. There's like, you know, I mean, I do have a top secret clearance, but I have to say, like, most of the stuff that I'm aware of a top secret, like the reason to keep it top secret is because it's so boring. Yeah, I mean, so, but I think like the strong bias with respect to government information should be to make it available to the public. Like, it should be, let's be as transparent as possible, like fully transparent, unless it's like a massive risk to the country, like it's like, you know, we don't want to give, like, say, exact instructions on how to make a nuclear bomb or something like that, you know. But unless there's a genuine risk to the country, all information in the government should be public. Yeah.
Hi, over here.
Oh, sorry. Hey.
I know I look like the same girl who just asked. I am her
It's hard to
twin.
tell because I just hear the speakers, so.
Okay. I am Denise's twin who just asked a question. I'm also from Deep Blue, far northeast Philadelphia in Parkwood. What I would like to ask you is, in applying the same efficiency that you did to removing 80% of the staff at Twitter, to the Department of Governmental Efficiency, would you consider hiring Scott Pressler, who is an amazing movement
Absolutely.
for that efficiency?
Yes. And I should say, hopefully if this comes to pass, then the Department of Government Efficiency is able to take action. We will reduce a lot of government headcount, but we're going to give, I think, like very long severances, like 2 years or something like that. So, look, just go do something else is what we're going to say, and you'll get paid for 2 years. And so you got a lot of time to go and figure out something else to do. It's like the point is not to be cruel or to have people not be able to pay their mortgage or anything. It's just we got to move people. We just have too many people in the government sector, and they could be more productive elsewhere.
Hey, Elon, it is a pleasure. Me and my best friend started a company when we were 21 years old. We're going to be the next biggest beef jerky company in the U.S., I promise that. But what advice do you have for young entrepreneurs like us to conquer a challenge that seems almost impossible from the beginning?
Well, generally, I think, try to make a good product or service, and it's not. It's really that, it's like you have to say, like, what is a useful thing that you could do? Like, maximize your usefulness. What is if there's like what is that product or service that you want to make?
Beef jerky, the best beef jerky.
Okay, great. So you want to make the best beef jerky? Just go ahead and do it. And then you have to sort of just explain to people why it's. Well, first of all, you need to make sure it is in fact the best beef jerky. And then you need to then explain to people why it is. And so if you have both the reality and the perception of something being the best beef jerky or whatever the product may be, then I think you'll find it will be very successful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The company is Open Road Jerky. Check us out.
All right, sounds good.
Hey there, Elon. My name's Josh. I drove down from Luzerne County today, which, by the way, has flipped red by registrations.
Yes.
Nice work, everybody there.
Excellent.
Yeah. Another fun fact about the northeast part of Pennsylvania, July 3rd, 1778, the largest massacre that ever happened on American soil happened when the colonists, the French, and the natives all fought over that land. And I think it all circles back. It's now, fracking central. There's a lot of resources there, land, and just beautiful local communities.
Yeah.
And something that is happening at a rate that is inconceivable, really inconceivable, the centralization of power to global elites and far-off abstracted places that we can't touch.
Yeah.
What are the ways that we bring that back to local people that can actually have an impact on the ground? Speaking with some people here,
I totally agree.
Do we move the departments around the United States so they're not all in D.C.? How do we get people on the ground empowered to actually make everyday changes in people's lives?
Well, I super agree with you. So I'm against globalist power. Like I think we should, like, the UN should not have a lot of power, and these it's like, who voted for them? I didn't vote for them, and it's like we want power to the people. The power should maximum power to the individual, and so, like, if they're like, we should not have any sort of international treaties that restrict the freedom of Americans, and we should minimize the amount of federal interference at the state level. So it should be like, so unless it's at the state level, which is something you can influence, then agencies at the federal and the national level should have minimal to zero power over you. Yeah.
Is there a way that we could decentralize data so that consumers own the data? What is the next step towards that? Because I feel like that is what actually gives us our sovereignty back.
Well, I guess I'm not sure how to decentralize the data. If the data is at least in multiple places, at least you should be able to like locally store the data. I mean, I think individuals should own their own data. You know, I think that's really important. Like, if you want to separate yourself from a social media company, you should be able to take everything with you. So, I'm basically in favor of any action that maximizes your freedom and liberty. So, yeah.
Hey, Elon. Tesla shareholder, owner since 2015. I own an S Plaid. Thank you for making that thing because it's awesome. It's my daily driver. It's so much fun. But my heart is with SpaceX. And so my question is, how will you, with Trump, be able to deregulate so that we can get more launches and get to Mars?
Well, absolutely. That is a major factor for supporting President Trump. Is that if the sort of Kamala puppet machine happens, there's going to be just more and more regulations, and this slow strangulation by overregulation will continue. But Trump is very enthusiastic about deregulation, which is not to say we don't want any regulation. We just want sensible regulations. And I think if President Trump is elected, we can actually take those actions, and we can cut the strings. Like, I feel like America is like Gulliver, tied down by a million little strings, and we need to cut those strings and free the giant.
Hey, man. Thank you so much for doing everything you're doing.
Welcome.
This is going to be a little long, but I think you're going to get a kick out of it.
Okay.
It's a sad story that turns into something funny you'll probably like.
All right.
So I was mostly a lifelong liberal, sort of like yourself.
Yeah.
Work in digital production and marketing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in freedom. I believe in empathy. Like, you should care about your fellow human beings, and I believe in free speech, which used to be a thing on the left, and now bizarrely they want censorship. I'm like, what?
Yeah. And thank you for buying Twitter and saving free speech, and Babylon Bee too. That was great, man. Anyway, so I sort of have a case to plead to. Sorry, it's a little long. Anyway, I can't get into the details because there were legal issues and stuff, but years ago I had my life destroyed by crazy woke people because I was injured. I lived in Los Angeles for about 13 years.
Yep.
And when I wanted to seek out, like a court case and stuff, I had someone in the legal system look me straight in the face and tell me, you're not the right kind of white guy. This isn't going to play out well for you. And I immediately was like, what the?
What? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't want to swear, but
sure.
Yeah. So, and I was like, is it because I'm from Pennsylvania, or I'm also Ashkenazi and Jewish, or maybe both? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I was immediately like, what is happening? And so it put me in a bad spiral, and I lost, it just went crazy. So I was like, what? I've always been a egalitarian person, and right.
I mean, racism in any form is bad, whether it doesn't matter who it's directed towards.
Yeah. And so, and I started, becoming more center-right instead of liberal, which is, it's an identity crisis because, it's a big change.
Sure.
And working in an industry, it's sort of like, you understand in our industries, you feel like an outcast, and you don't really know who to talk to, and so it's awkward. So anyway, as a catharsis of sorts, I made this app called Pooper.
Okay.
And so it lets you put animated pooping animals on your text messages.
Okay.
And it's been charting for years, so since I made it.
It sounds funny.
Yeah, so I think you'd like it just because, sticking pooping animals on Mark Cuban's, if you're talking to him, you can stick it on his face or his text messages and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And so he gets a gorilla pooping on his text messaging.
Yeah, I mean, I saw an interview with Mark Cuban and what's her name again, Rachel Maddow, but I couldn't tell which was which.
So my question is, would you, because this destroyed me, I was really badly injured. I'm not saying you have to do it. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Would you consider implementing that kind of thing onto Twitter where you could, have a dinosaur or a monkey throwing poop and put it on top of Mark Cuban's, new stupid look that he has?
Well,
or a Business Insider.
About probably 5 million people have now heard about the pooper. Maybe 10 million. There's a lot of people going to watch this. So I think that's some solid publicity right there. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks for coming. You're going to help us win Pennsylvania and the entire race.
Yes. Well, I mean, I should say, like it's incredibly important that everyone here and everyone listening, watching, that you go and make sure your friends, family, yourself are registered to vote, because the voting registration deadline in Pennsylvania ends at midnight on Monday. So there's only a few days left. So you just got to be a pest and hound everyone you know to make sure they're registered to vote and the registration is good, because it's a sort of, a shot clock ends at midnight on Monday. So, go!
Because now you're going to be the head of the Doge. Have you thought about whether AI and blockchain can be used to track every dollar that the government spends, makes people accountable to the very last person, and we know exactly who agreed to a $400 toilet seat?
Yeah.
Can we do that? Is that in the
Actually,
set
that's a
of
good idea.
possibilities?
That's a good idea, because actually trying to make sense of these incredibly complex laws and regulations where, a law gets passed that's longer than Lord of the Rings, and no one's actually read the thing, literally there's not actually one human who's read the whole law, and then that law gets amplified by 100 times by the regulations that follow. I think the only thing that could comprehend that is an AI, basically. So I think that would actually be a good idea, is saying, okay, AI, just tell us what's actually going on, where's the money getting spent, what does this law actually mean, and simplify it, really. Yeah, I mean, the amount of government waste that happens is truly staggering. I mean, if you've been exposed to government contracting, it's pretty nutty. It's beyond. So it's so crazy. It's hard to believe. Yeah. I think there's basically a lot of room for improvement there, and the net result will be a significant improvement in, like I said, in personal freedom and the standard of living in America. So.
Hi, Mr. Musk. It is such an honor to be here with you. I am actually a former mainstream media journalist. I now teach martial arts in the city of Philadelphia to kids, and also in Camden. And I find that the character skills that they need, they get through martial arts, not so much through the education they're getting. And with my journalism background,
that's great. I did martial arts too. It's great. It is a very healthy thing for kids to do, I think. Yeah, and adults too.
Yeah, I will spar you anytime.
Okay.
My question is, I have such a strong desire for truth that I feel like looking at X, but also coming to events like this is the only way that I can truly feel that I confidently know what you're saying and how you're saying it, which I appreciate. Yes. What do we do for kids so that when they get older, they can see through it? Because what they're learning now, I think, falls short of not just the character, but also their ability to discern their own opinion.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I think teaching kids critical thinking is very important. They should be taught critical thinking. It's like a mental firewall. You teach kids critical thinking at a young age, and just teach them the types of fallacies that they're likely to encounter, the sort of forms of trickery, like straw man fallacy, or sort of there's the various ways that that information that like media or people will trick you, and just kind of immunizing kids effectively against that, I think early on would be a very good thing to do. Basically, just teach kids, like, don't be skeptical about what you're told. It may be true, it may not be true, or it may be that often there's a certain percentage chance that it is true, and you want to consider the evidence. Weigh the evidence to decide what is the probability that a certain thing is true or not true, and then when you hear more evidence, then you change the probabilities. I mean, generally, like I believe in the sort of physics approach to thinking, which is that you're always you're always weighing the probabilities that something is true or not true, or that there may be a third explanation, and be very open to new facts changing your mind. So.
For free, that helps to promote like true journalism through anything. I'd be happy to do it. It would mean everything.
Well, thank you. I think actually think that what we want to move to is really systems like X and other social media platforms too, hopefully, where you really have the sum of the voice of the people. In times past, we didn't have the technology for this, so the only way to learn news was for it to be filtered through a small number of news organizations and then to be printed in newspapers or broadcast. There wasn't really any way that people could speak to each other or communicate with each other, but now there is. So because people can be online, and I'm a big believer in sort of citizen journalism, and actually being way better than, because you see, like at first citizen journalism may sound like, well, doesn't that mean just a whole bunch of amateurs are doing journalism? No, actually it's way better, because if you have actual experts in the field saying things, that's way better than a journalist. If you have people who are actually at the event live, I mean, look at, say, the attempted assassination of President Trump, where people are actually at the event live, video, people are reporting it. That's the kind of thing that is actually far better information than filtering it through a small number of publications, which ends up being controlled by maybe 5 editors-in-chief. There's like 5 people that control all the news. Even though there are multiple newspapers, it's New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, a few others, and they decide what is newsworthy. But that should not be how it works. It should be the voice of the people, the cumulative voice of the people, should decide what is newsworthy.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank Nicole here. She's the one that's holding the mic. Really awesome. I know you said you were a little spectrum autistic.
I mean, little, sure.
Yes. So the only reason I say that is out of every successful person I've ever seen, you are the one person that I can relate to the most. So I'm sorry if I'm all over the place a little bit. I remember you had stated that you hate the fact that every single time you hire someone for their talent instead of their passion. So I want to be able to say the Galileo test I passed, Xavier passed, Don Lemon passed, DART test, SpaceX test, A12 I passed that one, the 95 test, that's the year 95, what you did to be able to do Zip2. I've done that. Slave test, Steve Jobs test, reality goodness test. The reality of actually doing something good instead of just talking bullshit out their ass.
Exactly.
The Reid Hoffman test, which he scoffed at you because you were going to be the first man to be able to put life on Mars, but it was going to be a turtle. So now he kind of is walking back on that. But anyways, you guys were good friends. So I want to... I would classify myself, the easiest way is PNS, quantum engineer, and my friend Brandon, and my wife Theo, and Brandon's over there. I want to give you my business card.
Okay.
If you have 5 seconds,
All right.
5 seconds.
Well, we have to move on to questions. So it's either question. Just to be clear, the goal of the question. To be clear, that is that's what we're after.
Okay.
So, it's you want to ask like, well, you're interested in a particular question, but probably there's a lot of people in America and in Pennsylvania that are also interested in that question, and those are the kind of questions we're aiming for here. So, but thank you.
Is what built America. I was wondering if you can bring, instead of going to Pittsburgh to be able to bring it to Bethlehem, to Lehigh Valley to be able to bring that up again.
Steel?
Bethlehem Steel
Sure,
is what built the U.S.
Sure.
And I know you're looking between at Pittsburgh. I was wondering if you can look at Lehigh Valley to be able to grow what made America great.
Okay. Well, I think we do need a lot more local production of steel. There's not enough steel made in America. That is for sure. So, yeah. So let's move.
Hey, Elon. With the emergence of AI and robotics, you've talked a lot about a possible age of abundance.
Yes.
What are some of the steps that you believe should be necessary to lay the foundation that it's more of a utopia for humanity than a dystopia? And while you answer that, would you mind signing an unauthorized biography written by my 6-year-old son, and possibly a copy of my Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy?
Sure. If it's for a 6-year-old, sure. The biggest thing for development of AI is that it be maximally truth-seeking, which sounds like an obvious thing, but what I see being done with a lot of the major AI companies is not truth-seeking. They're aiming to be politically correct, which means lying, essentially. So, I think this is absolutely fundamental, it's like an example being, for example, when Google came out with Google Gemini, and people asked it which is worse, global thermonuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, and it said misgendering Caitlyn Jenner. So, which even Caitlyn Jenner said that is not correct. So that is that's an insane thing for an AI to say, because if you have some sort of omnipotent AI, it could conclude, logically, that the best way to avoid misgendering is for there to be no humans, because if no humans equals probability of misgendering equals 0. So you could get like some very dystopian outcomes if you do not have a maximally truth-seeking AI. I think that's very important. That's the reason for XAI. So. You can't have an AI built on a throne of lies.
Hi, Mr. Musk. My name is Dave Cochran. I am so ecstatic to be here. I do have the uttermost respect for you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to keep... I wanted to bring in my sketchbooks. I'm an inventor. They would have been stacked this high. But I'm not here to pitch my ideas. I really want to know, are you going to play a part in the office once we get Trump in there and do things and maybe incorporate the space program in other areas of the country? I tried to move to Florida. My mother's 90. I want to be part of it. I want to do it right here. And
Sure.
I want to bring manufacturing here and the space program.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see you involved. That's for sure.
Yes, I intend to help. I intend to do a lot of work to improve government efficiency. So I believe this is very achievable. So. Like I said, it's really like we need sensible regulations, but we can't have insane regulations. I mean, when I looked it up, I think there was something like 428 federal agencies that exist. That's almost two agencies created per year since the founding of the country. So, yeah, exactly. Not to mention the NGOs that. What's weird about a lot of these NGOs is they're actually funded by the government. So it's like, it's a government-funded, non-governmental organization, which is like, it just ends up being a self-licking ice cream cone. It's like bizarre. How do you shut it off? You have to shut it off at the government level. So yeah, I think I do intend to if I'm, assuming President Trump is willing, and I think he is, I intend to play a significant role in, in making government efficient. I tend to be quite literal, so just, and I think it would free up. I think it would allow for so many things to be done that are incredibly difficult to get done. Like the Boring Company, was trying to dig a tunnel, just a road tunnel under the Colorado River in Texas, and has been waiting 2 years for a permit for a simple tunnel under a river. Because it's a federal river, it's 2 years, and still no end in sight. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Can't get anything done. It's illegal. So.
On the subject of transparency, January 6th, there were there's a single attempted act of violence where the 2 pipe bombs at the Democrat and Republican headquarters. The government released a picture of the pipe bomber sitting on a bench, talking on a cell phone. It was time-stamped. We know there's video cameras probably every 5 feet in D.C. Right. Why haven't they announced who the pipe bomber is?
Well, maybe he's a federal employee. Maybe. Maybe.
Clear on Twitter. Some detectives on Twitter, I think, were pretty clear that it was obvious who it was. Well, can't they just tell the truth?
Yeah, I mean, I think if President Trump is elected, we're going to get to the bottom of a lot of these things, So I think it's going to be like massive data dump, and then have at it. Take a look at all the information, So, yeah. So, I mean, maybe there's an innocent explanation. Maybe there isn't. Let's find out.
I know you're a bit busy, but were you to start another company, what would it be? Would it have anything to do with helping more schools be like Astronova? And what is the future of Astronova?
Well, I have to say, I'm not chomping at the bit to start another company. I have 17 jobs, and then another one, I suppose, with the Department of Government Efficiency. Although I think improving government efficiency will be really helpful in advancing space and a bunch of other things, and just freeing people around the country to do what they want to do. I think as far as education is going, I think actually AI is going to potentially be a very good educator. Because the AI basically will know all the facts and is infinitely patient and can move as fast as you'd like. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for AI teachers to be extremely good. So, thanks.
Elon, thanks for all you do, and congratulations on getting Booster 12 back to the Megazilla.
Thank you. The SpaceX team is just is an incredibly talented team. It's an honor to work with them.
Yeah. Very impressive. And relating to X, would it be possible to train XAI on federal, state, and local regulations and financial data so that the citizen journalists can investigate and analyze all the finances and all the laws and regulations so that they can help identify the discrepancies that exist?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. So, I mean, there is this fundamental challenge that happens, which is that laws and rules and regulations are immortal. And so every year, there's more rules, regulations, and laws, and they don't die because they're immortal. But we're humans, we're immortal, we do die. So that you get this accumulation over time. Historically, what has caused a reset of the laws and regulations has been war. Now, we'd like to ideally avoid war, but we still need this massive reset of regulations and reduction of regulations, ideally without the forcing function of war. But it is an interesting thing that the longer that there is peace and prosperity, the more rules and regulations will accumulate until eventually everything's illegal. So that's why I think it is essential that we have a very conscious effort to reduce the laws and regulations, or eventually no one will be allowed to do anything.
Hey Elon, I'm Lucas, and I have a question for you. What's the best advice for your children?
Best advice for the kids? Well, generally my advice is just to try to be as useful as possible to society. Be a good person and just try to give more than you take. That's a big deal. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. I'm curious with the explosion of AI and ML, what your thoughts are on reforming the Nuclear Regulatory Commission so that we can provide all the electricity needs, not only for hyperscalers, AI and ML, but also to make electricity more affordable for citizens.
Yeah, in fact, I think that the dangers of nuclear power are greatly overstated. So I think that we should, especially with the latest technologies. I mean, you can actually make a nuclear reactor where it is literally impossible to melt it down if you tried to melt it down. Like if your goal was to melt down this nuclear reactor, the new designs, you will not succeed. You can go in there with a flamethrower and a whatever, doesn't matter. And bomb the place, doesn't matter. It's still not going to melt down. So if you're in a situation like that with advanced nuclear reactors, then there shouldn't be any regulatory issues with that, because what really matters is the safety of the public. So I think that there should be significant reform on the nuclear front.
Mr. Musk, my name is Dave. Excuse the patch. I had Mohs surgery a couple days ago. It's super embarrassing. But it took a lot to get up here with that. I integrate AI into businesses, and we have to use OpenAI right now because they're the only API. And so we have to train it like crazy to get it not to do woke things. Hoping that Grok has an API soon.
It will actually. We'll be releasing the API very soon.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. My Cybertruck drove me here this evening, my son and I, so thank you for that product. And my question is Space Force. I'm assuming there's been some discussions with President Trump about Space Force, and I'm just curious if he does win. Obviously, Doge, yes, awesome. But
Indeed.
Secondly, what do you think Space Force might look like in 10 years?
Well, I think Space Force should really aim higher. I think when the public hears Space Force, you sort of think Star Trek, Starfleet Academy. You don't think let's make a slightly better spy satellite. But the way that Space Force is interpreted by the military currently is let's make a slightly better spy satellite. Like that's like 5% better. I'm like, no, that's not what people want. People want Starfleet Academy. Yeah. We want the Star Trek Enterprise. That's what people want. A real Space Force where it's like we're actually in space, So that's what I mean. Like we want to aim to have like a permanently crewed base on the moon. We want to build a city on Mars. We want to be exploring the moons of Jupiter, the asteroid belt, the entire solar system, And if you decide that you want to go to Mars, you should be able to go to Mars. That would be super exciting. Be a real spacefaring civilization would be fantastic. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. You've spoken about the challenge of falling global birth rates and American birth rates. Is that something you've
Thank you for tuning into the live
Donald
show.
Trump
This man
about?
has been
And,
answering
it seems
questions
like
for
the richer we
almost
get,
going
the
on
worse
2
it
hours.
gets, and you can't
Oh
really
my
pay
God.
people to have more.
Double tap your
nothing
screen,
seems to
subscribe
work.
to the channel. Let's
What
get it, man.
ideas do you
Shout out
have
to
for
Elon
that?
Musk,
And is that
first
something
billionaire
that you
who actually
have
asks
spoken to him
questions.
about? Thank you.
I have mentioned it to him, and it is a quandary. Like as you know, if you look at the sort of the rise and fall of civilizations, you realize that actually what ended most civilizations was a low birth rate. That is, they just an extended period of prosperity seems to cause birth rates to plummet, and it's somewhat counterintuitive. When a society is under stress, birth rates increase. So if you look at, say, ancient Rome, the birth rates were super high when they were fighting the Carthaginians, and Rome's very life was at stake. Birth rates were all-time high. After they defeated Carthage and ruled the Mediterranean, the birth rates plummeted. And to such a degree that Julius Caesar even tried to pass laws like in 50 BC or something like that to give an incentive for any Roman citizen that would have a second or third child. So they were having birth rate issues in 50 BC, which is pretty wild. And that was also true of really basically every civilization throughout history. So it's how do you avoid this birth rate collapse, the trap of, it's a sort of prosperity trap. I don't have a great answer for that, except I think if we can at least bring it to conscious awareness that we need to continue as a civilization, like no humans, no humanity. And at least it's a topic of conversation. It's like, hey, it's something we should do something about. And we definitely want to get rid of this ridiculous notion that there are too many humans on Earth. This is false. Yeah. There's a lot of people who think that the environment can't sustain this number of humans. It's totally untrue. We could double the population of Earth and still not have a significant environmental impact. So, it's...
Facts.
Like, if you could fit all of the humans on one floor in the city of New York. So that's like 8 billion humans sounds like a lot, but actually, if you're, say, if you're in an airplane and you're going from here to LA or wherever, and you look down, how often do you see a human? If your goal was to drop a ball on a human while flying from here to LA, you'd have a hard time. So the actual density of humans is very low. And Earth is capable of easily having far more humans, and should, in my opinion. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. It's an honor to speak with you, and I just want to personally thank you for buying Twitter and saving free speech.
You're welcome.
So a couple months ago, I was tired of being a keyboard warrior, and I signed up to be a Trump Force 47 captain.
Great.
And I've knocked over 200 doors, just trying to get people to get out and vote for President Trump.
Great. Thank you. That's super important. I mean, as was asked of me at the beginning of this talk, why am I so involved in politics this time? It's because I think this time it's a fork in the road, and it's frankly, I think we're doomed. If Trump doesn't win, I think we're doomed. We're in the doom loop at that point. So he's got to win. And I think for those who are in areas that are sort of normally it's like deep blue areas, if you think you won't get assaulted, put a Trump Vance sign on your lawn. I mean, a lot of it is like people are like, they need social proof. They need evidence that they're not alone. Yes. And so probably a lot of people in these like nominally blue areas would actually vote for Trump if they thought someone else was voting for Trump too. And so if you just put the sign on the lawn and be sort of loud and proud, then I think people will be like, you know what, I think I'll vote for Trump too.
So I have a rhetorical question. Can you buy Disney and fire David Muir?
Now that's a real interesting idea.
So DEI has become a cancer in our corporations.
It really has.
And I was wondering if there's anything realistically that the federal government can do or the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to put a stop to this.
Yeah, I think they should, the government should be actively saying that it is illegal to discriminate on the basis of race, gender, or anything else other than merit. It is illegal. It's not right. It's not morally right, it's not legally right, and it doesn't matter who you're discriminating against. The point is not to have discrimination, but a different type of discrimination. The point is to not have discrimination. That's the whole idea. Yeah.
Good evening, Elon. First of all, thank you for all you're doing, and thank you for being you.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
In the book, All the Glitters, the mystery behind the glitter conspiracies is revealed, and the details of Mission X is exposed, where SpaceX is utilized to deposit a layer of glitter above the atmosphere, which deflects the red and infrared light away and cools the planet. My understanding is that this is sort of being kept secret because you don't want environmentalists or other people to come in and regulate and stop it from happening. Why isn't the public being made aware that it is essential that Donald Trump be elected for this to happen? Because Trump will not have to ask permission to save the planet. He'll just do it. And I'm just wondering if you feel the same sentiment. And then there's also been some rumors on the internet that you're going to not only do this, but then you're going to use it and charge the other countries of the world to support it. You're going to lower the deficit, another source of income, and there'll be no more wars between electric vehicles and oil fossil fuels. So why won't you tell people, elect Trump, and this will happen? Because if it's anybody but Trump, regulations or,
yeah,
it only takes one person to complain and it won't happen.
Well, I think it's for sure true that when we've got so many regulatory agencies and there are so many rules and regulations, I mean, like basically Washington D.C. is like a sea of brake pedals. Like everyone's got a brake pedal, but nobody's got an accelerator. We're going to add some accelerators. So, because all they want to do in D.C. is stop anything. It's just a sea of, I just call it a sea of brake pedals. Like it's brake pedals in all directions. And how can you make progress if you've got a sea of brake pedals? It's not possible. So we're going to get rid of a bunch of the brake pedals and add accelerators.
My question was, how do we stop the steal? And is there a way to have a database on X where we can track all the votes? We all send our votes to you to track it, and then we can tell who wins? Or is so much, even down in Georgia right now, they're already flipping votes on the machines. And how do we stop the steal?
Well, I recommend posting any evidence that you have for voting fraud or irregularities or causes for concern. Just post it on the X platform, and then people can support it or say, well, either support it or debunk it, one of the two. But I mean, I do think there's generally an issue that we have, a fundamental issue, which is unless we have voter ID, and like. My opinion is we should have no, and I say this as a technologist who likes technology, and I like computers, but we should not have computers do voting tabulation at all. It's far too easy to hack a computer. I know how to hack a computer. And government software is the easiest thing to hack. So it's not the best software. So we should, in my opinion, we should have paper ballots only. It should be in-person voting with ID. End of story.
Hi, Elon. Thank you for everything you do.
Feel free to answer this question in 3 words. Some people claim that you're hurting Tesla's brand and sales by supporting Trump. What do you say to those people?
Well, I mean, you know, Tesla sales are actually doing great. And, you know, we're hitting all-time highs. So I think, you know, really people care about the quality of a product and as opposed to the, you know, whether they agree or disagree with the CEO's views. I mean, yeah, the CEO of any given company is going to have political views. But, you know, at the end of the day, what matters is that Tesla makes a great product and people like buying great products. So that's it.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, thanks for coming and being here. I think I understand your vision for challenging the existing cell phone syndicate, but I want to know when the X phone's coming out.
Man, I sure hope we don't have to make a phone. That's a real, that's a lot of work. I mean, if you know, if there's like, I mean, yeah, well, the idea of making a phone makes me want to die. But if we have to make a phone, we will. But we will aspire not to make a phone. You know, I do think that the various companies and Apple and Google Android and whatnot, they need to make sure they don't have a heavy hand in like the App Store and whatnot, or they will create a forcing function for there to be a competitor. But man, I dread the idea of making a phone. But if that turns out to be necessary, we'll do it. But hopefully, it is not necessary. Yeah. So, all right.
Hey, Elon. First things first is JCal is on my cap table.
All right. Great.
And my question is, I grew up in Spain, right near where your brother got married.
Oh, cool.
And in Asturias. And comparing cities back home to cities here, it's like incomparable. How does one fix, I go to our great city of Philadelphia, how does one fix the problem of people living on the streets? It's not talked about enough.
It isn't. No, I agree.
I go to Kensington a lot, and it is such a horrible sight seeing these poor people. At what point do you have the freedom to slowly kill yourself like that on the streets, and how do you fix that?
Well, I think there's not an easy answer to that, but I think you cannot have open-air drug bazaars because obviously that's going to be a magnet. While I think most people can resist the lure of drugs, some people cannot, and you just cannot let there be easy access to drugs and have it just be open there on the street. Then there are also situations where somebody is like just fundamentally mentally ill, like not a little bit, mentally ill in a dangerous way. Dangerous to others, and I think if somebody is incurably mentally ill and a danger to others, we need to have some kind of asylum for them. There's no, because the other, it has to be done. The word homeless is a misnomer, because homeless sounds like someone who got a little behind on their mortgage payments, and if they just got a job offer, they'd be back on their feet. That does not describe the people in Kensington. Okay, at all. So, if the issue is one, if they're violent drug zombies, they must be taken off the streets, and they won't go willingly. So there's no choice. Now, I'm a big believer in empathy. I think we should have empathy. We should have empathy for our fellow human beings. But what I see on the left is a lot of shallow empathy, sort of empathy that's skin deep, essentially, very thin empathy. They have empathy for what they term homeless people when they're actually violent drug zombies, but they lack empathy for the victims of the violent drug zombies. And so that we should have deep empathy for everyone, not shallow empathy. Have empathy for the victims of the criminals, not just the criminals.
Hi, Leon. My name is Hans Moyer. I brought some plans here to solve all our problems. I'm going to give them to this young lady here, okay?
Wow, okay.
I have some good news. The Washington Times, the most conservative voice in our capital, endorsed President Trump for another term, so that's good news.
Great.
My question today to you is, when your children come to you and they ask you why is so much war in our world, what do you answer them as far as where does peace begin?
Well, I mean, the reality is actually, if you say war per capita, it's actually quite low. So that it's not that there's no war, it's just that we now hear about war anywhere at all. So, but if you compare where we are today versus, say, last century with World War II and World War I, where millions of people were dying per year, we actually have, on a global basis, it's actually very peaceful. That does not say there aren't some terrible things happening somewhere. There are 8 billion people on Earth. So, and in fact, what the sort of legacy mainstream media tends to do is try to answer the question, what is the worst thing that happened on Earth today? That's generally what the newspaper tries to answer. What's the worst thing that happened on Earth? It's a big world. There's some pretty bad things. So, actually the reality is that there is only a small amount of war occurring in the world compared to the past. Now, historically, humans have had a lot of war, of course. But I think actually for countries, say, like the United States, the issue is that we've had peace for such a long time that we are a victim of prosperity. It's sort of, and this, when you have peace for such a long time, you have this accumulation of rules and regulations that binds society. That's why I call it this, the slow strangulation by overregulation is what happens in peacetime, and a dramatic decline in the birth rate. And the decline in the birth rate is it's not something we've ever evolved to react to. Like if you said like that there was like a Thanos situation where somebody would snap their fingers and half of people would be dead. You'd be like, well, that's terrible. Well, that's actually what's happening with the birth rate. Yet there is no reaction. Why is there no reaction? At the end of the day, you still have half the people. I mean, look at, say, South Korea. Birth rate is 1/3 replacement. 1/3. That means if you fast forward to the future, 2/3 of South Korea is gone. Poof, gone. More than Thanos. Why is there no reaction? Why are we not reacting to the absence of children? We should have, in my opinion, just as strong a reaction to the absence of children as to the death of humans. Because in both cases, the people are gone.
Hey, Elon, how you doing? Great job saving Twitter from the woke mind virus. And I don't know if you're a gamer, but...
I am. What gave it away? Because I do post frequently on the subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice, me too.
I do actually love it. People ask me, like, what are your hobbies? I'm like, well, I talk to my friends and family and I play video games.
Yeah, I left my Diablo 4 to come here, so
yeah.
I made it here. But the
yeah, exactly.
But the gaming industry is starting to see some results too, being a victim of the woke mind
totally.
virus.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I was wondering, with recent flops like
make video games great again.
Yeah, exactly. With recent flops like Conquered and Dustborn, games are prioritizing pronouns and things like that instead
That's
of actual
annoying.
gameplay. Yeah. So I was wondering, have you ever thought about making your own gaming studio and making an impact in the industry?
You know, if there's one thing I could say that would be a fun thing to do, it would be to start a gaming studio. Because I do actually intrinsically love video games. And I think actually if you apply sort of AI to video games, you could really make it just some incredible, make incredible video games. So yeah, I think just generally for content, the problem with like the sort of DEI and the woke mind virus is that it kills the art. You know, it's just like as soon as when you can see something that is forcibly imposed on the story and it's discordant, it destroys the art. And now it's hard to enjoy the story. It kicks you out of the story because you can just feel that you're being lectured.
We're seeing it in movies and TV and all that kind of stuff. It's like, let me just enjoy my video games.
Exactly. I know, come on. Not video games, too. All right.
Hi, Elon. As a child of science fiction and being raised on Asimov and the grandeur and the beauty that came through his stories, I'm teaching my daughter the same thing. She's 6 years old.
Yeah.
And we've had conversations watching all of your rocket launches. And she's asked me, when can we go for a walk on the moon? So I have to ask, what's a realistic timeline for me to take my wife and my daughter to the moon and go for a walk?
Well, that's a great question. Well, with our goal with Starship is to enable anyone to go to the moon or Mars or elsewhere if they want to. And I think that is actually genuinely possible with a fully reusable rocket. You know, the fundamental breakthrough that's needed to make life multiplanetary and for us to be a spacefaring civilization is full and rapid reusability, which is what we have for every other form of transport. You know, we've got, our cars are reusable, our planes are reusable, bicycles, horses, they're all reusable. But rockets historically have not been reusable. They've been single use. And that means you've got to have a whole new rocket every time you fly, which obviously makes it extremely expensive. But with Starship, we're close to achieving full and rapid reusability. And that then drops the cost of space travel by literally 10,000%, like no exaggeration. It's like 10,000% improvement. It's insane. Well, it's the difference between, if you have to refuel your car or get a new car. What's that? That's a really big cost difference. And imagine, and the situation historically with rockets is like if you went on a journey, if it was a car, you'd have to get a car and then tow a smaller car behind you to leave the other car there and then come back in the little car. Which is insane. You need a second car just for the return journey. So that has made space insanely expensive. But once it's fully reusable, now the cost is simply whatever it takes to refill the rocket. That's it. And that's a massive change. So. Thanks.
Hi, Elon. My name is Amanda. I'm a single homeschooling mom of a beautiful daughter. I chose to do this because of the inefficient education being provided through this country's public school system.
Yeah, I think our education system is messed up. I mean, they're just like indoctrinating kids with like crazy ideas.
California alone gets approximately $23 billion in federal funding, which only accounts for 6 to 9% of funding for the state's K-12 schools.
Right.
Yet they still have the lowest graduation rates of any state in the U.S.
Yes.
How can we better use our funding federally to make sure our students in public school receive a proper education that prepares them for the workforce without the misallocation of taxpayer federal funding that the students seem to not be benefiting from anyway?
Well, I mean, if we make the funding contingent on student performance, then I think that would be a difference. I mean, right now there's no feedback loop. So schools can be terrible, teachers can be terrible, and nothing happens. And it doesn't matter if there's what the results are. So if you have no feedback loop for improvement, if there's neither punishment nor reward, there's no reward for excellence and there's no punishment for failure, then you're going to have basically communism. You know, then it's bread lines and ugly shoes. So we don't want that. So yeah, I mean, I met someone a few months ago who was telling me how he grew up, and his father was an ambassador, and he went to Hungary when it was still under communism, and he remembers going into a store and trying to buy something, and you had to basically beg the store clerk to allow you to buy something. Okay, he's like, I was like, it's like, please do me a favor and allow me to buy this thing. That's how crazy it gets. But if you've got no feedback loop, essentially the store clerk knows that they'll never get fired, doesn't matter what happens, and they could be great or they could be terrible, nothing happens. Then you get the outcome you should expect, which is terrible results. Whatever you incent will happen. And so we need to have an incentive for excellence, where there's reward for excellence and there's punishment for failure. That's it.
Hi, Elon. My name is Finn, and I actually go to your alma mater, the Wharton School of Finance.
All right.
And I serve as finance director of the UPenn College Republicans. Shout out CRs.
That's good.
Shout out Penn CRs. And I just want to ask you, I know like this is the moment. We're in Pennsylvania, and we need to re-elect Donald J. Trump as U.S. president. How do you recommend I do my part in going about that, being a fearless leader on the campus that you were once a part of,
right? But
also navigating these layers and layers of just communists that kind of control every institution in this country?
Well, I mean, I think just, well, with respect to this election, like I said, I think being loud and proud is a good idea. Like, wear a Trump T-shirt, put a sign on the lawn, you know, wear a MAGA hat, you know, type of thing. I mean, honestly, it's like at this point, it's just like, yeah. And then if people confront you, say, yeah, that's right. That's how it goes. So, yeah. So, yeah, man. But like I said, I think if this really is a pivotal election, super big deal. You know, it's really a difference between freedom and opportunity, or oppression and you know, communism, essentially. That's what we're looking at. So I think this is if Donald Trump is not elected, I think this is the last election. Yeah.
Hey, Elon. This was not planned, but I'm also a current undergraduate studying business at the University of Pennsylvania, who, as a young man, really takes great inspiration in your work and story. Earlier, you mentioned that the government deficit is growing at an unparalleled rate and needs to be stopped through a separate department for efficiency. Given the fact that government spending is increasing and taxes are unlikely to get cut in a meaningful manner, how do you think the United States can best decrease our government deficit to invest in the future of our generation? And secondly, and more importantly, what advice do you have for young men today who are seeking to achieve their full potential? Thanks, and go Quakers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really think we've got to cut government spending. Well, let me put it this way. Ultimately, there will be no choice but to cut government spending. And when the government runs a deficit, that is a tax. And it's a tax on people who are saving money. It's a tax on people who least deserve it, really. You know, because inflation, so that everyone understands, the only thing that causes inflation is government overspending, because the checks never bounce. When the federal government writes them, the checks never bounce. So government overspending is taxation. It's just a pernicious form of taxation that shows up in the rising price of goods and services. So the only answer is to substantially cut government spending and have it be efficient. You know, spend on what is only what is necessary, and spend it well. That's that's the path to prosperity, and any other path leads to doom. So it's got to be done. Yeah. I mean, in terms of general advice, I'd say it's like try to be as useful and productive as possible. You know, I do think we have an over-allocation of really smart people in America in finance and law. So that, I mean, that's both a compliment and a criticism. That we should have more people, more smart people in sort of manufacturing and basically producing goods and services than in finance and law. I think we over-allocate to finance and law in the U.S. So, you know, like a good test would be like you're on a desert island. Who do you want with you? A lawyer? Probably not. So it's not to say that we shouldn't have lawyers, but just we should maybe not have as many lawyers. You know, and so you know, I think if you want to say like, what would be a useful skill to have if you're stranded on a desert island, and aim for that.
Hey, Elon, thanks very much for coming, and thanks for everything you're doing for the human species. And I wanted to know what you think, like where you see humans 1,000 years from now, assuming there isn't a nuclear situation, and what you think about, you know, the nuclear situation currently and non-proliferation. And you talk a lot about, you know, at these events and in your interviews, you know, going to Mars in order to safeguard humanity. But there's a lot of things that can occur that could affect the whole solar system. So what do you plan to do about that as well?
The whole solar system? I mean, well, look, I think if we can just, I do think that there is an important threshold where if we're able to make life multiplanetary, meaning like that you can get to the point on Mars where Mars can grow by itself even if the resupply ships from Earth stop coming, that's the critical threshold where the probable lifespan of civilization is dramatically greater. So it's not enough just to go to Mars and have like a small base or something like that. You've got to actually have enough resources on Mars that if resupply ships stop coming for any reason, and it could be that things on Earth ended with a bang or a whimper, and currently it's trending to end, it's sort of tragic, currently things are trending to end with a whimper in adult diapers because of the lack of birth rate. So, but as soon as we can make life multiplanetary, sustainably multiplanetary, the probable lifespan of civilization is dramatically greater. And I think that's really the fundamental test, is can we get to that point before civilization collapses? Can we make life sustainably multiplanetary before something happens on Earth to prevent that from occurring? And if we do, the future is exciting and bright. And Mars may one day come back and save Earth, just like America came back and saved Europe and saved the rest of the world. 3 times last century. 3 times. 3 times America saved the world last century. And what a disaster would have been if America had not existed. And one day, Mars may play that same role on Earth.
Good evening, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask, as a citizen of the United States and the United Kingdom, if you could get Donald Trump to pressure the United Kingdom and the EU to get you into those summits, to get more American businesses into Europe and not to be so aggressive.
Well, I think there's some weird things going on in Europe. There's a lot of, I mean, although, you know, we've got quite a lot of bureaucracy here, but in Europe they've got country-level bureaucracy, and then they've got EU bureaucracy on top of that. You know, I mean, the EU headquarters in Brussels is a monument to bureaucracy. It's really next level. You know, and they unlike America, they don't have a First Amendment. You don't actually have freedom of speech in Europe. So, you know, but we're kind of like a pretty rare situation having freedom of speech. So, like there's crazy stuff happening in the UK where people are getting like 2-3 year prison sentences for Facebook posts. Yeah, like I'm like I don't think I should go to visit Britain because I'm like they're gonna like drag out some tweet and say 2 years in prison for this tweet or something bullshit like that, So anyway, I think that's with Trump elected, we can put a stop to that stuff and say like, no way, no, nope, no throwing people in prison for random social media posts. That's crazy. Yeah, it's happened a lot. No, I mean it's so crazy in Britain that they actually have released convicted pedophiles in order to imprison people for making social media posts. That is a real thing that happened. Insane. Yeah.
Hi, Elon. I'm a medical student. Unfortunately, radical ideology, including gender-affirming surgery, chest feeding as they call it, has infiltrated our curriculum. Unfortunately, if you speak out against this, there are grave consequences. I have to meet in private with like-minded individuals to discuss this. I'm worried about the health of our patients and our citizens, and more importantly, the general trust in the medical system.
Yes.
As a society, how do we push out these ideologies, but also, I guess, prevent, speak out and have freedom of speech without facing the fear of retribution?
Well, elect Trump, honestly. The problem is that the government institutions under the formerly liberal left are pushing for censorship, under the guise of something being hate speech or being their favorite word, disinformation. I find it hilarious when CNN was complaining and saying that I'm pushing disinformation. I'm like, are you kidding? CNN, look in the mirror. Should rename himself DNN, Disinformation News Network. It's nonstop bullshit. But obviously it should be okay to debate things. Words are not violence. There's a big difference, and we need the sort of, you need to be able to speak your mind and say what you want without severe repercussions. But there is I mean, it's wild, but like prominent Democrats multiple times have said the Constitution is an obstacle. They want to get rid of the First Amendment. They will if they can. It's insane. I strongly believe, with respect to any kind of gender surgeries, there should not be any permanent changes to children. This is crazy. A child cannot consent. It's like if you need to be 18 to have a tattoo, well then I think you need to be 18 to have, to be, sterilized. At least you need to be 21 to have alcohol. So it should be illegal to take actions on children that permanently affect their future, and they may subsequently come to regret. Like, I believe in maximizing people's happiness, but allowing a child to do something, crazy during their teenage years that affects them for the rest of their lives is not doing good for that child at all. So leave the kids alone. So, yeah.
Hi, Mr. Musk. I'll keep it as short as possible. Right now, I'm also a student at Penn, and I was wondering what you think education in college in particular is the best, and probably more importantly, the worst at preparing people for the real world. Thank you.
Well, I do think it's important to study. I think it's good to study a wide range of things. But I think it is important to study, I think, engineering and physics, so that you understand how reality works. I think it's also important to study history, and literature. I mean, so it's not purely a matter of studying, engineering and maths and physics. But I think if you don't, if somebody does not study physics at all, then it's hard to tell the difference between what is a real technology and what is witchcraft. So, physics allows you to sort of distinguish between witchcraft and reality. And you sort of learn, well, why does an airplane fly? Why does a microwave heat food? Why do these devices work? How is your phone able to receive information through the air, invisibly? If you study physics and engineering, you get to understand these things. But I think it's also important to study, history and philosophy and literature. So I'd go with a wide range of subjects, but make sure that physics is in there somewhere. Yeah. Well, I think if somebody's like the CEO of an airplane company, they should know how airplanes fly. Yeah. Call me crazy.
Hi, Elon. I'm in college right now studying computer science, so I've taken a big interest in AI and specifically your work in it. You've talked a lot about AGI and how an omnipotent AI could make the decision to kill all humans to avoid misgendering them.
Yes.
As you know, the way LLMs work, large language models, is they just predict the next word that comes in a sequence. So how do you see it going from something like that to something that can think and make decisions with the power to do that?
Well, I think that's happening pretty quickly. So, yeah, I think when you distill any given field down into its first principles, essentially, I think you can almost think of intelligence like a compression problem, where for any given field, it can be physics or any field, you can distill things down to their most basic axiomatic elements, the things that are extremely likely to be true, and then you can reason up from there to reach a cogent conclusion. I think if you apply that sort of first principles compression to a field, and then you decompress it and can test the results against reality, then AI is capable of innovation and discovering new physics. But this is a esoteric subject. That's how humans have done it, essentially. Physics has been about figuring out the formulas that define reality. But you can also think of it as the compression or decompression, the compression or decompression formulas for reality. If you have a starting point and you run the physics formulas, you will eventually get a reality like us. Economics is a simple subject.
Hi, Elon. My name is Lev Parado, and I am the designer of Asteroid, the zero-G indicator for the Polaris Dawn crew. My question is, when are we going to send kids under the age of 18 to space? We need to have other generations to space to start a colony.
We do, absolutely. Well, I think it should be, if Starship is ultimately successful, which I think it will be if it's not stopped by the government, then anyone who wants to go to the moon or Mars or elsewhere will be able to go, which includes kids and families and anyone who wants to go and kind of homestead on Mars, essentially, which I think would be very exciting. It will not be, to be clear, going to Mars at first will be difficult and dangerous. So not a luxury expedition, but a difficult one, much as the creation of America was. Thank you. Yeah, I think I could probably do a few more questions, and then we'll call it a night.
Thank you. This is such an honor. Thank you so much, Mr. Musk. I want to thank you for everything you're doing, and God bless you and your family.
Thank you.
We're talking about such amazing things, our future, but to bring everybody back to reality in 18 days, it's the decision on whether or not that future will happen. So we're in Pennsylvania, the battleground state, and there's an anxiety because they're saying that we're not going to have a count for a couple days. So we don't know exactly what to do. You had suggested using Twitter to show what we're seeing. If you could elaborate on that part of it.
Yeah. I mean, really, essentially, if you have any concerns or you feel like there's anything inappropriate happening, then you should definitely post it on the X platform so that people are aware of it. Yeah.
Since you have all of our information, I personally would volunteer if, who knows what's going to happen. If you need bodies for Chad County, whatever had happened in the past, I would volunteer, and I would think everybody else in here would be offering to help.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll just do two more questions. So one more there and one more there. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Musk. I'm not able to vote yet, but I still enjoy educating myself about our political world. My question is, how can a young American prepare themselves and inspire others for a rapidly evolving political and social world?
Well, I guess you want to what's the future you want to build? I guess a future where, I don't know, there's immense prosperity for all, and we're out there exploring the stars. I mean, that's something that I find, really exciting. Reach for the stars, yeah. That's what I think. Yeah. So.
My name's Brody. I'm a college Republican at JMU. Today's actually my 19th birthday.
Happy birthday.
A week ago, I would not have thought that I would have the opportunity to talk to you. I was just wondering, what advice would you give to a college freshman, and also why hasn't Tesla bought Rivian?
Well, I wish Rivian the best. I hope they do well. The car industry is a very difficult industry. There's only two car companies, U.S. car companies, that haven't gone bankrupt, and that's Ford and Tesla. And Rivian's going to have a hard time. It's just insanely difficult to compete in the car industry. That is a hard problem, I have to say. In fact, if it were not for not just one, but two technology discontinuities, one being electrification and the other being autonomy, I think Tesla could not succeed without solving both. Not just one, but both. So, all right, well, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. Just get everyone registered. The shot clock is running out. We've got until midnight on Monday. Get every friend, family member, strangers on the street, everyone you can find, get them registered to vote. And let's win this election. Let's go.
When was the last time you heard a billionaire like Elon actually talk to the people, answer some questions, like for almost 2 hours? Probably like 2 hours. This is just legendary, man. This is legendary. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Irma, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for subscribing. To the new subscribers that we have, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. Okay, so the legendary 45th, some people say he might be the 47th, actually just had a campaign rally in Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is hot right now. Oh, they got Usher out here. Bro. They got Usher out here, bro. Okay. Okay. Let us listen to the 45th, who is most likely going to be the 47th. Most likely. Most likely. Okay. All right. Let's go get that for you lovelies right here. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? Give me a moment. Let me get that for you guys. You guys have been the best, man. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours, and you guys stayed true. You stayed here. You guys are the best. Straight up the best. Okay, here we go. We got the video right here. Thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Your boy Genesis says thank you. And I hope it just goes straight to the video because I don't want us to hear Kamala right now. Not Kamala right now. Not Kamala right now. We don't want Kamala right now. We want the OG.
To do. All
Oh,
right.
of course it takes us to Kamala. Of course it takes us to Kamala. All right. We do not want Kamala right now. What 30?
Up and he realized his son was very strong like him, but he never had a chance to play golf. He had no money at all. And his son was named Arnold. And when Arnold was 4 and 5 years old, they had no money to buy a club. He couldn't buy one club, not one. And they used to go to the back of, this was all told to me by Arnold, so I have it firsthand. They used to go to the bag room where the members were, and they took out members clubs, and they'd use the members clubs, 2 or 3 of them at night, late at night, and he'd hit balls with his son, and he'd watch his son every move, and he realized his son had great talent. And then his son got older and stronger, and then he got stronger and stronger, and his father started saying, wow, this is really crazy, what's going on with this kid? And finally, he was able to save up enough money to get him some clubs, but they weren't strong enough. Arnold was breaking them. He'd swing a regular club, and it'd break the hell out of it because he was so powerful. And they went back to the members' bags because they couldn't afford another set, and it used very stiff-shafted clubs, very strong for those of you that aren't golfers. That's for like good golfers with power, very stiff-shafted. And he'd get better and better, and then he went to high school and he won all sorts of championships, one after another. He'd beat the rich kids, he'd kill them. He'd beat them so badly, he loved beating them, even though he was a nice guy, but he was tough. He was a tough cookie, Arnold. I got to know him really well. And he'd beat him over and over again, and then he got a set of clubs and he got even better, and he won every championship, and he got into Wake Forest. You know that, right? Wake Forest. And he was immediately, as a freshman, the captain of the team. And there was a man named Mark McCormick, and Mark McCormick founded IMG. That's a very big, one of the biggest entertainment companies in the world today. And the way he tells it, he was playing fantastically well, Mark McCormick, a very famous man, actually, founder of the biggest entertainment company. And he was playing very well, playing Arnold, and Arnold was just Arnold. He was just better than anybody else in college. And somebody shouted over to Mark McCormick, how are you playing? He said, I'm playing great, can't play better. How are you doing? I'm 6 down. And he realized at the end of that match that he would never be a pro because he could never beat a guy like this. It wasn't close. He said he was longer, straighter, chipped better, putted better, and thought better. Other than that, they were very close. But he gave it up. He said, I'm not going to be a golfer. But he went to Arnold. He said, Arnold, you're going to be turning pro and you're going to make a lot of money. And my second choice was to start representing people that are talented. And I'd like you to be my first client. And they made a deal where Arnold owned a big piece of the company. And Arnold started winning immediately. Made a lot of money for him. And Mark McCormick became the agent. And then because of Arnold's success, IMG, which you know, most of you know, it's very, very big now. Hollywood stars, everything. IMG became well known, and he started signing a lot of other players and a lot of other people. And then he started with Hollywood, and they signed Hollywood stars. And it became the biggest of those companies, like William Morris and all of them. And it was all because of Arnold. Arnold owned a big piece of it. Arnold was a very rich man. And I said to Arnold, I got to know him when he was 69 years old. And I played pretty much with him, a lot of them. And as he got older, you know, when you get older, you start to lose a thing called distance. And I'm a good golfer. Not like that, but I'm a good golfer. And I felt so good because I was hitting it a little bit longer than Arnold. But he was, by this time, about 75, 76. And I'd hit it 4 or 5 yards past him. I said, Arnold, let me ask you, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, was I longer than you? He said, Donald wasn't president or close at that time. That was long before I decided to have this fun. But you're talking about a great man. I said, Arnold, and he was still plenty long, but I said, Arnold, do you think I was longer than you like I am now, 30, 40 years ago? He goes, Donald, let me tell you a little secret. You weren't even close. He said, you see that tree out there? And he pointed to a tree that was about 70 yards in front of us. He said, that's where I would drive it. And you're about 70 yards short of that tree, and you would have been even worse than you were. And it's true, you know, he won, I think it was Pine Valley, one of the great courses. He won the US Open. He drove a par 4. As the only person ever to drive that hole until that time. He drove it in a playoff to win the playoff. He went over the trees, very risky shot. He ended up driving the green, and he won with a birdie on the hole. And nobody till that point had done anything like it. But I said to Arnold, he became very rich because of the investments and the IMG and all of the different things. And I said to Arnold, just out of curiosity, you could live anywhere in the world. You could live on the Pacific Ocean. You could live on the Atlantic Ocean. You could live anywhere in the world. Why did you choose to stay? And part of the beauty is that because he made money right away, a lot of times it takes a pro years before they start making the money. It's a very, very difficult sport, actually. But he started right away making money. And you know the first thing he bought was Latrobe Golf Club. And you know the first thing he did? He took his father from a laborer to make him the course superintendent. How cool is that? And then ultimately his father became the manager of the club. And Arnold was so proud, and his father was good. He said, one thing with my father, nobody's going to steal on me. He said that, and I said that too. I said, there's something nice. And then I took Arnold, when he was quite old, in all fairness, we took a helicopter from where he was in Florida to Doral. I own Doral, which is a great place. And it's got 4 courses, and many championships. Many of the best championships were at Doral. And I was building these beautiful, they call them villas, about 88 units in each one, hotel villas. And I named them after the 10 greatest golfers, including like Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, Ben Hogan, Gary Player, Slammin', Sammy Snead, all great players. And I said, Arnold, I really want to name one after you. Would you like it? He said, I'd love it. I'd be honored to have that. And we flew down for the opening ceremony to cut a ribbon for the Arnold Palmer Villa. And it's, to this day, people just love it. And I'll never forget the day. He was having a little hard time. He was a little older. He hit the 80s. But he was still, when he got up there, he had that magic like nobody had. And you know, there were a few golfers that could you could say maybe slightly better, a few, not many, but there was nobody that had his magic. He was a thriller. He was unbelievable. He knew how to win, and he knew how to just do whatever it was that electrified a crowd. If I had him here right now with me, this crowd would be going absolutely crazy. They'd say, Trump, get off the stage. We want Arnold Palmer to speak. He would electrify a crowd, and he would go for shots that nobody else could do, and they were risky as hell, and sometimes it wouldn't work out, but usually it did with him. He was an incredible man. He was an incredible champion, and he came from Latrobe. And so when I said a couple of days ago, I said, where are we going to be today? They said, sir, we're going to be in Latrobe. I said, do you know what that means? No, sir. What does it mean? I said, that means Arnold Palmer. Because Arnold told me he could be, and I knew he could be. They wanted him everywhere. Name a villa after him. Everybody wanted him. He could have been in any place he wanted. He said, no, this is where I want to be. This is the place I love. I mean, how good is that, right? And he died a very proud owner of this course, and he was always tinkering with it. I said, Arnold, what are you doing? He said, well, I'm moving the hole 4 yards back. I said, nobody knows the difference, Arnold. He said, I don't care. I love it. I love this place. He could not get enough of Latrobe. So, you know, I've been here before, and I've told the story before, not in this kind of detail. Because, you know, you have these teleprompters. If I would read it off a teleprompter, it wouldn't be so good, right? And it would be a lot shorter. It wouldn't be as good. And I didn't want to do that. I said, when I come here, I'm going to tell them the real story of Arnold. But Arnold Palmer was all man. And I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this is a guy that was all man. This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. I had to say it. I had to say it. We have women that are highly sophisticated here, but they used to look at Arnold as a man, but he was really something special. Arnold was something special. So I just want to tell you, you're very lucky, the people that live in Latrobe, and it's an honor for me to be here because of him. And he was actually, he was a great man, and I don't think there would be golf to the extent that you have it today. It probably wouldn't be that way without the great Arnold Palmer. So enjoy it, everybody. Enjoy it. And I had to tell you the shower part of it because it's true. What can I tell? We want to be honest. We want to be upfront. It's true. But I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. I'd like to begin by asking a question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? After living through this nightmare of inflation, invasion, and humiliation, you know what the invasion is, right? Invasion by the southern border. What they've done to our country is unbelievable, allowing more than 21 million people into our country. Many of them are murderers, many of them are drug dealers, and they're from mental institutions. He says, send them back, you're right. Do you come from Latrobe by any chance? Yeah, he does. But Americans are ready to be free from Kamala Harris. Do you know that whenever I use the word Harris, everybody says, who's Harris? They have no idea who Harris is. That's true. They have no idea who's Harris. But Kamala, and to reclaim the future that is rightfully yours, you're going to reclaim it. This election is a choice between whether we will have a incredible 4 more years of failure. It's such a horrible 4 years. We had a horror. Think of everything they touch turns to everything. Inflation, Afghanistan. How about Afghanistan? Most embarrassing moment in the history of it. Everything they've touched. Even now, he's telling Israel, everything he said to Israel was exactly the opposite. He's the greatest. I will say this about Biden. He's the single greatest expert on foreign policy in history. You know what that means? If you did the exact opposite of what he suggested every single time, you'd go down as the greatest foreign policy president in history. If you did the exact opposite. Everything's a failure. And he's telling Bibi Netanyahu, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. All our great congressmen are there. Don't do any of these things. And Bibi didn't listen to him. And I tell you what, they're in a much stronger position now than they were 3 months ago. That's for sure. Nobody's ever seen anything like this happen. And Bibi called me today, and he said, it's incredible what's happened. I said, it's pretty incredible. But he wouldn't listen to Biden, because if he did, they wouldn't be in this position. And she's worse than him. She's not as smart as him. And I'm not saying he's the smartest. I'm not saying he's the smartest, but she's not as smart as him. And I think maybe, you know, based on early results, maybe he'd be doing better than her. You know, we have results coming out where we actually now don't have to rely on the polls. We're doing good in the polls, but we don't have to rely on the polls. Remember, they stole the election from an American president. They stole it. I could say coup. I don't even want to call it. They just stole the election. They said, we're taking the election away. He got 14 million votes, and he won. 22 people running, 22 Democrats there running. Oh, I'm looking at my hair up there. Let's see. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Excuse me, I'm going to recomb my hair. Do you mind? I'll leave the stage for 5 minutes. I'm going to recomb my hair, Mr. Future Senator. We have David down here. Mr. Future Senator, you got to get him in. You're doing good, too. Well, let's keep it the way it is. Let's just keep going, right? We'll trudge through it. But this election is a choice between 4 more years of failure and disaster, and that's what it's been. It's been failure. We're disrespected all over the world. They're laughed at all over the world. They're laughing at him and they're laughing at her. The other night they had Catholic charities. They had the biggest event, the Al Smith dinner. It's the biggest event of the year. For Catholics. And she's the only one in years, decades, that didn't show up. She didn't show up. She wouldn't be there. She wouldn't be there. She said no. And she ended up doing a tape that was pathetic. And it was an insult to Catholics, frankly, because she was actually sort of knocking them or knocking religion. Then she had the other event the other day where she said, you're in the wrong location, when they started talking about a certain subject, right? They were in the, which basically was a knock on Christianity and a knock on religion, because she doesn't know what the hell she's saying. But there had been a failure, it's been a disaster, or you're going to have 4 years, and they will be the 4 greatest years in the history of our country if we make the proper decision. You've got to make that decision. Thank you. Thank you very much. But you know, by the way, if you're Catholic, you can't vote after that. And you can't vote for another reason. That administration has been persecuting Catholics. It's been persecuting Catholics. I don't know why. Persecuting a lot of people. Persecuting politicians. I raised my hand, but we're kicking their ass. They are bad. They are bad. They are bad. Guys going to jail. They've never done this. This has never happened. It happens in third world countries and banana republics. They go after It's called weaponization. They weaponize their justice departments. I call it the Department of Injustice. Ours is the Department of Injustice. But we're doing well. We won the big case in Florida. You saw that? That was the big one. That was the big one. That was the big one. They're going to get him on that one. Oh, they're going to get him. We had a judge who was brilliant and fair and very smart. She ruled against them, very strongly against them. These are dishonest people that we're dealing with. But we won that, and we have other ones. We have them on the ropes. Remember, they were going to have me in all sorts of trouble. I'm going to be in trouble. And in the meantime, it's just weaponization of government. It made me more popular. It actually made me more popular, I think. That's crazy. Because people can see, and they're smart, and we could sometime explain it. But one after another, you had Fani, F-A-N-I, which is usually pronounced Fanny. She added a little action to it, Fani. That was a scam. They're all scams. They're all scams. It's a corrupt system, and it's a corrupt Justice Department, and it's a corrupt DA, corrupt attorney generals. They use it to get elected because you can't get elected with open borders, with transgender operations all over the place, with men playing in women's sports, with high taxes and bad schools, no school choice. You can't get elected with all. I could go on for 10 minutes. Your vote will decide whether we give up on America or whether we save America. It's the most important election you're ever going to have. It really is. By the way, how nice is this place? Isn't it beautiful? Look, people as far as you can see, they give you a little extra security nowadays. Do you notice it? I got more machine guns than I've ever seen in my life. Look at these guys. Hey, hey, hey. I got more machine guns. I never saw guns like that. I said to my son, Don, he knows a lot about guns. And Eric knows they're great shots. They really understand. I said, what kind of a gun is that? They said, Dad, you don't even want to know. They are serious guns. We got more guys, and every one of them is like central casting, too. Holy shit. I'm looking. They look like Arnold Palmer. They look like Arnold. Can't look better than Arnold. But with your support, we'll bring back our nation's strength, dominance, prosperity, and pride. We're going to do it. This will be America's new golden age. 100 years from now, the presidential election of 2024 will be looked upon as America's greatest victory. I hope that's true. Because we've been through so much together, and the finish line is finally in sight. After 4 horrendous years, Kamala Harris can't say one thing that she'd do differently, right? You heard that. If you vote for me, I will end inflation. I will bring jobs back to our country. We'll flood our shores with companies and jobs. We'll seal our borders immediately. And we'll let people in. You know, we had the safest border in the history of our country. Hold it. Put up my favorite sign of all time. Put up my favorite graph. I have to use it. My favorite graph. So the red arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest number of illegal immigrants to come into this country. And by the way, we want people to come into the country, but they have to come in legally, just so we understand, right? She's going, yeah. We want them, we need them. We're gonna need them because we're gonna have so many companies come in just through adjustments in tariffs and taxes. They're gonna come pouring into our country. And they're gonna stay here because we're gonna protect them with tariffs. The word tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. More beautiful than love, more beautiful than respect. No, less beautiful than religion, though, right? I don't want to get into that argument. But the word tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. Remember that. It's going to make our country rich. And our politicians were too stupid for so many years, or something else was going on. He goes crooked. That could be, because it's so simple to understand. But look at that. So that was the day I left office, that lower red arrow. That's the lowest point. And look what happened to our country after that. Look at that. And that was done by Border Patrol, which we love. Oh, by the way, Border Patrol gave us their total and complete endorsement. And it's hard. You know, they're not actually supposed to do it. They said, well, let them take all 29,000 of us and let's see what happens to this country. No, they're not, in theory, you know, you work for the government. They couldn't help. And they said she's horrible. They said she's horrible. It wasn't just, they said, you're the greatest president in the history of our country. Some only said the greatest in our lifetime. They had a unanimous endorsement from everybody. And they said at the same time, she's the worst we've ever had by far. And now she's running. And I tell you, I think that the border, I was just saying to Byron Donald's in the plane, right, Byron? I was just in up, Byron. What a great guy. Look at that black hat. So, you know what? You know who the founder of that hat is? Elon Musk. He wore it. He's like the founder. And I said, you know, we sell that. I think we sell about 2 a year. Now it's the hottest hat we have. And you know, Elon came up. Elon Musk gave us his total endorsement. How good is that, right? I mean, he's the one that landed that rocket. That rocket came in. I said, that sucker's not going to make it. I was actually on the phone talking to somebody. It was crazy. And I'm talking to this person. And I'm saying, wait a minute, something's happening. I got to just hold it. I put the phone, and it was a very important person. I'm looking at something on the screen. I'm seeing this 24-story tube come down, and it looked like it was getting, Congressman, it looked like it was getting a little bit close to the gantry or whatever the hell they call that nowadays. I said, oh my God, and I put the phone down. Very important person, by the way. I won't tell you who, it'll be embarrassing, because I never picked up the phone again. I was sitting there for... And because I was the president, and because I'm leading, which is probably more important to him, the guy didn't hang up. He was on the phone 45, 50 minutes waiting. I just saw, oh, the phone's off the hook. Hello? Hello? He went, but I saw this thing come down, this tube, this giant tube, and I put the phone, I said, just a second. I said, I don't believe it, because I had the sound off. I turned the sound up, and it came down, and I said, it's going to crash. Don't crash. Now, I thought it was, actually, at first, I thought it was like a movie or something. I never saw this before, and I've seen it a lot. And it came down, and it was going into the, and then all of a sudden, you see the fire pouring out of the left side. I pushed it over. It landed perfectly, and then it was grabbed by two giant claws, and they grabbed it like Willie Mays would catch a fly ball in center field, right? That's the way it was. He was pretty good, Willie. And it came down, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, is that you? He said, that was me. I said, can anyone else do that? No. Can the United States do it? No. Can Russia do it? China do it? No, nobody can do that. He said, they're 10 years behind. This guy is great. And he said, if Donald Trump doesn't win, it could be the end of democracy in our country. It could be the end of our country. And you know where he is today? He's in another part of the Commonwealth. Never, ever make the mistake of calling it a state, by the way. It could be career-ending. I had a friend that did that, a politician. He used to be a politician, but it shouldn't be that big a deal, because a lot of people make that mistake. That's one I could understand somebody making, but we call it the Commonwealth. But Elon endorsed me. He's in another part of the Commonwealth, and he's campaigning now. And he's got a gold. He's got a gold cap. But he called it, I said, he was wearing the black hat in Butler, Pennsylvania. We had 101,000 people. Butler, honoring Corey, the firefighter. Butler, Pennsylvania, we had 101,000 people. It was unbelievable. What a night that was. And we were honoring Corey and two gentlemen who were very badly hurt. We thought they weren't going to make it. The doctors up there, they have good doctors. These are good doctors. I don't know if they call them country doctors, but whoever they are, they were good because these were two men that were not the two great supporters who were not supposed to make it. And they made it, and they made it. They'll be okay. But Corey didn't make it, and we honored Corey. It was the most beautiful evening, right? We had a moment of silence, and then we had the bells of Notre Dame, right? Notre Dame playing. And then we had an opera singer who sounded just like Pavarotti. I mean, the guy was unbelievable, and he sang Ave Maria. And the whole place was crying. It was crazy. I'm looking at the audience. Some of my friends were there, almost as tough as the football players that we have. We have some of the great football players. Almost as tough. I don't know if you guys did, but they were tough cookies. And I see them crying. They're trying to be cool. You know, no, I wasn't crying. But the whole place was crying. It was amazing. It was 101,000 people. So we will regain our sovereignty, we will restore our safety, and we will unlock the magnificent destiny that is just within our reach. And I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Again, you're going to be excited. This is going to be the most exciting period ever. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. It really is. I mean, if you put these lunatics in charge any longer, we can't take it any longer. They're laughed at by foreign leaders. They think they can't even believe it. They can't even believe it. Biden can't find his way off a platform. She's worse. I wonder if she's going to have any trouble. No, she should be probably okay in that regard. But she's worse up here. Pennsylvania, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris, who shouldn't be there, she's a threat to democracy. The way they took over, they call me a threat to democracy, right? She's a threat to democracy because she shouldn't even be the candidate. They should have picked a candidate fairly, not just given her because they want to be politically correct. I mean, whether you like him or not, you know, we had the debate. And his numbers went down. He didn't have a good night. But that can happen. But, you know, that happens. And the numbers go down, and they went down. And they went into him. They said, we're not going to let you run. We're going to take it away. That's crazy. Nancy went in. Chuck Schumer went in. Some of the people went in. They took it away from him. They just took it away from him. It's bad. And that is a threat to democracy, if you think about it, right? That's a real threat to democracy. But you have to tell Kamala Harris. And by the way, I think he would have, let's see what happens. And I may be wrong, but let's see what happens. I think he might have done better than she's going to do. Because all we had to do is expose her as a lunatic left. Further left than Pocahontas. Do you know who Pocahontas? Elizabeth Warren. She's further left than Pocahontas. And I don't want to get into that stuff, but her mother said she was Indian because she had high cheekbones. That's what she said. And then she went out and did a test because I was driving her crazy calling her Pocahontas. So she fell for the trap. And she did a test, and she was so happy because it came back 1,014. Remember? 1,014. And that was it. That means I had more Indian blood in me than she had, and I have none. I have none. I'd like to have some. I would like to have some, I'd be honored. But I have more, and I have none. But she was so happy when she got, think of that. Think of that. That was what happened. That was the end of her career. You know, that was the end of her presidential run. She was leading for the president. And when she said, and you got to understand, just these are the people we're dealing with. She took that Indian heritage, and based on the fact, and this is her statement, this is not me. There's no racist anything in me, not a drop. But this is not me. Her mother told her this, that she had high cheekbones, and therefore she was part Indian. And based on that, she applied to colleges, she applied for jobs, she applied for the U.S. Senate, And everyone's forgotten that crap right now, but I never forget it. But she went out, and she had the test, and the test was ridiculous basically. And then I said that I have more than she does. And I would love to, I will tell you, but she's bad news. But she's radical left crazy. She drives people. What she does to business people is horrible. She's a horrible person, but she's radical left. And Crazy Bernie is radical left. And this one, Kamala, is further left than them. So you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've had enough, that you just can't take. You're the worst vice president. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here, Kamala. Early voting in Pennsylvania is now underway. Go and vote. Just go and vote. Get out there, and if you've not registered to vote, you only have 2 days left. You have to get out there and register immediately. Does everybody promise they're going to register? Okay. Boy, look at the crowd. Wow. Wow. Hello, everybody. How did the flyover look? Good? Cool. You know, it feels like you're very close to the ground. I said, are we okay here? You know, when it looks like okay from here, but let me tell you, when you're in that plane, that sucker feels low. I'm saying, I hope everything's working nicely on that plane. With your help, 17 days from now, we are going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we are going to make America great again, right? And I'm in big trouble tonight. You know why? Franklin Graham wrote me. You heard this. Like 2 months ago, he said, President, we love your stories. We love your speaking. We love everything about you. You're a great Christian. We love everything about you. But, sir, please, please don't use any bad language, bad words. He said, your stories will even be better. And I wrote him back. I said, I'm going to try and do that. But actually, the stories won't be as good. Because you can't put the same emphasis on. So tonight I broke my rule. I've done it for weeks, but tonight I just said, look, I'm in Pennsylvania. What the hell? What the hell? I went to school here. I went to school. I went to the great Wharton School of Finance here. What a great school that was, too. What a great school. So if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole damn thing, right? And starting on day one of my new administration, I will end Kamala Harris's war on Pennsylvania energy, because you know she's going to ban, fracking, right? 100%. You know, she was against fracking, against all this stuff, and then all of a sudden, about 1.5 years ago, when she was getting killed in the polls, she said, I like fracking very much. Look, they always go back to what they want. They always go back. She can't help it. She's a radical left Marxist. She can't help it. But we're going to end that, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to be drilling so deep. We're going to be, for these guys, we're going to drill. We're going to take out so much money. We're going to pay down our debt. We're going to lower your taxes. You know, I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And the biggest regulation cuts in the history of our country. And we had the best economy in the history of our country. And we had the best border in the history of our country. Other than that, what the hell? I did other things, too. I rebuilt the military, and unfortunately, they gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. These geniuses, these stupid people like Milley, General Milley. Remember his performance in Congress? General Milley and Mattis, all these guys, what a bunch of lightweights. But we have great generals, But they're the ones you don't see on television. They're the ones that actually have to fight. Like, we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate with great generals and we have a great military, but not the ones you see on television. Not the movie actors that you see. Kamala has said repeatedly she wants to ban fracking, which would kill over 500,000 jobs in Pennsylvania alone. Watch this.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. I am committed to passing a Green New Deal and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all. If they fail to act as President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. I am offering a Green New Deal that has been described as one of the most aggressive and progressive.
Well, he's going to bring the Green New Deal up for a vote.
Yeah, I will vote for it. It is a resolution. I believe that the underlying principles behind it are sound and important.
What is the solution for voters who have jobs and interests in the fossil fuel industry?
Giving the workers an ability to transition into the jobs of the future.
Can we afford it?
Of course we can afford it. It's not about a cost.
So when she does that, that's the end of Pennsylvania as we know it. It's the most important, not only from the standpoint of $500,000 jobs, it's 500,000 jobs, but in terms of income for the state, you would have to double and triple your taxes to make up. And she's going to do it. She's going to do it. She's going to do it. And you know the other thing, the taxes, you know what an unrealized capital gain is? Okay, it's called, I'll tell you what it is, communism is what it is. So she wants to have a tax, so capital gains tax is terrible, it's rough, but you know, you sell something, you can pay the tax. She wants an unrealized capital gain every year so that if something goes up in value, now you have to go out, it'll be a great business for appraisers and for lawyers and for accountants. Other than that, it's a disaster. She wants an unrealized, and she refuses to say that, no, we're not going to do that. No, she refuses. Think of it. It's an unrealized gain she wants to, so she wants to tax an unrealized gain. This woman is crazy. I will terminate the Green New scam immediately. It's the greatest scam in history. I will stop the energy price hikes. I will rescind the natural gas export ban, which is killing your state, by the way. And we will have energy independence. You know, we were energy independent 4 years ago. Think of it. Energy independent. We're still going to be energy dominant. And I will cut your energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months of taking office. 50%. We have it. It's under our feet. We don't have to get it from Venezuela. We get it from Venezuela. It's not even believable. The whole thing is not believable. For most of American history, Pennsylvania was the commercial and industrial powerhouse of the United States. But year after year, globalist, radical left politicians and incompetents like Kamala Harris have waged a war on your Commonwealth. They've annihilated your steel mills, decimated your coal jobs, assaulted your oil and gas jobs, and sold off your manufacturing jobs to China and foreign nations all over the world. Under the Trump administration, we are going to take back what is ours. We will end the looting and pillaging of Pennsylvania and many other states all over our country. We will bring back our manufacturing jobs, our energy jobs, our coal jobs, our steel jobs, and our dreams. And it's all very simple. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market anywhere on the planet, but only if they make their products right here in America. If they don't, they have to pay a higher tax. And only if they hire American workers for the job, and they will. They'll all be coming. They'll be pouring in. If these companies don't make their product here, then they will pay a tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our cherished companies. We're going to protect our workers and our company. It's all very simple. We don't do any of this now. I was going to do it, and then COVID came, and I said, we got to fight that one. We did a great job with that. We got a great, I got great credit for the economy, for the military. We were in no wars. Think of it, I started no wars. Everybody thought I'd be like in a war. I'll be in a war in 2 days. No, it didn't work out. My personality stopped wars. Stopped wars. It stopped wars in countries that we weren't even involved. I was able to stop wars with other countries that we weren't even that involved with just by making a couple of phone calls. I saved a lot of lives. We will call this policy the Build It in America plan, because when foreign leaders and CEOs call me up to complain about our tariffs, my answer will be very simple to them. Build it in America, build it in Pennsylvania. We're going to build a lot. We're going to have all those hulks that you have all over the place, the big empty hulks that we have all over our country. They're going to be loaded up with companies. They'll probably be, honestly, they'll be ripped down, and you'll see modern buildings built, modern manufacturing built. The centerpiece of this plan will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate, cutting the tax from 21% to 15%, but again, only for those who make their product in the USA. And remember, I got it down to 21. Everyone said it would be impossible to get approved by Congress. I got it approved by Congress, but I got it down to 21. It was close to 40%. I got it down to 21%. Nobody thought that was possible. Now, I'm taking it from 21% down to 15%. The companies are going to roar in because 21% is very competitive. 15% is really, it's amazing. I mean, companies are going to want to be here, but they have to be protected from other companies coming in from the outside and raiding the jobs, the products, and that's what we're doing with the tariffs. And for those companies who don't make their product in America, they will be forced to pay a very stiff tariff, and we will make it and take it. Hundreds of billions of dollars are going to come in through tariff dollars to benefit American citizens, and we're going to pay off debt and reduce your taxes still further. Again, I gave you the biggest tax cut in history. We'll be able to do it still further. And remember this, for decades, nobody paid, China never paid 1 penny, not 1 penny to us until I came along. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes under me, under Bush, under Obama. They never paid. They never paid anything, nothing, not a dime. Hundreds of billions of dollars they paid. And that's just the beginning. We're a rich country, but we don't know how to be rich. We just don't know how to be, but we're going to be rich, and we're going to be richer than ever before. We're going to take care of ourselves. It's going to be America first. It's also going to be, we'll help the world. We want to help the world. But it's time that we take care of ourselves. We owe $36 trillion. We're going to take care of ourselves first. And I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And I will also protect our steel industry. If you remember, if you guys remember, we were going to lose our steel. We had the worst policy on steel. China was coming in and others dumping steel onto our shores. And we would have had no steel industry left. And I put a tariff, a big tariff on all steel coming in. It was not good steel either. It was what we call dirty steel. It's bad steel, bad structurally, very dangerous actually. But they were dumping steel into our country, destroying our steel mills. And I put a big tariff and it all stopped when I did that. It all stopped. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and it all stopped. And you know, we slashed foreign steel export. All these exports that were pouring in, they stopped to the level of about 25%. Nobody could believe it, and I hadn't even started yet. We were just getting ready. We were going to make this country richer than it had ever been before. You know, in the 1890s and 1880s, Our country was actually the richest it ever was. They had to form committees to determine how are we going to spend this vast wealth. We had so much wealth, relatively speaking, so much wealth, more than anybody by far. And they formed up blue ribbon committees. How are we going to spend the money? We don't know how to spend it. Wouldn't that be a nice problem to have? And it was all a tariff country. We were a tariff country. And McKinley was president. William McKinley was actually a great president, was assassinated, by the way. He was assassinated. You know, being president is a very dangerous profession. If you're an auto racer, you know how many people die? About 1/10%. If you're a bull rider, that's dangerous. That's more dangerous than playing in the NFL, right, fellas? What do you think? I think it's a little more, I don't know, it's pretty dangerous. We got a couple of big deals over here there. But I think that bull riding stuff, that looks bad. 1/10%, about the same as the auto racing. If you're president, take a look. It's about 5%, 6%. That's a lot better. But it's only good if you want to do one thing. You want to make your country strong and wonderful and great, and that's what I'm doing. But it is a dangerous profession, and we can't let it be a dangerous profession. We have to have better everything. We have to have better respect from countries that look at us, because we have to let them know. I'm still waiting for Biden to say, if you do anything to this guy that I hate Trump, but if you do anything to him, we're going to blow your country to pieces, and then you wouldn't need all this glass up here. You wouldn't need all the glass. And other presidents have said that. And even if it's your opponent, and even if it's somebody that helped them force you out of an election, which I didn't want to do, but you got to do that regardless, opponent or no opponent. You got to let a country know that you're going to play around, we're going to blow you to pieces, and then everything will stop. It'll be amazing. But today I'm honored to receive the endorsement of 3 union locals representing U.S. Steel, Mon Valley. And if they want, I'd like to call them up to the stage, including union leaders Brian Pavlak and Richard TK and Jason Zugais. Would you come on up here, fellas? These are good-looking people. Good-looking guys, yeah. You guys can say something. Thank you very much. That's great. Do you agree with what I said? Yeah. It's pretty simple. Yeah. It's pretty simple. Mr. President. Good-looking guys, huh? It's an honor. You like the Arnold Palmer story? Is that true? Yeah. Somebody like to say something? Yeah. Please go ahead.
Brian started our movement, President Trump.
Good.
It's an honor to be on stage with you. All the steelworkers here, honor to be on stage with you. I was at the Butler rally when they started to assassinate you. And I knew after that I had to do what I had to do. So the president that saved the steel industry with tariffs, you saved it with tariffs. And you're my hero, and you're the greatest president ever. We love you. We love you. So, still working for Trump, and the rank and file Mon Valley Works want to endorse you. We want to give you a hard hat. And also another hat, too. Well, thank you, President Trump.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's such an honor. We want that no tax on overtime.
Yeah. No tax on overtime.
That's a good one.
Yeah. You know, the steelworkers work a lot of overtime.
You never even heard about that, right? No
No child support on overtime. You take care of good. Why don't you put the hard hat on? No child support on overtime.
Could we get a picture with you?
Yeah, let's go. Come on. Let's do it real fast, fellas. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Let's take a picture. Come on. We'll go first. Got it? They've got it outside. Okay, he's got it right there. Let's go. We got to get back. Thank you. Good job.
I'll see you backstage.
That's so awesome.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of strength up here. A lot of great people, actually. I'm also thank you very much. Have a good time, fellas. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. They said you did stay. We really did. We saved the steel industry in this country. Now we're going to make it really powerful again, along with autos. Great guys, great people. Those are great people. I'm also, and that have been beaten up for a lot of years unfairly because we had stupid politicians or corrupt politicians, I'm not sure which. I'm also honored to have the overwhelming endorsement of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. That never happened before. Never happened before. Never happened before. And also we have something else, the law enforcement, virtually every group in the United States from law enforcement, every single group, the sheriffs, the police, the fraternal order, 400,000 police, they all endorse me. So thank you very much. Thank you. I don't think she has one. She's a disaster. She wants to defund. She was involved in defund the police. I think when you defund the police, that's the end of that. With 4 more years of Kamala Harris, Pennsylvania will be an economic wasteland. That's going to happen. And I'll tell you, with me, you're going to make more money than they've ever made before. You're going to have the best salaries, the lowest taxes. You're going to be doing better than you ever did. And we're going to put this into motion fast. You can do it very fast. It's very simple, too. Kamala's inflation has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to raise typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year. Just take a look at this video, please.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up?
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now, she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up?
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
Donald J. Trump approved this message. You know, they said to me up here, we like the overtime the best. I said, yeah, you probably. You like the overtime, right, fellas? That's right. I figured you had something. That's right. You're not worried about the tips. You like that overtime, right? But a lot of people like the tips. And if you're a senior, you know what you like. You want the Social Security, no tax on Social Security. Think of it. No tax. No tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors, and they deserve it because you know what? Inflation, with their fixed income, mostly fixed income, inflation has absolutely destroyed our seniors and other people that are on fixed income. So I will also make interest on car loans fully tax deductible. That's a big deal. You know, they said one of the top guys on Wall Street called up and he said, you know, we have an incredible situation here. Where did you come up with that? It's like the paperclip. I said it the other day. Like 125 years ago, some guy took some steel and he bent it around a little bit. He came up with a paperclip, and other people looked at it. He made a lot of money, very rich man. And they said, why the hell didn't we think of it? You know, the one having to do with the deductibility of car loans. So simple. And the top guys on Wall Street, real geniuses, they called up, they said, how did you think of that? It's so simple. But you know, to have the American dream, you want to have a car. And this will make, and I think this is going to be fantastic for Detroit and South Carolina and Tennessee and all of the areas that, that produce cars. One thing I have to say also, we have in Mexico, and I've been talking about it for the last year and a half, China is getting ready to build massive car plants, massive, which would wipe out Michigan, would hurt you, but would wipe out Michigan. Detroit would be gone. And they're the biggest plants in the world. I have a friend that does that. He builds plants. He doesn't do anything else. All he wants to do is build plants. And I called him up a year ago, a little more than that. I said, I want to see a plant. I want to go see a plant. You think Biden calls people up and says, I'd like to see a plant? I don't think so. He wants to just go. He wants to go to sleep. And she wants to do other things. We don't know what they are. We'll find out, unfortunately. No, but I said, I want to see a plant. He said, well, I can't really take you to the U.S. because we're not building the good ones. But the big ones are being built in Mexico. I said, what do you mean Mexico? They're being built by China. And they're the biggest in the world, actually. And one plant will be doing more than all of Michigan. So I said, this is not good. And then they think they're going to take the cars, build them, and sell them over to the United States or go around a little horn and sell them to the United States and destroy our automobile. And it would destroy. So I said, I've had it. And I started talking about tariffs. We're going to put massive tariffs on these companies that are coming in and destroying our jobs and our companies. And so I went very public with it for the last 4 months about tariffs. I love tariffs. I love tariffs, what they can do for your income and protection, and even third-party things you can do just by the threat of tariffs, because we're the pot of gold. We won't be the pot of gold long if we don't do something. So I was making a speech the other day in Detroit at the Economic Club, which is a great place, beautiful, and talking about cars. And I saw the man that is the great car factory builder who I know, John. I won't give it his full name, but John. And I saw him, and I said, could I see you after the speech? I made the speech. I went to see him. I said, how are those plants coming, the big ones in China? They said, sir, they just canceled them because they think you're going to get elected, and they don't want to build them because they won't be able to pay tariffs. We just canceled them. I didn't even do anything. And I just saved Detroit. I just saved every car-making state. No, but think of it. And I thought to myself, just the threat of tariffs, they canceled these multi-billion-dollar auto factories. Auto machines is what they really are. Now, will I get credit for that? I don't think so, but we know. But he just said, because of you, they think you're going to get elected. They think you're going to charge tariffs that are so much that it won't be possible for them to survive. And China just canceled those big, beautiful factories that would have destroyed our country in terms of automaking. And, you know, I think it's great. And now people are starting to see it. They're saying that was a pretty good thing to do. I didn't even do anything. Just the mere threat of that beautiful word kept what we have. Don't forget, a lot of it's been taken over 50, 60 years. We were the greatest powerhouse. We will have that back soon. I think we can compete with it. We will have that back soon. We're going to have so many auto plants and so many steel plants built in this country now. So simple, too. It's so simple. And you know, I've been talking about this for the last couple of months, and people are starting to understand it. They're starting to understand it. And you know, China does it. They've been doing it for a long time. They say, we don't want your cars. If you want to build a car, you build it in our country. They did it with Harley Davidson in India. They charge a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. They said, if you want to do this, you have to build it. We don't want your motorcycles. We're going to charge you 200. Harley Davidson said, we don't sell any in India. Tariff's too high. I said, what are you going to do? They said, we've got to build a plant over there, sir. We're the only one that doesn't do it because we're ruled by corrupt and stupid politicians, but we're doing it now. As we build our economy, we'll also restore our borders. For 4 straight years, Kamala has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from prisons and jails they come, from insane asylums and mental institutions, and all around the world. They come from Venezuela to the Congo. They come from the Congo now. A lot of them are coming out of the jails of the Congo. And she's resettled them into our communities to prey upon our innocent American citizens. No, we're not going to do that. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. We're not going to have it. Thank you. And every day, Kamala is using migrant flights and her phone app. Do you believe they have a phone app? For the criminal cartels to call up. Hello, this is Jose Rodriguez. I'd like to know, where do I dispose of my illegal migrants? And they tell you where to drop them. Can you believe it? The only thing worse are the flights. They have planes flying over our border, big, beautiful Boeing 727s, 737s, and just like that beautiful plane over there, is it a pretty plane? 757s, 767s. They have planes flying back and forth, loaded up with migrants, only going one way, by the way, to flood Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's what they're doing in the entire Midwest with thousands and thousands of illegal migrants, and many of these are very dangerous people. They'll look at you, they'll cut you up, and they won't even think about it. As just one example, in the population of illegal migrants, think of that 2,000% increase in the population of illegal migrants under Harris. She doesn't want to be called border czar. But you know what? I don't care. She was in charge of the border. This mentally deficient president put her in charge of the border. And she never went there, not once. And she never, when the Border Patrol last week endorsed me so strongly, I asked them, how often did you speak to her? You were dealing with her. They said, sir, we never spoke to her once. I said, who did she speak to? There were like 40 guys on the stage, all the leaders of the Border Patrol. She said, not one of them did she speak to, not one. Pennsylvania is not going to take it anymore. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang, Tren de Aragua. Has anyone heard of it? You've heard of MS-13? These are right in the same category. You don't get any meaner or tougher. But they're taking over apartment complexes like I do. I'm in the real estate business also, isn't it? They do it differently. They do it with guns. I do it with financing. And unleashing a violent terror spree all across America. This is happening all over. Let's watch.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
And it's that way all over America. And I say it's a much bigger, you know, the polls are saying that the biggest problem is inflation and the economy. I say that's a bigger problem. I'd move inflation and the economy to number 2. That is a bigger problem because that's destroying the fabric of our country. The United States is now an occupied country. But November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation Day. Under Kamala Harris, 13,099 illegal alien convicted murderers are on the loose right now in the United States of America. Can you believe it? Just this week, 2 illegal alien members of the same savage Venezuelan gang were arrested in New York for robbing, shooting, and murdering a 59-year-old man in a Connecticut hotel. One of these illegal alien monsters was a gotaway. Do you know what that is? These are the illegal gotaways. And the other was caught, but then released into our country by Kamala Harris and her horrible, horrible, free, open borders. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. We have no choice. I don't want to do it. The record right now is Dwight Eisenhower, a moderate president that couldn't stand, he just couldn't stand what was happening with the border. Many years ago, Dwight Eisenhower, General Eisenhower, he's a good president, but he was a moderate person, but he has every record. He just couldn't stand watching the borders be crossed by people that weren't citizens of our country. I will rescue every town across America that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in a jail or kick them out of our country immediately. They will get sent back to where they came from. We have no choice. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Can you believe that? We couldn't have an act like that now because now everything's woke, you know? We have woke generals like Milley and Mattis. We have woke people. They don't do things like this. So we had to go back to 1798 when we had real people running our country. The Alien Enemies Act of 70 gives us tremendous power to the president to do what's right, to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. So when they come back, if they come back, when they hear that, they won't come back. And if that's not good enough, we'll make it 20. And I'm also calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Right? Kamala's invasion is also bankrupting Medicare and Social Security. She wants to give millions of illegals the benefits you worked for your entire lives. And by the way, by talking about education, Social Security, all of the different benefits, that's why people are pouring up into our country. If you say you're not going to get it, they won't come. They're coming because we say, come on up, like that idiot governor from California, Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom. Did you see the other day he signed a bill that you are not even allowed to ask a person whether or not they have voter ID? If you ask them, it's a criminal penalty. If you say, sir, I'd like to see your voter ID, they want to put you in jail for saying that. We're not going to stand. I'm going to get that thing overturned so fast. He just signed the bill. Because we want, ultimately, one-day voting. We want paper ballots. We want voter ID, and we want proof of citizenship. And we're finished. And we'll have quick, fair elections that will cost 8% of the cost of these very beautiful, fancy machines that go up to Mars and around and down and all over the place. You ever see this? Where the machines, we spend all this money on machines, and then they announce, we expect to have the results like 7 days after the election. If you had paper ballots, you get them at 10 o'clock. France went to paper because what we did didn't work. The mail-in ballots didn't work. France had them, and you know what didn't work? There was a lot of theft, a lot of things going on. They went to paper ballots, same-day voting. 38 million votes, everything was done by 10 o'clock in the evening. No people complaining, nothing. I will protect for a fraction, by the way, for a fraction of the cost. I will protect our seniors and ensure that federal benefits are for Americans only. I just want them to be only for Americans. Kamala is telling you, if you vote for her, it's 4 more years of the same. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years? There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently? There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022. 2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A 5th illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently? There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition. US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes have spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020 to afford a house.
Were you the last person in the room?
Yes.
That's it. Huh? You do nothing different than the worst administration in the history of our country. The happiest person in life. He just turned over 100 years old now. He's over 100. He turned a few weeks ago. Jimmy Carter. He's the happiest man around. You know why? Because he looks brilliant compared to this administration. The Carter administration is brilliant compared to these people. He didn't destroy our country at the border. Pennsylvania, if you want to end this disaster, you must get out and vote. You have to go and vote. Get everybody you can. And ladies and gentlemen, we can start really well. There's a man, I'm going to call him up real quickly. His name is David McCormick. He is a great man. Been successful at everything. He's smart. He's tough. Everything he did turned out to be great, and I think this is going to be just a start. Vote for him for the Senate. Your particular senator right now is a total stiff. Thank you. Who says he's my best friend? He just announced he's for me with tariffs. I don't know the gentleman. This is the guy that's going to do it. David McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, it all comes down to Pennsylvania. It all comes down to the Keystone State. We've got to put you back in the White House so we can have strength and common sense policies and fight back on this crazy liberal agenda, the weakness of Kamala Harris that is taking us over the cliff. So we're with you, Mr. President, 100%. We're gonna fight for you, but we also got to get a majority in the Senate so we can put those common sense policies in place, and that's why we got to retire Bob Casey, 30-year career politician. He's weak, and he's voted 100% with the crazy liberal agenda of Biden-Harris. We got to send Bob Casey home. And Mr. President, first time today, I just heard this an hour or two ago, good news. First public poll, that says McCormick's in the lead over Casey. We're gonna win this, but we need to fight, fight, fight for the next 17 days, no sleep, take our country back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, David. David's a good man, and he's going to really represent you, and he's going to work with us on getting your taxes down, etc. We're also joined by Representatives John Joyce, great guy. Where's John? Hello, John. Dan Muser, who's fantastic, my friend, all my friends, and Byron Donalds of Florida. And also, I tell you, if you're a football fan, these guys are good. I guess they're going to the game a little bit later or something. Are you going to the game? Are you going, or are you going to watch it on television? Former NFL stars, Antonio Brown. Oh, he was our good player. He was our good player. And Le'Veon Bell, really good players. And Mike Wallace. Come on up, fellas. Come on up.
Let's vote for Trump, baby. Make some noise for the president.
These guys can play.
Let's go, Trump. You already know. Vote Trump. Let's go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go, Steelers.
See you tomorrow at the game. Good. Thank you so much.
I will always see you at the game.
Thank you. Thank you. They look good. We're also deeply honored to be joined by Gold Star family members of the service members, several of them who gave their lives in Afghanistan. So horrible. So horrible that this had to happen. They're friends of mine. Many of the families are friends of mine. I've gotten to know them over this, and it's just horrible. Should have never happened, would have never happened. Corporal Hunter Lopez and his family is here. We're honoring these people. Corporal Humberto Sanchez. Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover. Sergeant Nicole G. And Corporal Kareem Nikui. Thank you very much. Great people. I got to know them very well. Should have never, ever happened. 13 people, many so badly injured. We have to talk about them. I talk about them all the time with the legs and the arms and just obliteration. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I also want to thank Elon Musk, because when I called him on North Carolina and Georgia, as you know, they had almost no, especially in North Carolina, they had no communication. The lines were all down a few weeks ago with the hurricane, Helene. And I called Elon. They said, "Do you know Elon Musk?" I said, "I happen to know him. What do you want?" "We need Starlink." I said, "What is Starlink? Tell me, please. Give me a lesson. Tell me." And they told me it's basically great communication and up to a satellite and back. And they said, "We just have to have it. We can't get it because it's very hard to get." And I called Elon, and he had it there in literally in moments. It was amazing how fast he got it there for them. So I want to thank Elon for doing that. It was great. People of North Carolina. So we're working very hard for Pennsylvania, but in breaking news, it was just announced that the highly respected Florida judge who is overseeing our case against the Pulitzer Prize Board for awarding their once highly respected prizes to the failing New York Times and the Washington Post. These are really fake news papers. Call them fake newspapers, but they're fake news, Russia stories. They got the Pulitzer Prize for Russia. It turned out to be a fake story. So I figured, what the hell, on your behalf, I'd sue their ass off. And he's ordered Discovery to move full speed ahead. He wants it to go. That means that we will be able to learn the full scale of their lies, deceit, and wrongdoing, and we'll hold these radical lunatics accountable for the lying that they've done to the American people. What they've done is incredible. Think of it, they got the Pulitzer Prize for their great reporting on Russia, 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 and then it turned out to be a hoax, and now everybody knows it. So I want them to return those Pulitzer Prizes, and I think lots of damages should be awarded to a lot of different people. So here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist rated even worse than Bernie. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police. And anybody who wants to defund it cannot be president of the United States. We cherish our police. And we're going to give them back their respect and their dignity and let them do the job. And crime will fall. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are tough people. I know a lot of tough people right in this first few rows. They're not tough like these guys. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens and detention at taxpayers' expense. She lied about working at McDonald's, a simple thing. You know, I think very soon, maybe tomorrow or something, I'm going to McDonald's to work the French fry. I think I'm doing it tomorrow. And I think it's in a place in Pennsylvania, and I'm going to stand over that French fry. You know, she lied about her. You know, it's a very basic thing to say. They'll say, oh, look at all that press. That's a lot of press. But they're going to say, oh, it's so basic. It is basic. But the basic is easier to understand. She said, as part of her resume, for years, I worked at McDonald's, you know. It's probably tough. But she never worked there. It turned out to be a hoax. So on top of all of this, Kamala turned on our military and wants to make them woke. Take a look at our real military. Just take a look at it.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually...
Creed, with your support, we will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will cut your taxes, demolish inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and turn the United States into the manufacturing superpower of the world. We will hire American, buy American, build American, and show the whole world that the American dream is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I will end the war in Ukraine, stop the chaos in the Middle East, and prevent World War III. And I'm the one that can do it. I'm the only one that's going to do it. I will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, and resources. And we have to give them respect again. We're going to give them respect like they've never had. And they're going to get rid of crime, and they'll get rid of it quickly and efficiently. We cannot live with the kind of crime that we're living with in our country today. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our military, and now we're going to modernize it still further. We will build a missile defense shield, all made in the USA, including the Commonwealth is going to build a lot of it. We're entitled to it. We're entitled to it. Others have it. We want it too. And we will land an American astronaut on Mars. Get ready, Elon. Get ready. We got to land and we got to do it quickly. But a lot of that has to do with military, the space. You know, I created Space Force, and it's going to go down, in my opinion, it's just about the most important with time, of the forces. We were way behind Russia and China, and now we're leading them by a lot. It's a great thing. Space Force, first time in 82 years since Air Force that this happened. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will immediately keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. And we will end sanctuary cities and stop illegal immigration once and for all. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. After years of building up foreign countries, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally be going to build our country, defend our borders, and protect our American cities, suburbs, and towns. We will protect them like they have never been protected before. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. That's what they're doing. This is an invasion into our country of a foreign military. We will be free and proud as a nation again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda once and for all. It will happen. Will happen. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. So early voting is underway. Get everyone you know and vote. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. These will be 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country, and it's going to happen quickly. With your help from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never back down, ever, ever, ever. And we will never, ever surrender. Together we will fight, fight, fight. We will vote, vote, vote. And we will win, win, win like we have never won before. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Don't forget, man right here is 78 years old. When people say, well, we don't know, I think it's too old and all that stuff. This man is 78 years old, standing there for like 2 hours, talking, interacting with the audience. The 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. One thing is for sure. We had affordability and we had peace during his term. And that's why he has my vote. You don't have to, I'm not forcing you to go vote for him. Vote for whoever you believe is going to do great things for you, for the economy, and whatever. But he has my vote, okay? All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it. We are about to listen to the Vice President of the United States right now. Vice President Kamala Harris. She was campaigning in Atlanta. She had Usher. She had all those pop stars and, everybody in there because, that's what they do. But anyway, this is Kamala Harris in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get it.
Good evening, Georgia! Can we give it up for Tyler? you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We got some work to do. All right. Thank you. It is so good to be back in Atlanta. Thank you all. Oh, my goodness. It is so good to be back. And I want to thank all of the incredible leaders who are here. I want to thank everyone for being here when there are so many things that you have to do with your time, and to taking the time to be here, and for us to be here as community, building coalition, being together means the world. This is what our campaign is about. Our campaign is about the people. Our campaign is about the people. And I want to thank Senator Ossoff, who is here, Atlanta's own Representative Nikema Williams, and the many members of the Congressional Black Caucus who are here today. I thank you. Mayor Dinkins, thank you every time I come. You meet me on the tarmac. My pastor who is here, Reverend Dr. Amos C. Brown of Third Baptist Church in San Francisco, I thank you. And of course, Usher. Got you. And so I thank you all, everybody, for taking the time to be here together. And before, thank you. Thank you all. Okay, so before I continue, let me just say on a serious note, there are people here in Georgia still dealing with the devastation from Hurricane Helene. And I am grateful to all the federal, state, and local personnel who have been working around the clock to help those who are impacted. As we know, this recovery will take time, and we will stand with Georgia and everyone across the Southeast who are impacted by these recent storms for as long as it takes to rebuild. Thank you. All right, so Atlanta, we have 17 days left. 17 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime. And look, let's have some real talk. It's going to be a tight race until the very end. And we are the underdog, and we are running as the underdog. But make no mistake, we will win. We will win. Yes, we will. We will win. Yes, we will. We will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. You got the old school. And we will win. And we will win because we understand what is at stake. This election is about two very different visions for our nation. One, Donald Trump's, who is focused on the past, and ours that is focused on the future. Ours that is focused on bringing down the cost of living, investing in small businesses and entrepreneurs. By the way, I love our small businesses. Can I see the small business leaders and entrepreneurs? I'm telling you, our small businesses are the backbone of America's economy. I thank you all. And we are here because we are committed to protecting reproductive freedom. But none of that is what we hear from Donald Trump. Instead, it is just the same old tired playbook over and over again. He has no plan for how he would address the needs of the American people. He is only focused on himself. And now he's ducking debates taking interviews because of exhaustion. And when he does answer a question or speak at a rally, have you noticed he tends to go off script and ramble? And generally, for the life of him, cannot finish a thought. And he has called it the weave. But I think we here will call it nonsense. So, folks, for these reasons and more, it is time to turn the page. It's time to turn the page. And America is ready to chart a new way forward. We are ready. We are ready for a new and optimistic generation of leadership. All of you. Which is why Democrats, Republicans, and Independents are supporting our campaign. In fact, earlier this week, over 100 Republican leaders from across the country joined me on the campaign trail, including some who worked in Donald Trump's administration. And I believe, as I travel our country, Americans really want a president who works for all the American people. All the American people. Who understands that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. Right? Folks are exhausted with someone trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. We're exhausted with it. That's why I say it's time to turn the page on that. Let's turn the page. And have a president who cares about all the people. And you all know I've only ever in my career had one client, the people. The people. As a young courtroom prosecutor, I stood up for women and children. As Attorney General of California, I fought for students and veterans. As Vice President, I have stood up for workers and seniors. And as President, I will fight for all the American people. And together, we will build a brighter future for our nation. Together. We will build a brighter future that includes what I call an opportunity economy, so that every American has the opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, to start a business. And to build that opportunity economy, we've got to bring down the cost of living. Because while inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And so I have laid out a comprehensive plan to lower the cost that you pay on everything from prescription medication to groceries. And this will be my focus every single day as President of the United States. I will take on corporate price gouging. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. I will give a middle-class tax cut to 100 million Americans, including $6,000 during the first year of a child's life. And I'm going to tell you why. Because we all know young parents have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources to do it. And we, as a community, need to understand they are the children of the community, and it is in our collective best interest to make sure that they have the resources they need during that critical phase of a child's development, to buy a crib, to buy a car seat, to buy what that child needs during that critical stage of life. That's the kind of leadership that we believe in America. have a plan to bring down the cost of housing by building more homes and taking on those corporate landlords who are unfairly buying up properties and increasing rental prices. We know what's happening. My plan will lower the cost of starting a small business, including by increasing the tax deduction for entrepreneurs from $5,000 to $50,000. Knowing that our small business owners are civic leaders as much as they are business leaders. They mentor, they hire locally, they are part of the cultural fabric of our communities and deserve to be lifted up in every way. Under my opportunity economy, I have a plan to lower health costs and health care costs for people as they age, so they can grow old with dignity and so their families are not financially crushed by the cost of home care. Because, look, let me tell you, you all may know this, it's a personal story. I helped take care of my mother when she was sick. I took care of my mother when she was sick. And for any of you who is taking care of an elder relative, you know that's about love and it's about care. It's about trying to cook something for them that they feel like eating. It's about trying to help them put on clothes that won't irritate their skin, help them put on a sweater. It's about from time to time trying to think of something that will put a smile on their face or make them laugh. It's about dignity. It's about dignity. But what we know is that right now we have so many people who are doing that and raising small children at the same time. We call it the sandwich generation. And unless you got a lot of money to be able to hire somebody to help, then folks are looking at the potential of having to leave their job, which is losing a source of income, or worse even, having to spend down whatever might be their savings to be able to qualify for Medicaid. That's not right. That's not right. So my plan includes allowing Medicare to cover the cost of home health care for our seniors. It's a matter of dignity. Dignity. And so I share some of these details with you to just let you know what you already know. I will always put the middle class and working families first. I always will. I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from. I will never forget where I come from. Now, Donald Trump, you know, here I go. Now, Donald Trump, well, he has a different plan. Just Google Project 2025. Now, I say it every time, but I just have to say it again. Can you believe they put that thing in writing? They put it in writing. They published it. They bound it and handed it out. And when you read it, you know it is a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what Donald Trump will do if he is elected president. Donald Trump will give billionaires and corporations massive tax cuts. Like he did it last time, he would do it again. He would cut Social Security and Medicare. He would get rid of the thing we all fought so hard for, that $35 a month cap on insulin for our seniors. Read that plan and you'll see they'll make it easier for companies to deny overtime pay for workers. And he will impose what I call a Trump sales tax, because he has an intention of putting an at least 20% tax on everyday necessities, which economists have estimated would cost the average person more than $4,000 more a year. And on top of all of this, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act. with no plan to replace it. Oh, y'all watch the debate. He has, quote, concepts of a plan. So you all know, and you've heard me say, look, I think, and I do believe Donald Trump is an unserious man. And the consequences of him ever being again in the White House are brutally serious. Brutally serious. Because think about it. The man's going to threaten the health insurance of 45 million Americans based on a concept and take us back to when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was? Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We're 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 not going back. And we are not going back because we are working and intend to move forward. Forward, because ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. And we know how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did as he intended. And now, in America, more than 1 in 3 women lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Today, except for Virginia, every state in the South, including Georgia, has a Trump ban. Many with no exceptions even for rape or incest, which is telling a survivor of a violation to their body they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That's immoral. That's immoral. And let us agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. Not the government. If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling her what to do. So look, we all know this is a healthcare crisis. This is not something theoretical. This is not just about a political conversation. It's very real. And Donald Trump is the architect. Women are being denied care during miscarriages. Some only being treated once they develop sepsis. And tragically, because of these bans, some women have even died. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Roll the clip.
My daughter Amber made me so proud. She was having complications, and
tonight we are learning more about the death of Amber Thurman.
The death of Amber Thurman was likely preventable if she'd had access to abortion care in her home state of Georgia.
What happened to her was preventable. My daughter is gone because of what Donald Trump did.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
It's nothing.
Chooses to take accountability, to take any accountability for the pain and the suffering he has caused, or even to just acknowledge the pain and suffering that has actually happened. In a Fox town hall earlier this week, he even mocked Amber's family for sharing their story. Play the clip.
Mayor Bottoms and Amber Thurman's family have come out on a press call
and they're doing what's called a pre-buttal to our town hall right now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah? And I want to get
better ratings, I promise.
You know, we talk and we care about things like dignity. We understand that the real... Well, I hear you, but, you know, the thing... You know what? The court's going to take care of that. We're going to take care of November. We're going to take care of November. We're going to take care of November. But here's the thing. A grieving family, sharing the memory of their daughter with our nation. Where is the compassion? You know, part of what's wrong with what's been happening in this so-called Trump era is that there's this backward notion that somehow the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of what we know, which is that the real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. It's based on who you lift up. And what we see continually from Donald Trump is exactly what that clip shows. He belittles their sorrow, making it about himself and his television ratings. It is cruel. And listen, I promised Amber's mother that we will always remember her story and speak her name, Amber Nicole Thurman. Amber Nicole Thurman. And Amber's family, including her parents, Shanette and Andre, are here with us tonight. And in front of all the friends here, I thank them both for their courage and their strength. And it is my pledge to the family. And I have pledged to the family, it is my pledge to everybody here, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. I will proudly sign it into law. So there's so much at stake. And, you know, I'm traveling the country, and everybody here knows across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms and rights. Like right here in Georgia, the freedom to vote. Right? The freedom we are seeing in so many places in our country, an attack on the freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. So much is on the line in this election, and this election is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are even higher for obvious reasons, including because just a few months ago, the United States Supreme Court basically told the former president he is effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House. And just think about this, right? So before that ruling just a few months ago, at least there was some possibility of threat of consequence for misbehavior, right? For breaking the law. But just imagine now, Donald Trump with no guardrails. He who has vowed that he will be a dictator on day one. He who calls Americans who disagree with him the enemy from within. Understand where that comes from in history. And says he would use the American military to go after American citizens. He who has called for the termination, I quote, of the Constitution of the United States of America.
Just cap on
And let
cap,
us
bro.
be very
Just
clear.
cap on cap.
Someone who suggests that we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America. Never again. Never again. Never again. So, Georgia, it comes down to this. We are all here together because we know what is at stake. We are all here together because we love our country. We love our country. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism to then fight for the ideals of our country. That's what this is about. This is about a fight for the promise of America. Right. And the extraordinary, great Congressman John Lewis reminded us that democracy is not a state, it is an act. It is an act. So, Georgia, now is our time to act. The baton is in our hands. Election day is in 17 days, and early voting has already started. You guys are setting some records, by the way. And so now is the time to make your plan to vote. Make your plan. Go to iwillvote.com and get all the information you need. And if you have received your ballot in the mail, please do not wait. Fill it out and return it right away. And you know Georgia's own President Jimmy Carter voted early. Bless him. Just days after his 100th birthday. So look, if Jimmy Carter can vote early, you can too. Because folks, the election is here. It's here. And I need you to continue to do what you do so well. Let's continue to energize. Let's continue to organize.
What is going on right now? Okay. Well, that's it. Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Well, let's start with October 7. 1,200 people were massacred. A terrorist attack that killed 1,200 innocent people. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. I maintain Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself because it is also true far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. A war that has led to unconscionable suffering of many innocent Palestinians. What we know is that this war must end. This war has to end. This moment gives us an opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza.
She would say, and said this week, that is message discipline. But this, for her, is a very important political issue where there is a segment of the Democratic coalition that wants to see actually a change in the rhetoric. They want to see her move in a particular direction. Has she done enough?
I don't think so. And I've been talking to people in the business sector in the Arab American community, and I was really surprised this week to get an earful to hear them say that they would much rather either vote a third party, not vote at all, or vote for Donald Trump. And I'm telling you, it's not obviously a significant sample size, but I cannot find one Arab American within my social circle in business or personally who have said that they will vote for Kamala Harris. When you look at the polling, it seems sort of neck and neck. What they are saying, and this is not a Donald Trump campaign line, that Tiffany Trump's father-in-law, who's a Lebanese businessman, has been successful in kind of converting and talking to people to explain why Trump would be better, even with the Muslim ban, even with everything else that has happened. They feel they do not have any political clout. They don't have any political operation. The only political power they have is their vote, even if it means the rise of Donald Trump.
That's extraordinary. That's extraordinary. I mean, and that part, I mean, we were hearing about the inroads that Tiffany Trump's husband was making in the spring when the uncommitted, uninstructed movement in a couple of states in Wisconsin and Michigan were such a big deal. I mean, 48,000 votes for uninstructed in Wisconsin. That's more than twice Joe Biden's margin in 2020. In Michigan, 101,000 uncommitted votes. That's just shy of what Joe Biden won that state by. I mean, this is important and it could be decisive.
And there's 200,000 Muslims in Georgia that no one talks about, too. And in the CARE poll, which came out several months ago, Kamala Harris was in third place among Muslims in several of those states, behind both Donald Trump and Jill Stein. So there is this position that she's in. But she also said, by the way, in clips, that they shouldn't go to Rafah. And she said that she would put something on the table against Bibi Netanyahu's government if they did go into Rafah. And now she's taking a big credit that they killed the terrorists in Rafah. It is a little bit of a flip-flop moment for her in a very fast time, considering how frequently she flip-flops.
We're talking about also what Joe Biden's position was. He was the one who created that red line about Rafah, which Israel completely ignored. But one interesting thing, I mean, I noted Trump didn't address this today at all.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
I don't think he needs to, honestly. I mean, I think...
I mean, don't you think it's a huge... I mean, this is a big moment.
It is a big moment, but if I'm looking at it through the political lens, I'm listening to everything you just stated, and if my daughter is sending her father-in-law out to these consequential places and they're talking to that particular community, I'm going to allow that to exist. I'm going to focus on other things. I recognize the liabilities for the vice president. They're the same liabilities for Joe Biden. They may even be potentially worse for the vice president, because I think the expectation was because she's younger and also of color, there would be some sort of shared understanding with the Arab American community, and there isn't. So that's a huge problem for her.
And I think it's the forgotten that you talk about. This is a community that isn't often followed very closely. They've typically in the past 2 decades voted Democratic. And to have these people say this, and keep in mind, when you look at this and people are viewing in the Arab world, 60% of the Arab world is under the age of 30. They are coming of age with this war. It doesn't matter whether they're Lebanese or from Saudi Arabia or Jordan. They feel very strongly that this needs to end. And when you talk to them about what direction we should go in with the White House, they don't believe that Kamala Harris is offering a change.
Well, and they also, there's a particular concentration in Michigan that affords its own power of swaying, not quite like Cubans in Florida, but that same point. And that's why it's been a little surprising to me that the Democrats have not approached this much differently, because if you want to try to win this without Michigan, go ahead and do it. I just would not make that my strategy. And it felt like they basically punted on that with their policy.
Well, it's a kind of, I mean, they're in a tough spot because there is U.S. policy, which is staunchly behind Israel. There is also a pretty sizable contingent of Jewish Democrats for whom this is also a huge issue. So she's trying to be right there in the middle, and that's not what Arab American voters and Muslim voters want to hear. They don't want a down-the-middle response to this.
Yeah, I think it's a tough position to be in, because I think that she's the current VP of a president that has a policy that she needs to be respecting and behind, and she's a current candidate, which rarely happens the way we're doing it like this. And so what, if I may ask you, what does the Arab community want to hear from her? They want to say she's going to do what that she could do without stepping on her boss's toes?
I think it is the loss of life over and over again, the fact that this many people can die and nothing be done about it.
Right.
And they feel that they don't have a voice and ability to advocate for what they believe should be an end to this. And simply calling for an end is not enough for this community.
There's nothing she could do than to go back home. Okay, go home.
money going into so.
All right, let's see what they're spending on
$1.5
campaigns.
billion has been spent on presidential ads in just the past 3 months. Since Vice President Harris ascended to the top of the ticket in July, Democrats have spent a jaw-dropping $921 million for Democrats, eclipsing the $569 million shelled out by Republicans. Nearly all of that money is targeting a very, very small sliver of the American population across a handful of states. CNN's Harry Enton is here to help break down the numbers. So, Harry, so much money, so few voters.
Oh my God, I wish I could get some of that money. My God, maybe then, I'd be able to afford a little bit better dinner. Let's just talk about the money that's being spent in the battleground states from this point onward, since October 15th onward, from candidates, parties, and PACs. Look at this. $351 million will be spent over the next few weeks. Oh my God. All of that money going into so few states. Now, what type of numbers are we talking about in terms of how many voters this is targeting? Well, how many voters are there? Nationwide, there's over 200 million voters. But in those key battleground states, what are we talking about in terms of registered voters? Only about 45 million voters and over, as we pointed out, $351 million, Dana.
And it's just a subset of voters in these states that these ads are targeting.
Absolutely right. So how many undecided voters are there in these key battleground states? Well, on vote choice, what are we talking about? We're talking about 5% of voters who say they're undecided. How many voters is that? That's only about 2 million voters. Now, there may be folks who are undecided about vote choice or know who they would want to vote for, but aren't necessarily going to turn out. So let's take a look at that. All right, what are we talking about? In those key battleground states, those who say that they're less than likely, very likely to vote, we're talking about 11%. 11%. But that's only, Dana, about 5 million voters. So we're talking about a very, very small portion of the electorate in these key battleground states.
Okay, so you're on because you can do math, so I don't have to. How much money is being spent per voter based on what you just showed?
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit crazy. So, look, let's all sum it up, right? We're talking about a very small slice of the electorate that is being fixated on. Again, 200 million voters plus nationwide. The battleground targeted voters, when you account for the likelihood to vote, as well as those being undecided, we're talking about 5 to 7 million people. So how much is being spent on those folks? Well, it's unbelievable. We're talking about $351 million being spent overall. How about spent targeted per voter?
Gosh.
We're talking, look at that, $50 to $70 per voter. It's unbelievable. I couldn't imagine all those ads. It honestly makes me shiver up, Dana.
Well, never mind. I was going to say something that I'm not going to say, but
No,
50, but move to your left a little bit because I want our viewers to see it again. Well, not that much. $50 to $70 per voter.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks, by the way, in 2 weeks.
Exactly.
Very little time left. A lot of ads. That would be way too much for me. I'd have to turn off my television. But always tune into your show.
Thank you. This is new data we are showing you into CNN. Nearly 1 million Michiganders have already
The OG
cast
don't
their
need to spend
votes.
all this
For
money
Kamala
to
Harris,
get
today's 3
the
stops
vote. Okay.
come on the heels of a very busy week. Check out where the vice president has been since Monday. You see a theme here. The Harris campaign knows fortifying the blue wall is its best path to victory. But polls show it is going to be tough. We can't say this enough. With just over 2 weeks to go, this election is a jump ball. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is in the very important Oakland County in Michigan. Priscilla.
Well, Dana, certainly these stops today by the vice president give us a glimpse into what she thinks and her campaign thinks is her path to victory in Michigan. As you outlined there, she'll be visiting a county that voted for Trump in 2016, then Biden in 2020, and 2 other counties where Biden was able to expand his margins. One area she'll be visiting especially is Lansing. That is where she is going to build on her argument, especially appealing to union workers and trying to draw a stark contrast with her Republican rival Trump on manufacturing. So that is going to be a place where she attempts to make more inroads with that block of voters. Now, of course, another part of this, too, is focused on the early voting. This is the first time that in Michigan, people will be able to vote early in person in a presidential election. And when I've spoken to campaign officials, what they've told me is that they really want to capitalize on that as they try to both lock in her coalition in this state, but also reach other voters, especially in the suburbs and those white college-educated voters. So a lot is at play in this already complicated state, and the vice president tomorrow will also be having a Get Out the Vote event here in Michigan, where I am now told she's going to be joined by Lizzo. So certainly the campaign trying to harness that star power. Later, she'll go to Georgia, where she's going to be joined by Usher, where early voting has already begun. So clearly, they also see ways to make gains here with those early votes. Now, next week, the vice president is also going to be on the trail with the Obamas, both former President Barack Obama, where they will be in Georgia, and then later in Michigan. So returning here with former First Lady Michelle Obama. This will be her first time on the campaign trail for the Harris-Walz campaign. So taken together, you can certainly see today how they are trying to fortify the blue wall, especially here in Michigan, but also looking forward, bringing in those big names to get people to the polls early where they see an advantage. Dana?
Okay, Priscilla, thank you so much for that reporting. Let's talk to some additional exceptional reporters here. Margaret Talev of Axios, CNN's Jeff Zeleny, and CNN's MJ Lee. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Because we're so close, it's literally a day that ends in Y, like who cares? But we are getting so much closer. Jeff, you have been on the road most of the week, I believe. Talk specifically about this blue wall.
Boy, I mean, it really is the easiest path, the strongest, most likely path for Vice President Harris to hit that 270 electoral votes. Of course, with the blue wall, you also need the blue dot in Nebraska's second electoral district to win the 270. But the blue wall is something that the vice president has spent her entire week on. She shuttled back and forth from Pennsylvania to Michigan, back to Pennsylvania, over to Wisconsin for 3 stops yesterday, back to Michigan today. That tells you all you need to know. Of course, all 3 states are ones that Joe Biden won in 20 and didn't in 16. Being on the road this week, I'm struck by one thing, how much 2016 hangs over this campaign in every single way. Democrats are haunted by Donald Trump winning the 3 states in 2016. There are Democratic governors in all 3 states. There are key Senate races in all 3 states. So you just get the sense, talking to voters, there's an exhaustion with all the advertising going on for Senate and presidential. But what Priscilla was talking about there, Oakland County, just right above Detroit, that is a Democratic county. The Biden campaign won that by about 14 points, but that is where the margin was made up, because 4 years earlier, the Clinton campaign only won it by about 8 points.
It's all about margin.
I'm also looking at where she is today, Kent County in Grand Rapids. That is a classic battleground in a battleground. Trump won it in 16, Biden won it in 2020. That is the suburban vote, these college-educated Republicans who the Harris campaign is trying to reach. As we hear at the end of the 2 weeks to go, one big target for them is really trying to go after some independents and some moderate Republicans who are just unsettled by Trump but not yet sold on Harris.
And let's kind of look at her travels, because as we all know, we've all covered enough campaigns to know that where a candidate goes tells you everything that you need to know about where they think that they can do the best. Pennsylvania, 12 stops, Wisconsin, 8 stops, talking about the hangover from 2016. They all remember that Hillary Clinton did not go to Wisconsin. Michigan, same number. And then you get down to the Sun Belt and out west.
Yeah, and I think it's both where she is going and also just the speed and the cadence that the campaign is now taking on. I mean, it wasn't that many days ago that I think we were hearing some rumblings about whether the vice president was physically out on the campaign trail enough, because she had some days where she was in D.C., needing to do her day job, some days where we wouldn't see her out in public very much because she was busy doing media prep. But now, on a day like today, as Priscilla was saying, multiple stops in Michigan, Detroit tomorrow, and then also just seeing the high caliber of surrogates that are really out in full force. We are talking about 2 former presidents. We are talking about the very coveted Michelle Obama, who is finally going to be out campaigning for her within the next couple of days. I mean, this is how you know that we are in the final stretch. And exactly as you said, they know that this could all come down to the margins.
There we have it. You have it. I feel like they need to spend so much money on the vice president because, of course, it's like you have to convince people. But for the 45th, who I am positive he might be the 47th because the result, the action, the performance speaks for itself. Anyway, let's listen to what Fox is talking about. Just what I think, though.
To a personal story about the impact of the border crisis during Vice President Harris's interview with Bret Baier. She shifted the blame for the deaths of Americans killed by illegal immigrants who entered the country under her watch and seemed to struggle to give a compassionate response to victims' families, including the mother of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungare. She was killed back in June. The suspects, 2 illegal immigrants. Alexis Nungare, Jocelyn's mother, joins us now. I want to play that part of the Bret Baier interview with Kamala Harris in just a moment. But first, I want to say, Alexis, that our prayers are with you. And as the father of a daughter who's about the same age as Jocelyn was when she was killed, I can't even begin to wrap my head around what your family is going through and what poor little Jocelyn went through that night back in June.
Thank you so much for having me here. Every day is a new day. It's a constant reminder that she's not here with us. She's not in the grade she's supposed to be in. She's not making new memories like she should. It's been really hard on our family.
Oh, as I said, I just can't even imagine. But earlier this week, in his exclusive interview with Kamala Harris, our Bret Baier asked the vice president if families like yours deserve an apology from her and her administration. This is rather lengthy because it involves some of your testimony before Congress recently, but please bear with us while we play this out.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I am so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
So she says that she is sorry for your loss, but then she shifted Jocelyn's story to Trump. What do you think about that?
I think she's completely full of it. She is not a sincere woman at all. She has no sympathy, no empathy to her. She's supposed to, if she wants to run this country, she needs to take into consideration the families that she has affected with these policies that she has allowed and that she has approved. It's unacceptable that she gave me a very empty, half-open apology to thinking she was being sincere, to just shift like she always does in every interview, every questionnaire she has to somehow shift it over to Mr. Trump, and that makes absolutely no sense. Why can't you just take accountability like you should and actually try to make a difference? Maybe be humane and actually reach out to families that you have affected.
So we have been told time and time again by DHS, by the secretary, by
That's what I've
officials
been
at the
saying.
White
She
House,
never
the
takes
border is
accountability.
secure. The illegal
Just take
immigrants who are being
accountability, and
paroled
we
into
gonna
this
know that you
country
actually
have been vetted.
know that you don't.
They
you
pose
messed
no
up in the
national
beginning.
security risk to the country. Yet we now find out from investigators that they believe that the 2 illegal migrants from Venezuela, who are allegedly responsible for your daughter's death, were members of the notorious gang Tren de Aragua. Are you wondering, like many other people are, how did they ever get released into this country if that was their background?
It's always made me wonder, yes, because why put a ankle monitor on them in the first place? Was anything noticed? Did anything come abrupt? I always now for sure wonder, why did they need one now that this new information has became knowledgeable and has came into the light? It really makes me wonder, why were they released? Why? This should have been something that was immediately thought of, them being Venezuelan natives, and it just proves more that them being what they did so heinous was intentful. And this is the people that we so continuously decide to let in this country because of her open border policies.
The testimony that you and fellow victims of immigrant crime gave before Congress was just so compelling. And then there was this moment where Democratic Congresswoman Veronica Escobar suggested that you and your fellow victims were being exploited with your appearance before Congress. That led April Aguirre, who is a crime victims advocate, to have this exchange with the Congresswoman. Listen here.
It's insulting that you would say that to these families, that you would make an assumption that they're being used or exploited anyway. Not one time when her daughter was murdered and I was helping her navigate the criminal justice system did one Democrat call me to offer their assistance. It was only Republicans, and I am an independent. I vote both ways. So it's insulting. No, please don't speak over me because I'm still talking.
Okay.
I'm not done. I have the mic. I have the floor. I have the floor. If you want to answer me, you ask.
Alexis, what did you take away from that exchange and the fact that the Congresswoman tried to suggest that you all were being manipulated and exploited?
I think it's very inappropriate with it being such a sensitive matter. If I have the option to be used, quote unquote, for how she said, for political gain, for others to get what they want, and then instead choose to have my daughter back and essentially be a nobody, I would always choose that in a heartbeat. I do this to continuously be my daughter's voice. I do this because my daughter fought incredibly hard her last moments of her life. And I will be damned if I don't fight hard the rest of mine for her. I do this because I want to, and because I need to raise awareness, and because we need to make change. This has to stop. We cannot keep burying our children.
Well, you are a powerful advocate for Jocelyn's memory. And again, our heart just breaks for what she went through and what you continue to go through. I don't know how you get up every day and put one foot in front of the other. God bless you, and thank you for being with us.
Oh, that is absolutely sad. I got a 5-year-old daughter. She just turned 5 yesterday, and I cannot even imagine. I can never imagine. God is great. God protects my family, protect your family, because I cannot even, we ain't finna go over there. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
Just 18 days until the election, and both candidates are barnstorming the battleground state of Michigan. President Trump will be doing a rally later tonight in Detroit, but he was running a pit stop at Fox and Friends, proving once again that he's a juggernaut when it comes to doing interviews. But Kamala Harris doesn't see it that way. She's pouncing on a new report that claims Trump is too exhausted to continue his media tour. The vice president even using it as a new campaign talking point.
And now he is ducking debates and canceling interviews. Come on. And check this out. His own campaign team recently said it is because of exhaustion. Well, if you are exhausted on the campaign trail, it raises real questions about whether you are fit for the toughest job in the world.
Oh, my. But Trump wasn't going to let Kamala get away with a ridiculous new attack line.
What event did I cancel? I haven't canceled. She doesn't go to any events. She's a loser. She doesn't go to any events. She didn't even show up for the Catholics last night at the hotel. It was insulting. All they are is sound bites. So the day I was at Fox and Friends at 7 in the morning. I then went to 2 different other appearances. I then made about 15 phone calls. I've gone 48 days now without arrest. And I've got that loser who doesn't have the energy of a rabbit. I'm not even tired. I'm really exhilarated. You know why? We're killing her in the polls. Because the American people don't want her. She didn't pass her bar exam. She's not a smart person. She's not a person that should represent our country. I want to see her do a cognitive test because she couldn't ace, because she wasn't born smart.
All right, Harold, so a woman who hasn't done a press conference in 89 days, it's kind of rich for her to claim that Donald Trump is exhausted when he was at an event last night, and this morning I turned on my TV, he was on television.
Look, I saw him early this morning as well. Let me step back for a minute. I hear when the president, and I've heard others talk about Vice President Harris and her being dumb. I don't think she's dumb. You can disagree with her, but I think it's unfair to call her dumb. And if the president thinks that she's not smart, she wasn't born smart. Like, I get some of it's just what the president says and some of it's humorous, but it's not working. I mean, because if it were working, he'd be further ahead, because most people would not want a dumb president. So people are not necessarily believing it. I think I saw this morning on Fox and Friends, what I thought was really interesting, Judge. I thought Lawrence Jones had a very interesting piece. He and the former president went to the Bronx, and he went to a barbershop with the president. And it seemed like a diverse group of people in the barbershop, and they seemed to be open to some of the things that President Trump was saying. Those are the kinds of things, if I were advising President Trump, that I would be advising him to do. The name calling and even some of the things he said about Governor Haley. He needs Governor Haley here then, because the Democrat strategy is pretty straightforward. They're trying to appeal to the Haley voters in some of the key states where she garnered high teen digits or teen percentages in those races. Vice President Harris, she needs to go to a barbershop. I do think the name calling on both sides should cease. And the campaigning and the substance behind that campaigning, I hope that's what proliferates here in the final 17 days of the campaign.
And, you know, Charlie, it's even richer coming from Kamala, who's the woman who covered for Joe Biden, who put a lid on it most mornings at 10 a.m.
She's suddenly an expert on cognitive decline? Where did this happen? It's amazing to me. Yeah. But I do think, obviously, they're playing these sort of head games, which I understand. I don't think it's working. Obviously, they did succeed at getting Donald Trump to take the bait and respond to it, which is all they were looking for. But the idea that Americans are sitting around believing this idea that Trump doesn't do enough interviews, the one thing I think, the vast majority of all Americans, whether you love him or hate him, agree upon is that he does too many interviews. And the idea that you're going to sit here and attack him for not doing enough interviews, it just doesn't. I mean, I get it in politics. If you're going to tell a lie, tell a big lie. But that one just seems like it's a little too big of a lie for people to believe.
You know, Sandra, the whole idea of, Tyrus saying he thought it was a good thing that former President Trump went to a black barbershop. Trump has gone to places where Republicans have never gone before. Whether it's, a black barbershop or, going into Harlem I mean, he has done everything. It's like he's not afraid to go in the lion's
And I think
den.
a lot of the election is going to come down to just that. That's why
Never.
we keep having real people on our program. We find our viewers really want to hear what people on the ground, and especially in some of these key battleground states, what they're saying, and they don't want their vote to be assumed. And they do want to know where she stands on these issues. And we carried that campaign speech she gave that we just played a bit of live during our program, some of it today. And there seemed to be an angry Kamala Harris there. She didn't lay out her policies in any further detail. In fact, she repeated a talking point, let's turn the page. She was challenged by Brett in that interview on that. Turn the page. You are currently in the White House. You have been for almost 4 years. This is the economy. This is the Biden-Harris economy. That's the #1 issue for voters right now all over the country. So turn the page from your policy. She's making the case. In the interview with Brett Baer, she said, no, it's from the last 10 years of Donald Trump running for president. Look, I had Dr. Siegel on the program today. We were talking about the stress and anxiety level of the American voter. It is true. It is on the rise. And if you watch that today, you felt it. I mean, that's a real thing right now. And what are we, 15, 16 days out from Election Day? Take a deep breath. We've got a long way to go. But yeah, I think it's time for her to really clearly lay out her plans for American voters, because maybe they like the idea of her initially, but if they still don't know what she is going to do for them today, they might look otherwise.
You want to wrap it up, Greg?
Yeah, I don't mind her saying Trump's exhausted or questioning the decline. That's part of the game, but it's the media that parrots that, because the media is also in the same, committed the same crime. They ignored Trump's, Joe Biden's mental decline, his erratic states. But there's a reason her staff has, the highest turnover rate since the Titanic. It's her irritated entitlement. Why do I have to work? She always seems exhausted. Trump is exhausting. He's nonstop. She's nonsense. He's always been doing everything. She finally got it going in the last, week or so, and she's mad. She's resentful that she has to do that campaign stop. She reminded me of every drunk woman in front of a bar raving that her Uber is late. She's just shouting, what the hell's going on? When she's calm, she reminds me of the instructor of a class that your court ordered to take. So she knows she can take her time and do nothing and just rip you apart because you need her signature. She's the person you avoid, behind the counter at the DMV, who, when afforded some authority, abuses it by lording it over you. She's every government bureaucrat whose only mission is to feather her nest and protect her. Is it fiefdom or fiefdom? Come on, Charlie.
And that's the thing, like, for someone like Trump, I don't think you would ever say this guy, man, he's exhausted. This guy talks for 2 hours. Like, I'm tired. Like, sir, can you keep it a little shorter? You talk for 2 hours, like 4 times a day. This man talks like every campaign rallies for like 2 hours every single time. 2 hours. And you want to say he's exhausted? Man, he ain't exhausted, bro. As a matter of fact, like Gutfeld said, he's exhausted. We are like trying to say, yo, 45th, we know you finna be the 47th, but like keep the speech a little shorter, okay?
This is from a headline from Axios. They're saying Trump cancels a streak of events with only days until the election. And meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris and Barack Obama are questioning Trump's fitness for office. Can you imagine? Listen.
Now he is ducking debates and canceling interviews. Come on. And check this out. His own campaign team recently said it is because of exhaustion. Well, if you are exhausted on the campaign trail, it raises real questions about whether you are fit for the toughest job in the world.
You would be worried if your grandpa was acting like this. You'd call up your cousins and you say, have you noticed? So imagine it coming from a guy who
What
wants
about
to
Joe,
be
though? What about
given
Joe, though?
unchecked
What about Joe?
power.
What about Joe, though?
Tucson, we do not need to see what an older, loonier Donald Trump looks like with no guardrails.
Okay, I had a couple of points to make real quick. I just can't take the richness.
I know.
One, this is beyond rich. I mean, have these very same people, I don't know, how long has this been an issue? Joe Biden's competency, Joe Biden's age, Joe Biden's senility. It's
got in.
years. These very same people have sold us on the fact that he is sharp as a tack. So to hear them now lob this same argument, again, familiarize yourself with the idea of projection. Second, if Donald Trump were exhausted, I would be forgiving of that fact. I mean, he has been literally everywhere. And any human being, forget politician, because no politician is matching his energy and appearance schedule. Every single one of us look at that, again, just common sense and go, man, that's got to be tiring. Yeah. And I would be very forgiving if all of a sudden they checked out of an interview and said, I'm a little tired today. I'm exhausted. I would understand.
Nobody has ever matched.
Let's take a look. Let's compare the records.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Look at this. Look at this chart. This shows you all the different appearances, and they've matched up. So, Trump 59 to Harris 26. Do you know what I think this is, you guys? This is what the analogy that I think of. It's like, you know, it's the semester, right? You have a class and you have to study, and you have one person, Trump, who's been studying every day a little bit, going along. And at the end of the semester, Kamala, who hasn't studied at all, is like cramming. And she's like, why isn't he cramming? He's not doing anything. It's like, he's been doing interviews all along, and now he's in the final stretch, and he's still doing interviews, but he doesn't have to scramble the way you are because you're falling behind in the polls.
Which, of course, is obvious when he actually answers questions, because he will answer any question.
Any question.
Even the ones that maybe he shouldn't answer. He knows what he thinks because he's done all those reps. He knows what he's very familiar with what he wants to say, so he says it. And then you compare that with Kamala Harris, who's done half as many of these media appearances, and it's always a word salad. She's whatever she says, it's never authentic. It's always some sort of canned thing, and then she's not even prepared. Like when she says, "Oh no, it's the tradition of the vice president not to be critical of her." She wants to turn the page, but she refuses to say how she wants to turn the page from what to what.
Absolutely.
I have these numbers broken down for you. I want to share this with you very quickly. You saw it's 59 to 26 in totality. Here it is by medium. Legacy TV, Trump 28, Harris 12. Radio, Trump 10, Harris 7. Print, Trump 10, Harris 2. Podcast, Trump 7, Harris 2. YouTube, it's even, both 3. X Spaces, Trump 1, Harris 0. Because
she did the Call Her Daddy podcast.
So you guys, you know what? We've had many conversations about politics and what it's like to be in politics based on the experience that I've had with my husband's years in Congress. And one of the things that is really common is to take somebody's strength and try and turn it into a weakness, right? So you want to take whatever their strong point is and somehow find a weakness, and because that's the biggest threat. Nobody, until this moment where Barack Obama and Kamala Harris has said this, has anybody ever questioned this guy's energy level? In fact, it's been the opposite. It's like, does this guy ever stop? I remember, his own kid saying he runs circles around us. We don't understand where this energy comes. He admitted he sleeps like 4 hours, maybe 5. So the guy does not stop. So I think that's part of the strategy. Take his strength and try and lie and say it's a weakness.
But, the problem with that, though, is obviously that's a smart tactic, and campaigns want to do that. But when the lie you tell is so big and so obvious that nobody believes it, you wind up not only not managing to do what you're talking about, turning a strength into a weakness, you also destroy your own credibility, and everybody's like, yeah, and they change the channel.
Here's Trump on that question right now.
I haven't canceled. She doesn't go to any events. She's a loser. She doesn't go to any events. She didn't even show up for the Catholics last night at the hotel. It was insulting. All they are is sound bites. So today I was at Fox and Friends at 7 in the morning, I then went to 2 different other appearances. I then made about 15 phone calls. I've gone 48 days now without arrest, and I've got that loser who doesn't have the energy of a rabbit.
So case
Rabbits
in
do
point,
have a lot of energy.
Yeah, exactly. This is true. But case in point, the guy answers every question, and there's something I admire it very much. But like if you had drafted the perfect media day, maybe Donald Trump doesn't answer that question quite like that.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are the best. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Man, these people just be doing way too much, looking for tactics, and it's not even working. It's not even working. Your tactic ain't even working.
Ted Cruz. Senator Cruz, having worked in press and communications, you can tell a lot by what the headlines say. And the headlines out there suggest that the Harris campaign is ferociously leaking. People on the ground are leaking. They are talking outright to reporters about their fears. When I talk to Democrats, they say, oh, we're just a party of bedwetters. This is normal. But this seems more than bedwetting. It seems like internal polling is running against Kamala. Your thoughts?
Well, look, I think the Democrats are panicking. I think there is a battle within the White House. I think Joe Biden and his loyalists resent Joe Biden being thrown overboard. Immediately following the Democrat convention, there was a burst of support for Kamala Harris, and it was a sugar high. And a lot of us said at the time, this sugar high is temporary. But I think the issue set strongly favors Donald Trump and strongly favors Republicans. If you look at Kamala Harris's train wreck of an interview with Bret Baier, I mean, it was terrible. She can't talk about her record the last 4 years. I think my favorite moment is when Bret asked her, said, look, you're campaigning on turning the page. You've been the vice president for 3.5 years. What are you turning the page from? And all she could do is essentially yell, I hate Donald Trump. And I think at the end of the day, hatred of Donald Trump is not a winning message. And when the Democrats have a desire.
Nor is hope. But on the point of your race, you have a big race in the state of Texas. I was driving to pick up my daughter from school, and my dad calls me and he says, Kaylee, you have to go watch this clip of Ted Cruz and his debate as he crushed a Democrat. And he said this should be the playbook for Republicans across the country. I want to play it.
He signed on to something called the Transgender Bill of Rights. Transgender Bill of Rights explicitly, and he co-sponsored it, mandated that boys compete against girls' sports. And just 2 weeks ago, Congressman Allred joined 100 radical Democrats in demanding that our military allow drag shows on military bases, pay for soldiers to have sex changes using taxpayer money, and pay for children to be sterilized and have sex changes on military bases. Again, that's extreme.
That's quite a record for your opponent, Colin Allred.
Look, Colin Allred is radical and extreme. His first 4 years in the House, he voted 100% with Nancy Pelosi. The first 2 years Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were in the White House, Colin Allred voted 100% with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Colin Allred is Kamala Harris. They both are terrible on the border. They voted in favor of open borders over and over again, and they're both desperately running away from it. Now, that being said, Kaylee, my race is a very serious fight. Chuck Schumer, who we just saw grimacing next to President Trump at the Al Smith dinner, Chuck Schumer's been explicit. I'm his #1 target in the country. And he is flooding the state of Texas with over $100 million. Every TV ad you see, they are pounding me. And we've had a dozen polls in the last month that show this is a 1-point, a 2-point, or a 3-point race. And so I want to encourage your viewers, please come to tedcruz.org right now. Come to tedcruz.org. Give $25, $50, $100 or even more. We are getting massively outspent. In the last 3 days, Colin Allred put an additional $2.7 million on TV. And the only way we can survive against that onslaught of cash is freedom-loving patriots going to tedcruz.org in Texas and all across the country and helping us tell the truth about my record and his radical record.
Well, no Democrat has won statewide in Texas since 1994, and this is not the year to change that statistic.
Man, these people are spending crazy. They're spending heavily, man. Spending way too much money, man. All right. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let's listen to
Go.
the legendary
Pittsburgh, what it do, baby?
Le'Veon.
I got one of my friends out here, Le'Veon Bell. Make some noise for Le'Veon Bell. I got one of my friends out here, Le'Veon Bell. Make some noise for Le'Veon Bell. I got Mike Wallace came today. He's over there as well. I want to say, first and foremost, thanks for having me here today. It's amazing to be back in Pittsburgh. It's an honor to be here with the best fans in the world. Make some noise for the Steelers fans. But before I get too deep in my speech, I want to say, I know the media is going to call me crazy, me and Trump crazy for having me speaking here, but I want to make this clear. We are not. They are. You know Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, do you really know they want to put tampons in the boys' bathroom? Is that crazy? That's really insane, right? And by the way, tampon Tim Walz, he isn't a real football coach. He could never guard me. Guys, how is business? Business will be booming going against Tim Walz, tampon Tim Walz. It'd be really booming going against him. Now back to the rest of my speech. I came to Pittsburgh as a 6th-round draft pick and underdog, but the people in the city really embraced me. They knew what it was like to be an underdog. My time here taught me to embody the spirit of Pittsburgh, a blue-collar, hard-working with people that are resilient and face challenges head-on. I was blessed to be surrounded by these values, including grit, loyalty, hard work, and I took these with me every time I laced them up and stepped on the field. But I'm here today representing a man who carries those same values, Donald Trump. He knows success, and he knows what it takes to make America great again. And to be real, we all have experienced highs and lows, especially me in my career as a Super Bowl champion and life as a father to 7 amazing children. I have experienced low points and have to overcome adversity.
That's right. That's right.
I watched Donald Trump overcome adversity. No matter what the media threw at him, no matter what people say to try to bring him down, he continued to push forward and keep getting back up. And he's always ready for the fight. Fight, 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 fight. I love that. For those who tune in experience through their life and how these events are critical to allow them to achieve a platform for athletes that allow them to tell their story, how they want it to be told. And we discussed the traumas that they experience through their life and how these events are critical to allow them to achieve success in the football field. We all need to possess courage and keep pushing forward to bring a better future. And speaking of pushing forward in a better future, we are here to support our 45th president, soon to be the 47th president, Donald J. Trump. A man who embodies the same values that Pittsburgh has instilled in me. Trump believes that this country is capable of greatness. And it's behind him that we will achieve greatness and continue to be the greatest country in the world. With Donald Trump, we will strive as a nation. A MAGA movie. You guys ever seen a MAGA movie? Well, today is a MAGA movie theater. And shout out to the MAGA coin and the greatest president coin going, a MAGA coin. Have you guys ever seen a MAGA movie? Make some noise if you've seen the MAGA movie. Pittsburgh and the state of Pennsylvania, I want to thank you for all the memories and all the support. I look forward to seeing you in Canton, Ohio in 2027 with my favorite quarterback, Big Ben. I'm so excited to being rich and go down together in history with Ben. I love you guys. I make all you guys the crackers of the days today. Make some noise for yourself. I love you, Pittsburgh. I see you 2027 Hall of Fame.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You guys are the best. AB, shout out to AB, man. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never underestimate your dreams, your goals, your aspirations. Believe in yourself, believe in your goals, believe in God. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your goals. Never give up on God. God bless you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless the United States. I love the United States, and I know you love the United States. That's why you are here on this stream every day, every day, every day, supporting me, supporting the United States, supporting the legendary 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. God bless you guys, man. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. God bless you. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you haven't liked, double tap your screen right now. Your boy Genesis is signing out. God bless you guys.